Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started now. We'll first start with our Spanish interpretation.
Welcome. The following message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation via our Zoom platform. To access our Spanish channel, press the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen, where you will see a globe icon. Choose Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More, or the three dots at the bottom of your screen. Select Language Interpretation and choose Spanish. Bienvenidos, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español en vivo y en directo durante nuestra sesión en la plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a interpretación, oprima el icono del globo terráqueo al pie de su pantalla y seleccione Spanish o español según su formato. Si está uniéndose a nosotros vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los tres puntitos al pie de su pantalla. Elija Interpretación de idiomas y presione Spanish o español para activar su canal. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Now we'll do our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and the home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. I'll call the meeting to order for September 9th, and if everyone can please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Blankenship, would you please do a roll call?
Of course. Councilmember Jenkins?
Here.
Councilmember Robbins?
Here.
Councilmember Roberts?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass?
Here.
Mayor Wallace?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Ms. Stroud, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did not have any items on closed session this morning, but I do have an item to report out from our closed session meeting on August 12th, 2025. We have a final settlement in Workers' Comp Appeals Board, case number ADJ 187-48809, regarding former employee Kyle Prince. That matter was settled by compromise and release for the amount of $165,000.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Okay, moving on to our proclamations. We have two proclamations this morning, and the first one is recognizing September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week, and the second is proclaiming and recognizing September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month and Recovery Month. So I'm going to come forward, and Jill, would you like to meet me at the podium? Oh, Ginny. I misread it. That's okay. Who's Jill?
It's not me. Mayor, did you want
Nice to see you.
microphone? Did you want a separate microphone?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. Okay. So the City of South Lake Tahoe is proclaiming, recognizing September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week. Whereas the Constitution of the United States, the guardian of our liberties, embodies the principles of limited government in a republic dedicated to rule by law, and whereas September 17, 2025 marks the 236th anniversary of the framing of the Constitution of the United States of America by Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17 through 23 as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, the City of South Lake Tahoe and the City Council does hereby proclaim the week of September 17 through 23 as Constitution Week and ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I didn't mention, Jenny Bechtel is the regent for the local chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution.
Correct.
Thank you so much,
Okay,
Jenny.
Thank you. Thank you as well.
Thank you.
And I just want to say, next year is 250 years for our country becoming what it is. So everybody get ready for a super exciting year. We as the Daughters of the American Revolution are really excited.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Angie, I saw you come in. Oh. Angie Reagan. Our second one is for Suicide Prevention Month and Recovery Month. This is Angie Reagan. She's the local head of Access Tahoe. And I'm sorry, your name?
Reverend Nathan Wheeler.
Nathan Wheeler. Thank you for both being here. We always love to see you. Okay. The City of South Lake Tahoe proclamation recognizing September 25 as Suicide Prevention Month and Recovery Month. Whereas the health and well-being of the citizens of South Lake Tahoe are of utmost importance to the prosperity and quality of life in our community, and whereas suicide and other deaths of despair, which include deaths related to drug and alcohol abuse, are major public health issues that impact people of all ages, genders, and backgrounds, with devastating effects on families, friends, and entire communities. And whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States, underscoring the critical need for comprehensive mental care, and proactive intervention. And whereas the observance of Suicide Prevention Month in September provides an opportunity to raise awareness, educate the public about suicide prevention, and promote mental health resources that can save lives. And whereas recovery from mental health and substance use disorders is possible with the appropriate support and treatment, helping individuals lead fulfilling and productive lives. And whereas Recovery Month is celebrated nationally in September to increase awareness and understanding of mental health and substance use disorders, and to celebrate those who have embarked on the journey of recovery. And whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe is committed to supporting initiatives that promote mental health, prevent suicide, and provide recovery resources to those in need. And whereas through collaborative efforts with healthcare providers, educators, community organizations, and concerned citizens, we can work together to foster a culture of understanding, compassion, and resilience. Now, therefore, the City of South Lake Tahoe and the City Council does hereby proclaim September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month and Recovery Month in South Lake Tahoe, encourage all citizens to take steps to increase awareness and to extend compassion and support to those affected by mental health and substance use disorders. Thank you. I forgot to introduce, this is Simba. And you want to speak? This is for you.
Hi, I'm Reverend Nathan Wheeler, and as a minister, I understand suicide as a public health crisis, and so I am grateful for the City of South Lake Tahoe to bring awareness to suicide, because we know just using the word suicide can save a life, and we appreciate all the concern and awareness that's brought to this proclamation. And I'm grateful to live in a city that wants to create a world where no one loses hope and no one is alone.
Hi, everyone. I'm Angie Regan, Simba, Peace Love Tahoe, Access Tahoe, and a volunteer for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Thank you for recognizing Suicide Prevention and Recovery Month. As someone who struggles with suicide and finds purpose in prevention, this is the third year I've stood here to accept this proclamation. And in that time, I have not seen real change. Not from South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado County, or Barton, or healthcare systems, or nonprofits. We often talk about mental illness and substance abuse, but underneath is something deeper, despair. Despair that comes from trauma, loneliness, poverty, housing insecurity, food insecurity, disability, injustice, hate, exclusion, lack of care, access, and support, and a world that often feels cruel and overwhelming. This is not just about individual mental health, it is about community health. The numbers tell part of the story. From Barton's 2024 report, 22.4% of us rate our mental health as fair or poor. 32.5% have experienced symptoms of chronic depression. 82% say mental health is a major problem in our community. Substance use is just as stark. 21.8% of adults drink excessively, and 42% of us have been affected by substance use. And the sheriff's records show the toll for El Dorado County. In 2022, there were 22 suicides and 26 overdoses. In 2023, there were 26 suicides and 35 overdoses. In 2024, there were 28 suicides and 28 overdoses. Deaths of despair include fatalities from suicide, drug overdose, and alcohol-related disease. These numbers are undercounts since alcohol-related deaths are not recorded in these reports, and some overdoses are also not included. Nationally, deaths of despair became the 5th leading cause of death in 2021, and mountain towns like ours are at even a greater risk. These aren't just numbers, they are our neighbors, our friends, our coworkers, our family members. They are people we pass on the street. They are people who should still be here. People we grieve, people whose presence and gifts made the world better. Please care, act, do something. Stop leaving this responsibility to someone else. It belongs to every one of us. We don't need more awareness, we need connection, compassion, accountability, and action. Despair may grow in silence, but hope grows in community. Now I ask for a moment of silence for those we've lost, those still grieving, those still struggling, and those in recovery. Let this silence remind us of the lives behind the statistics and the urgent need for us to care. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reagan. Okay, we're moving on to public communications. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes in accordance with the Brown Act. The City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on an item not on today's agenda? Yes, please come forward, sir.
Hi, my name is Mark Brower, 844 El Dorado, and this is a follow-up to an email I sent to council members regarding a restriction on short-term rental properties.
Mr. Brower, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but we have short-term rentals on the agenda
Okay.
today.
That's fine.
So,
I thought this was a different topic, but that's
No,
right.
no,
Just
this is any
thank
item
you.
not on the
Yep.
agenda.
Thank you, Heather Stroud, for your response to this. You did get my email, so you should be aware of it. Thank you. I didn't think this was on the agenda in a specific aspect, but that's great that you have awareness of it. Thank you.
We do, thank you. Please wait around, we would love to hear from you. Is there any other member of the audience that would like to speak on items not on the agenda? Okay, oh, Mr. Mosier.
Good morning, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. A couple meetings back there, August 12th, I believe, on the agenda was about financial policies of fraud, waste, and abuse, and following state codes. And you have a whole list of definitions, which is corruption, malfeasance, bribery, theft of government property, fraudulent claims, coercion, conversion, malicious prosecution, misuse of government property, willful omission to perform duty, economically wasteful actions, gross misconduct. And yeah, this is part of why we're in some aspects, why we're in the shape we're in. Over the years, a number of people, including myself, have raised issues. Just as a few meetings back, I raised about the sale of the Osgood parcel for a little under $9,000 because it couldn't be built on, and they're building 4 single-family homes there. And also the sale of the Blue Lakes lots, Blue Lakes Motels on Ski Run Boulevard. That was sold. Nancy Curry was city manager at the time for that also, for $90,000, 3 lots. And under stipulation, it was going to be used as a parking lot. But if you look at the deal, it was could be sold, and of course the city would have first right to buy. But of course, if you end up at fair market value, the city wouldn't be interested in it. And a clause in that phrase to protect the city should have been put in that. It was just another crooked deal. Also, for the sale of those, for the purchase of those, of the Blue Lakes Motel and those 3 lots, there's no records available. I've done 3 record requests, and they can't find anything of that, which is amazing, because it was a deal that they bought the motel, didn't realize the land under it was owned separately, supposedly, and had to go back and redo that. So we spent quite a bit of money and got $90,000 in return. I was promised, Peggy Borland mentioned that before the election, when Mr. Bass and Ms. Wallace, when you were first elected, that the 2 of you would request an audit of the Whole Foods project. If that's a reality or not, I don't know, but that's what I was told. And I would like to see that come into fruition. I've mentioned several times about the 88 parking spaces there in the garage that weren't included in the southwest corner lot, that valued approximately $1.2 million, according to the city's own survey, and had a consultant do for a garage. And we got not a dime for that. The city didn't want to pay that really when they bought it so that they could resell it, and bought it from the redevelopment agency. So, we're out like 1.2 million or so approximately there. We didn't get a single penny for that. So, also as far as for employees, our former IT manager was let go. We don't, nothing's written about it, just rumors of why he was fired or let go. And, rumor had it that he had a private server in the room back here, as employees are protected. Somebody on the street does a nickel and dime act or crime, and it's on the front page of the paper. But that, if that's true, there's theft of electricity there. A guy that was living in a house for 3 months that tried to break into my house, and ended up being charged with theft of electricity while he was in the house there and stuff. So again, nothing paid for that. Thank you. So yeah, it's actually a very long list.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anyone else in the room that would like to speak on an item not on today's agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our Zoom platform.
Thank you, Mayor. I do see one hand raised, Ms. Soderston.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. First, I want to just start with the bears again. I want to reiterate that a bloodhound's sense of smell is 300 times more powerful than a human's. A black bear's sense of smell is 2,100 times more powerful than a human's. So we can unalive as many bears as we want to, and it will not solve the problem. So I just really urge you to look into an ordinance that would put permanent protections in place for these bears and would require people to secure their homes properly. We saw the article in the Tahoe Daily Tribune yesterday that made it very clear that these are not expensive resources. We don't give a thief an opportunity, and a thief is, a bear is just a thief. Like we would protect our home in the Bay Area from a thief there, we want to do the same thing here. So please look into these ordinances. Again, I want to go back to the thinning projects that we continuously see here. The meadow that they are currently thinning has perpetually stayed green all year long. It is not a fire hazard. They are going to destroy some of the only intact fungal colonies in the area. It is the time of year that our bears are getting ready to hibernate. These are their food sources, so it is simply egregious that we are conducting these projects in general. However, doing it this time of year is just ridiculously irresponsible. That is why the bears are forced to enter open windows and doors. They don't have food sources. We're destroying them all. So even the Forest Service and CAL FIRE agrees that these will not protect our community. It is a false promise, a false sense of hope. We really need to demand that these funds are spent on true defensible space and home hardening. We need it to be close to our homes, not destroying the last little bits of intact habitat. Then we have Constitution Week, the 16th through the 20th. We are hosting an economic and labor blackout for the nation with blackoutthesystem.com. We are withholding our labor. We are working to rule. We are not spending. We are only shopping at the best of our local businesses if we must spend at all. If you can only do one of those days, please make it Constitution Day on the 17th. And then I just want to stand in solidarity with Angie. We really need to do better to support our disabled population. Our mental health in this community is really degrading. People are traumatized, and it could be as simple as you guys using your voices more often to speak out for those members of our community which are being marginalized and disparaged right now. So please use your voices for good, for the bears and for the humans, and let's make some actual change in this town. Thanks.
Thank you. We have no additional public comments, but I will note for the record that we did receive public comment on both of the proclamations from Mr. Loberg.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Moving on to city commission reports. Is there any city commissioners in the audience that would like to make a report to council? Any on Zoom, Ms. Blankenship?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Jenkins, you had something you wanted to change on the agenda?
Yes, Mayor and Council. Excuse me. I respectfully request that item 31, employment agreement for the city manager, be moved up well, I would like it moved up before the consent calendar, but at least right after the consent calendar for action by the council, so that matter is attended to today in what is a very, very long and important conversation we're going to have on several issues.
I'm okay with moving it after the consent agenda, just to get that out of the way. Is everybody okay with that? It's the employment agreement for the city manager, item number 31. Yeah, so we're going to move that to immediately after item number 21.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay. Moving on to the consent agenda now. Council, do you have anything for that? Any items? Okay, we'll take public comment on the consent agenda. Is there any member of the audience that would like to speak on any items? And it's quite a large consent agenda today, so it's items 3 through 21. Is there anyone who would like to speak on any of those items? Mr. Mosher. And they'll come to you next. Just one item, Mr. Mosher, or multiple?
Everyone.
Okay, you got 6 minutes. If it's more than one.
Just number 16.
Just number 16, so 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be brief. Yeah, this has to do with the Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant that you're applying for planning for the State Line Avenue Complete Streets Project. And from the beginning here, I don't have a problem with you begging for money from the state. That's how we survive here. This is a welfare town. And the game is set up that way also, so you have to play it. But I still have a problem with the $152,000 or so from the sale of the Shell station, what was left from that money that the city didn't do anything with. It kind of kept it in the general fund there with a number attached to it, gaining absolutely no interest for over 20 years that you were supposed to complete the path, the shared use path from corner of Park Avenue over to Tahoe Meadows there where it ends. where the Shell station actually was, that lot in front of the motel there, the Holiday Inn Express. So, yeah, that sat there for 20 years and didn't do anything. And it was 450-something thousand initially from the sale of the property and the commodities. And, it was never done. And I object to it being, and I don't think you should be applying for money when you've taken this money and used it for this project. I think that should be taken back out of it, and work should be done. If you're going to do planning, and your circulation study is what was written in, but it was already there, and you know what you had to do, and it was supposed to be used for the construction and completion of that path. So I think that money should be restored and applied to that, not be used for further studies, all the way down at state line. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on an item on the consent agenda? Please come forward.
Hello, my name's Lorraine Jackson. I usually attend via Zoom, but I drove 7 hours today to speak for my 3 minutes because it's important to me and other homeowners. For more than 20 years, I've owned my home in South Lake Tahoe.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson, I don't want to interrupt you, but are you speaking on the VHR item?
VHR item.
That's further down in the
I'm so
agenda.
sorry.
This is just the consent portion.
Okay, I misunderstood.
No, that's okay. It's just items 3 through 21. We would love to hear from you at that time. Okay, seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom for consent?
No, but I will note for the record that we did receive public comments on the consent agenda on item 7 for Rose and Loberg, for items 12, 13, Loberg, item 15, Loberg, item 16, Loberg, item 21, Rose, and note for the record that the copy of the legal publication of number 14 was added to the agenda.
Thank you,
And
Ms.
that's it.
Blankenship. Okay, council, I'll bring it back to you for further discussion or a motion.
Chair, I'll put forward a motion to approve the consent agenda as published.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everyone, please vote. I'm on the wrong thing. Oh, here we go.
That motion unanimously carries.
Perfect. Okay, now we're moving on to item number 31. Ms. Stroud.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. Heather Stroud, City Attorney. And I am here to present the item regarding the extension of the City Manager Employment Agreement. City Manager Joseph Irvin recently informed the City Council that his employment agreement is set to expire next April 2026 and indicated he would like to extend his contract. City Council considered the proposed amendments to the contract in closed session on August 26th and directed me to bring this contract back for approval at this meeting. The amended and restated agreement extends a term of the city manager's contract for an additional 6 years until April 14th, 2032, removes several outdated provisions, and modifies the performance evaluation provisions to require evaluations once a year instead of every 6 months. And the city manager's compensation and benefits would not change with this extension. The current base salary beginning October 1st, 2023 remains $222,397 per year. It's adjusted annually for the cost of living, and the city manager received a 3.8% increase October 1st, 2024, and will receive a 1.3% increase October 1st of this year. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Stroud on Mr. Irvin's employment agreement? Okay, thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on item 31? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
No hands
Oh,
raised.
sorry, Mr. Mosier. Going to have to be quicker on the draw, Ed.
Yes, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, I'm opposed to this, and especially for 6 years. I was opposed to his hiring in the beginning. I mentioned previously that I thought that he wasn't even close to being the most qualified at the time. It says here in your recitals that the city has determined that it's beneficial to hire Irvin by virtue of his relevant qualifications and experience. We had someone that had a degree from Princeton in civil engineering, a degree from Harvard, which, doesn't necessarily make you the most qualified for anything. There are a lot of nitwits out there with PhDs, but also of job experience, was far and above and beyond, and was actually someone pretty special. And another person that was a city manager there from Auburn or so that I thought was more qualified also. The hiring process to me was rigged. We pay the price for that over the years of city managers in the hiring process. And yes, he's, the only thing we heard at the time was his enthusiasm. I was at the meeting, the meet and greet, and talked to our city clerk here for 20 minutes. And, at that, like I said, ever since then, at that meeting and thereafter and during the hiring, all we heard of attributes really was enthusiasm for the job and not necessarily education or job experience. So grown into the job, and we'll probably be here, someone mentioned in the paper, for decades, and that just might be true. But yeah, like I said, I didn't think should have been. We had someone far better, two people at least far better, and we don't know who else was down the line in the other 40-something applicants. But I don't think that we should do it, and at least certainly not for 6 years. That's kind of a long span to make a commitment for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anyone else? Okay, and we've already gone to Zoom, so I'll bring it back to council for further discussion or a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the employment agreement with the city manager. I would also just like to say that in the time that I've been on the council, I've been impressed with the desire to do what is best for our community, and I appreciate that, and I thank him for that.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, this item does have a resolution with it. I don't know if Mr. Jenkins would like to amend it.
That's what my motion was, approve the resolution.
Sure, I'll second that motion. I'll also just make some comments very quickly. I was on council when we hired Mr. Irvin, and I just can't say how much change actually we have seen in the city in the past 6 years, and what really to me has been true leadership, and faced the biggest challenges that our city really has gone through, from COVID to the Caldor fire. And again, really, we have taken on so much from the rec center to really large projects, but also just changing the culture from what the city had endured through my 27 years here. It's been a real, I think, honor to be able to work with Mr. Irvin, and also to see his commitment to want to stay in this position as city managers are recruited all over the country, especially somebody that has shown his leadership. So I think we're incredibly lucky, and I'm really stoked to see the commitment continue. So thank you.
Mr. Robbins, you have your light?
Yeah, I've only known the two city managers here in the city of South Lake Tahoe, and Mr. Irvin's been a humongous improvement over where we've been. And a 6-year contract seems like a completely reasonable figure to provide consistency of leadership for the organization. The city is one of the larger organizations and employers in the community, and having a contract term that extends beyond the political cycle, I think also provides a reasonable expectation of stability in organizational leadership. So from a functional standpoint, I think that is a reasonable length as well.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. I will just add that I too was on the council that hired Mr. Irvin, and I couldn't be happier with our choice. I think we made exactly the right choice at the right time, and it has proven out every single time. And with that, I think everybody can vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you very much, council. It is a privilege and honor to serve the city of South Lake Tahoe. And every day I wake up with the goal to continue to improve, continue to provide the best service to the community, and work with the council to implement your policies and goals. We have wonderful, talented staff that I continue to desire to develop and work with. And I'm 100% committed to you and this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Okay, moving on to the item of the day, I think. Item number 22, update on vacation home rental permitting. Mr. Irvin, Ms. Stroud, who's going to take the lead on this?
Madam Mayor, I will kick this agenda item off and turn it over to our city attorney. But what I really wanted to take a minute to talk with the council about was what has happened over the last 3 months or 2.5 months regarding our permitting and code enforcement efforts. So from June 23rd until September 4th, the VHR permitting team, which was stood up in a very quick manner, has been working diligently to keep us on track, ensure we have consistency in permit review and processing throughout the process. There's been a total of 1,067 applications received. 813 have been reviewed in that 2.5 month window. 93 of the properties have been buffered out through the 150-foot buffer rule that's in the ordinance, and 148 permits have been issued. While this has been happening, we've also been simultaneously recruiting for the 5 positions that council added to our allocation table. That was 1 CSO supervisor and 4 CSOs in an effort to ensure we have the staffing resources to enforce the ordinance that's on the books. Currently, the CSO supervisor and 1 of the CSOs are in their background check, anticipated to begin starting soon. Since the new ordinance has been in place and we've been processing the permits, we have not received any calls for service for complaints for VHRs. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Stroud to talk about what is in the specific item to be discussed on content by council today.
Mayor and City Council members, Heather Stroud, City Attorney. So when council adopted the ordinance on June 23rd, there were a list of potential changes that council wanted to talk about today. So I'm going to go through those with staff's recommendations. The first of those would be, you asked staff to look at whether we should treat all non-residential zoned areas similar to the tourist core area plan. So those non-residential areas would be mostly zoned commercial or recreational. And during the time when Measure T was being implemented, those areas could still continue to get VHR permits during that time. So they have been operating continuously. Based on the data that we have over the years, including during Measure T, we had a pretty low number of complaints and citations on those areas. Only about 10 citations issued total, so in a number of years. So it doesn't seem like there's a lot of the complaints and disturbances and nuisance issues happening in the commercial and recreational areas. So for that reason, staff does believe it's appropriate to treat those areas similar to the tourist core area plan, which would mean they would not be subject to the 150-foot buffer, to the local property manager requirement, or to the lower occupancy limits that now apply in the residential areas. The second issue council wanted us to look at was whether to establish a minimum age of 25 years old to rent a VHR. We don't recommend that at this time. There's a state law that arguably prohibits this particular regulation. It prohibits land uses that are based on age, and there's a colorable argument that could apply to this regulation. It's been used to challenge a similar provision in Rancho Mirage's ordinance a few years ago, and there's a case on that. The court didn't reach that issue, but it doesn't mean that another plaintiff couldn't try to raise that. Property managers, however, aren't subject to that state law. It applies to local governments. So if there's a property manager who wanted to make an age limit on their property, they could certainly do that. The third issue is the 150-foot buffer in residential areas. Council wanted to revisit that at this meeting. Staff does not recommend changing that at this time because it was just adopted June 23rd with the ordinance that became effective July 23rd. And we have approximately 130 permits issued to single-family residences to date in residential areas, some of which might not even be operating yet because we've had a number of permits issued within the last couple of weeks. There isn't much feedback or data yet on how things are working, and the reasons to establish the buffer and the reasons I believe council established the buffer was to minimize nuisances to neighboring properties and also to preserve neighborhood character. And we just don't know yet whether that has played out. There could also be a preservation of housing stock because people aren't purchasing property knowing they're going to get a VHR permit for it because there's a little bit of uncertainty caused by the buffer. Included in the staff report is a table of other jurisdictions that have buffer or separation rules between short-term rentals, ranging from 55 feet in Pacific Grove to 1,500 feet in San Luis Obispo County. I'm not aware of any legal challenges to any of those buffers, and there is no case law on that issue yet. There's no determination that they violate property rights, zoning rules, or constitutional requirements. In fact, they're a common land use tool to mitigate impacts of uses that can cause negative or nuisance impacts when they're clustered together, such as tobacco stores, liquor stores, cannabis stores have all had buffers used as a common land use tool, and VHRs. The fourth issue that council asked us to look at is the rule that you can't have a permit in attached condos unless there was a permit as of September 1st, 2016. Similar to the buffer rule, we don't recommend changing that at this time because we just don't have enough data to know how it's working. And that concludes our presentation, and we are both available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Council, do you have any questions? Could you guys start using your buttons so I know? Thank you. Oh, mine is not on there.
Right here.
They don't want you to talk.
That's weird.
I pushed my button thingy.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins, then you get to go.
You push my button.
I push everyone's buttons.
I know.
Word.
Button pushing's the job. With regards to the age restriction, the state of California allows age restrictions on cannabis, on alcohol, and on tobaccos, and on tobacco purchases that are all above the age of majority. And those are regulations on businesses operating on land that is permitted for commercial use. Why would this be different? The land use authorization is on the use as an Airbnb, but it's a restriction on contracts that is the sale of the item in the property for rental as a hotel to under 25s that would be regulated, not the use, not the landowner. In other words, you could still be a 21-year-old in the unlikely case that a 21-year-old can own an Airbnb that they just couldn't lease it to someone and rent that property. Why would that be considered a land use restriction?
Well, the other examples that you offered all are state age limits. So the city doesn't have an age limit for alcohol, cannabis,
There's
tobacco.
nothing in
Those
state
are
law
set
that
by the
prevents
state.
that, right?
We cannot establish our own age limits for those that are preempted by state law.
No, but if we wanted to establish age limits for renting the baseball fields or for using facilities, there's nothing stopping us from doing that.
I haven't researched that.
Right. But the California restriction, the state law restriction on that is on land use, not on the sale of goods and services.
It's on land uses, which
Correct.
arguably the short-term rental regulations are a land use regulation.
But not, they're a land use regulation on the VHR owner, but the person who is purchasing the services, that's not an owner of the land, that's someone who's purchasing a service, so it would be a regulation on business contracts, which is within the purview of the city to regulate.
I think you've hit on what the argument would be. If we did adopt that and someone challenged it, we would probably argue it's not a land use regulation. But there's arguments both ways, so there's just a legal risk, and I'm not sure that we have evidence that there's a problem with young renters causing more problems than older ones.
One of the minute number of things that the VHR owner-operators and I have agreed on is that there's been consistent calls from them to have legislation because the platforms inexplicably prohibit VHR operators from restricting the sale of their houses as hotels to people under certain ages, unless there's a local ordinance requiring it. In other words, Airbnb does not allow people who are using the Airbnb platform to restrict their applicants to over 25 unless there's a local law specifying it. So that's a pretty strong motivation to do so.
I'm not aware of any California jurisdictions that have that restriction in place currently for age, except for the example of Los Angeles has been brought up, but they have a more complicated process where they allow younger renters of short-term rentals as long as they don't have a certain number of complaints against them on the platforms. I'm not sure
So Los Angeles does have an age discriminatory rule that's different than ours, but it still is, it's one set of rules if you're under 21, under a certain age, and a different set of rules if you're over a certain age.
It does, and I imagine that exception is because of this state law. And I'm just not sure it would be difficult to enforce. It would require more resources than we currently have, and unless we actually...
it would be difficult to enforce, you're right, it would be difficult to enforce as a primary thing, but if you then had a complaint, and then the police showed up, and the person was also under 25, that's 2 citations in one. Plus, a lot of the VHR owners want it.
If we're using the Los Angeles rule, we would also need to verify on the platforms how many complaints were against that tenant to issue them a citation, and we don't have access to that.
Well, no, the Los Angeles rule simply shows that there is an existing rule that allows for different applications of VHR ordinances based on age, right? It's an example. You said that the first thing you said was that there are no examples of this, and there is an example of this where it's in Los Angeles, where they have it's not a total ban, but it is an example where they have an age-dependent rules for VHRs, which they would have to make the argument then, just like us, that it's not a land use limitation, it's a contracts limitation, it's a business operation limitation. Right?
I'm not sure if anyone's challenged Los Angeles's, but it is different from the one that was challenged in Rancho Mirage, which was just a straight age limitation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins.
I happen to agree that the 25-year-old or 25-year minimum would appear to me to be valid for this reason. I understand that Section 65008 of the Government Code in California, as you pointed out, discusses this as a land use issue. But as we have been advised over and over, in some cases I don't necessarily agree with this, that land use is decided by the regional agency, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, not the City of South Lake Tahoe, that they are the primary land use authority because of the federal, their federal in relationship to state. And so I don't mean this with any disrespect, but we can't pick and choose. If they are the primary land use, then we can't pick and choose which laws in California we comply with, like ADUs, that California law says we have the authority, we are required with certain minimal restrictions, yet we place restrictions, and we place restrictions because of what TRPA tells us we can do. So I'm in favor of keeping the rule as it is, or keeping a 25 rule, and because there's no restriction that I'm aware of, nor have I been told about, in the TRPA land use that would prohibit us from doing that.
Just a heads up, we don't have a 25-year rule yet.
Yeah, we want to add it.
We want to add it.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. It must have been my vitamin this
Yes.
morning. That I don't,
push that button.
yeah, it was a bad vitamin. I may take a few of those, but, so I want to see a rule that does that because I think it protects our neighborhoods. It's what the professionals in the field want to see. And it's this, and all the examples that were used to describe this issue have nothing to do with South Lake Tahoe that has 15 to 17 million visitors a year, and which is in a bi-state compact that is quite different than any place, maybe Pacific Grove, as I mentioned to you in our conversation earlier. So I don't think they're even relevant to our conversation about special rules that apply to a special place that's allowed under TRPA rules. That's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. For his question, I will ask the question. Is what he said correct, that TRPA would have the ultimate authority based on the things that we've heard about land use in the basin?
The city, like all other general law cities in California, has to follow state law unless here the special thing is if there's a conflict with TRPA code that would govern instead of the state law, but there's no conflict here. So we would need to follow the state law.
Really quickly, Mr. Roberts, I see your hand raised, but I want to ask one more follow-up question to that. If TRPA were to change their rules and say that no one under the age of 25 could rent a vacation home rental, then we could follow that.
We could.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts.
Ms. Stroud, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was my understanding that any of the VHR owners or the management companies could put their own age restrictions on without the risk that the city would be taking if they did so.
That is correct. And I think we've heard in prior public comment that some of them have done that.
Okay, Mr. Bass.
So I'm curious as far as just where we're at with, so we got 138 licensed, and that's about 6 weeks, I would say, July 20, or a little over 6 weeks. Are we going to be on track, it looks like, on this next 650 that we have to get to 150 a month, as far as just as we roll out, or kind of where are we at as far as how that is going?
I would say the initial application review period for the preferred applicants required a little bit more research than the non-preferred, so that took a little more time. So I think we will likely see an increased cadence for the next round of applications to be reviewed and permits issued.
Okay, great. And then as far as what we're getting back data-wise, I'm curious, are we able to track how much kind of occupancy as a total, meaning are we getting to a 70% occupancy with 138 or 100%? I know that we know that the collection of TOT, but did we find a mechanism to kind of show us what, percentage of VHRs are being rented out on a,
Well, the TOT, when the TOT reporting and payments start to come in, well, we can have a better estimate of that, but that's really the only way occupancy could be estimated.
Right, because it's difficult though, because the ADRs change from property to property, so it's kind of difficult to do the math backwards to figure out.
But they do room nights too because of the TID.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, I'm just wondering, I think that data, the reason I'm asking, because I think it's important for us to see what percentage we're hitting and to guide us on, okay, where are we at and do we need more and that kind of thing. So, but you're right, TID will break apart by the night.
Yeah.
And we can try to extrapolate.
Do you have another question, Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, just following up on Mr. Bass's question, do we have any mechanism to track the number of people, the individuals? Like when we talk about the TID, that's per house.
Per night.
Right, where
Yeah,
it's
per
well, a
unit.
room count in the context of an Airbnb. A room counts as a house for the TID, not a bedroom.
Well,
The whole unit counts as one
It's
room.
one unit, yeah.
Right. So that doesn't, but you could have a big house or a small house. That doesn't give us any insight into the number of people that are coming per unit or that are coming to stay in the Airbnbs and to stay in neighborhoods. Is there any mechanism currently that makes that data accessible?
We don't keep or track that data.
Yeah, and I don't think any of the data we collect now would would allow us to reverse that out either.
It wouldn't,
It would
because
just
even if
be-
we know if a unit is 3 bedrooms and they're only using one,
Correct, that's what I'm saying.
So,
We
yeah,
don't
there's
have
no
a mechanism
mechanism
to
for
know,
us.
is this bringing in a lot of people or is this bringing in a small number of people?
right.
Nor does it let us know, is it families or is it groups of teenagers? And that's part of the challenge. On the age limitation item, the proposal at hand was to put this as a requirement on the Airbnb on the VHR operator, and on the point that they can do it individually. They are allowed to do it individually under the statute, but the Airbnb platforms prohibit them from doing any kind of age discrimination unless the municipalities or the localities require it. And that's a practicality where we could say, oh, well, you can do it, we wash our hands of it, but then that means it doesn't get done, even if they want to. That's just a reality that we have to exist in. However, the concern, though, was about it being a land use restriction, and that's by putting the restriction on the VHR operator, whose permit to operate is considered under land use policy. What if the requirement was put on the platforms? What if we said any VHR platform that operates in the city must require that the renters that are applying through the platform to rent in South Lake Tahoe be over the age of 21? Then it's not a land use issue. It's about the Airbnb platform doing business operations here, because the platform has no interest in property.
So there are some additional challenges to regulating the platforms, and there's been some recent litigation regarding the Federal Communications Decency Act over those issues in terms of regulating what can be advertised online and what the platforms are required to do when taking bookings. So I would need to look into that.
I have a follow-up question on that. However, we are requiring them to put something in there, like with regards to family-friendly, or if you're not a family, you're going to be in a neighborhood, you might want to consider a different neighborhood. Didn't we put that in our?
No, that's not a current requirement.
I thought it was.
There's nothing in the ordinance that addresses that.
That's something we should probably get done.
Okay. And what's your opinion on that, Ms. Stroud?
That's another issue I'd probably need to research on the Communications Decency Act.
Okay. Okay, any other questions, council? Oh, Mr. Urban?
Yeah, I just want to clarify one statement. We do only VHRs rented out by rental agencies collect the TID numbers. The other, if it's an individual, it doesn't. So that's something, as we get further, we'll have to dissect a little further.
I'm sorry, I need further clarification on that, because my understanding is that when they pay their TOT, they put on there how many room nights so that they pay the TID.
Ms. Tico Marova, can you?
Yes, I can clarify that. According to Tourism Improvement District formation document, TID is collected only by hotels, motels, timeshares, and rental and VHRs rented out by rental agents. VHRs rented out by owners do not collect TID.
I did not know that.
Loopholes and loopholes.
That's just a document from the
TID sales.
From the TID, so
TID.
it's not our policy. It's a TID.
No, I knew it was their policy when she said that. Okay, well, thank you. Okay, any other questions? I'm sorry, Mr. Jenkins.
I think the city council, in thinking about this, needs to think about what best protects the existing people who live in the community full-time. What is the policy that best protects them? And this is one of the policies proposed that would best or provide greater protection to the existing full-time residents of the community, not just because we're saying that, but because the people who are the professionals in the field who do this every day are saying that it does. And I am still not clear that we are prohibited, since land use authority is vested in TRPA, I'm told, for land use matters, and I would like to have further discussion or have special counsel evaluate the issue in relationship to our authority under TRPA rules. Again, it's about protecting the people who live here first. And I'm willing to take that. I would like to see the council pursue it and just not take it as a matter of fact that we can't do it, because the state of California tells us all kinds of things that we're told we can't do. So, and I'm always reminded, I'm the one that gets reminded that we can't do that because TRPA. So I'd like to know specifically, authoritatively from TRPA, whether or not we can or can't impose such a restriction.
Madam Mayor, may I respond to
Yes,
the
please.
extent that was a question? I'm not telling council you can't establish an age limit of 25 to rent. I'm just disclosing there's a legal risk in doing so. If council wants to do that, we will do that with the risks being disclosed.
Thank you for that, Ms. Stroud. I do have another question, and because it keeps running through my head. I thought, and I can't find it, I'm looking through the ordinance right now, but I'm skimming while we're doing this, that we put something in their language, and I know that we softened up on that language with regards to a professional property manager, but does that fulfill the requirement that TID would need in order to collect TID for all homes that provide vacation home rental?
No, because the way the TID was set up, the fee is set up there, it's only to homes that are managed by a rental agency, so they have multiple properties, and we did allow property managers to be the owner. So some property
Yes.
managers only have one property, and those wouldn't fall under that TID requirement.
Then my follow-up question to that would be, when TID comes to us with a change in their management plan, can we ask them to make that change?
We can ask them. They
Of course.
impose the fee on
That's why I
themselves.
said
And
ask.
I don't know that the individual owners got a vote previously of vacation rentals, so they might need to change their voting structure if that was the case.
Okay, well, that's something that we could consider, and we could ask. I'm making sure that is part of that.
Could we, by legislation, define owner-operators of VHRs as managers for that purposes, so that they get categorized correctly?
That's a question for Ms. Stroud.
Yeah,
That was what I asked.
the TID set their fee and the structure with their own voting system, so that would really be something for them to do, not for the city to do. We could ask them to do that, but they would have the
It would change their
authority.
ownership percentages for who gets what votes on the TID, correct?
Yes, and who gets to vote.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, though, for our data collection issue side, there's the money aspect of the TID, which is non-trivial, and I'll acknowledge that. But from the standpoint of knowing how busy are the VHRs, the idea was we could back that out of the TID data, and now it seems quite definitively, at least for the foreseeable future, it may change later.
Well, then
that
I
we
have a
can't do that.
question about
Yeah.
that. Even if we are not collecting TID, on the TOT form, can we require them to just say how many number of nights are rented?
Yeah,
We could look into that. If we did that, we'd want to put it in the ordinance.
yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
We would want to put it in the ordinance.
Ordinance, thank you.
Either the VHR or the
That doesn't-
TOT.
I'm okay with that. That seems like a much easier fix.
Yeah, that doesn't solve the.
Because I don't care if TID collects the money, I'm more concerned that we have data. And it's just another pinch point of data.
Well, in that case, we should collect room and number of guests aggregate. We don't need it at the granular level, but like each month, how many room nights and how many total guests? That way we know how many people are being brought in.
Put chips in their heads.
Okay. Okay, any other questions for Ms. Stroud or Mr. Irvin? And then we can get into our discussion after public community. Okay, thank you, Ms. Stroud. Okay, now, everybody line up. No, I'm joking. We're going to do public comment on this because I think it's going to be a few, and I think there's probably several online. I'm not going to limit the time. I think that everybody should have their say, but try not to just totally repeat everything that the people before you have already said. Ditto works for us. We appreciate it. Whoever wants to come up, line up.
We're going to need the 3-minute time, the 4-minute or whatever time limit.
It's 3.
3-minute time limit then.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I wasn't going to reduce the amount of time.
Okay.
We do have that ability. We're going to keep it at 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Fabian Moreno. I sent in a letter ahead of time, and I was just hoping for some kind of response in a letter format.
I'm sorry, we do not have a back and forth. You say what you need to say, and then we'll discuss it later.
Sure.
But I will inform you that we all received your email.
Great. And there's two important things I'd like to mention today that are very close to my feelings of the city and the VHR. I operate SouthLakeTahoeKeys.com. I'm the one who sent monopoly money to the city. Number one, today was a special day because it's suicide prevention, and I lost somebody to suicide in January. Despair. The regulations and the burden that you've put on the community during Measure T causes despair. Property rights. Today we're celebrating constitutional rights. Lay off our properties. Stop working in Measure T mentality. You lost. So I just want a resolution. I saw people that have been renting since 1970 leave here in tears. Our government's supposed to help the people, not work against the people. I was harassed. Pictures were taken. Officers visited my house. Bothered my family. What is this, China? So think about it. Because I went down to the police station and filed harassment charges. And my next step, restraining orders. Leave the people alone.
Thank you, sir. I will just clarify, Measure T was not enacted by the city. It was enacted by a citizens initiative, and we followed the law. So whether or not you agree with that, whether or not I even agreed with that, is not so please come forward.
Hello. I apologize ahead of time because I'm not used to standing in front of a bunch of people and talking, so hopefully this goes okay. My name is Scott. Me and my family have been property owners in South Lake Tahoe since 1980. We had one of the first permits in 2003 and held it for 19 years, continually not only maintaining our home and really taking hold of the neighborhood and making sure that our guests were never disturbing anybody. It was one of the only rentals in the neighborhood at the time, so that was really important to us. Plus, South Lake Tahoe is really dear to all of our hearts. So on that note, as we're talking about TOT, for over 12 years, we personally, even though we didn't have a rental company, paid TOT to the city of South Lake Tahoe because we love this community. We wanted to make sure that the money was going in as it should, even though there was that loophole we realized. During that time period, we paid almost $38,000 to the city of South Lake Tahoe, and happy to do so through the TOT until 2021 when Measure T went into effect. When that happened, it greatly changed our opportunity to enjoy South Lake Tahoe. At that point, we were forced to, if we wanted to rent, we could only rent 30 plus days, which pushed us into that long-term rental market, which made it impossible for us to enjoy our own property. We'd then have to rent the property maybe to a J6, some J6ers that would come in and work in the community and help take care of the community over the winter, and then we wouldn't be able to come enjoy our house. Or summer, we'd have maybe some people, a construction crew that wanted to rent our home to work on the new Margaritaville that got done here. And we had them come in town and they stayed with us for 7 months. For 7 months, we couldn't use our house. Really frustrating. You know, I have young children. This is the reason why we maintain this home, is to be able to bring my kids here so they can learn how to ski and enjoy the lake just like I did as a child. We would also like to talk about the potential loss. As far as we see it, just from our home, the city has lost over $22,343 in TOT that you could have received from us, but we haven't been able to. We haven't been forced to pay anything because we're now in long-term rental, and which is not right, probably. I think that the city could definitely benefit from some of those funds, and I'm sure not everybody's going to agree with me on that. A few other things that I'm really frustrated with was the fact that we did not receive our permit. We went through every diligent step that you've asked for. We were charged, I paid an additional over $1,200 to go through every step with the inspections, the application fees, the Ring cameras, the emergency lights, everything. And I didn't get it, even though we were supposed to have preferential treatment. The ordinance of the city, which I believe is 3.50.39A1, says preference to existing permit holders. We did not receive that preference.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. I'm so sorry.
3 minutes?
Please, that was 3 minutes. I'm sorry. But please send us an email and please wait for the conversation, okay?
Can I add one final thing?
One final thing.
One final thing is just that, not only that, but it was a money grab for us because the property that ended up getting the permit instead of us, that's 150 feet away, they never had an existing permit originally, and they got their inspection, passed their inspection, and the city still went through with our inspection, charged us the money, even though they had already issued that permit, and we hadn't even had our inspection yet, and they still went through the inspection, and then said we passed, and then an hour later sent us an email saying we don't get it because of them.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to mention I am in a similar position as the gentleman that just spoke. I held a valid permit, paid my taxes, operated without a single complaint or citation from when the permit process started in 2003 until Measure T. I was proud of being both a homeowner in South Lake Tahoe and also the transient occupancy tax that I generated over the years and decades. When the city opened the priority window, unfortunately, they asked for a deed to my property 5 weeks after I applied. And this is kind of akin to holding someone at the start line of a race, a 10-minute race, for 5 minutes and letting all the other runners go. I went ahead and scheduled and passed my inspection. I complied. I spent over $5,000 getting my house ready, including replacing the water heater with a permit to meet the PAN requirement. My home passed inspection August 21st. 4 days later, I received a notice my permit was denied. A newly issued permit meant a tiny corner of my lawn, probably inches, looking at the map, fell within the 150-foot buffer. Though I complied fully and I was supposed to be prioritized, my permit was denied. Everything I did, the stress, the rushing, was all fruitless. And there were notable flaws in the process. One of the flaws was the late deed request, but to make matters worse, the neighboring property creating the buffer was issued a permit despite no visible right-of-way exterior signage and remains that way to this day. You can go and drive by and see that. It does not comply with city standards. I followed the template, posted my sign, had it installed by a handyman, and I complied with everything. This buffer is less than ideal. It also affects other property owners who may, in fact, find their property values, or when it's time to sell, go down because they are losing the audience of people who might want to have a second home and rent it. I think there's a better way. It's a way you discussed earlier. Replace the buffer with a cap, citywide or neighborhood-wide. Pair the cap with strict enforcement of performance standards. Continue to prioritize homeowners with proven histories and good compliance. This approach addresses community concerns without denying long-term owners the ability to use their property as intended. I want to mention that this property caused me not only financial harm, all of these things are on my credit card, I'm a single parent, it also is something that's caused me emotional harm. I hope you would treat people the way that you would want to be treated, and this was not a good way to treat a long-term compliant person. Thank you.
Mr. Fry.
Good morning, Council. I appreciate VHRs being on the agenda today and the city's hard work on this issue. I'm here to discuss my primary concern of the buffering policy. In the 8-week priority window, only 85 permits were secured while at least 50 were buffered out. Buffering is blocking far more permits than expected, making the target of 1,288 permits unrealistic and undermining the city's intent. It has also created major rollout problems, which I'm surprised to not see mentioned in the staff report. Many owners with approved and paid applications invested significant money and time to meet inspection requirements, only to be denied and forfeit fees because a neighbor's inspection was processed first. Others were buffered out due to clerical errors or delays, and some believe permits were issued out of order. Challenges are inevitable in any new program, but buffering magnifies trivial issues into unfair, high-stakes consequences. The result is frustration, inequity, and a process that arbitrarily assigns winners and losers to a group already harmed by Measure T. Buffering also ignores property size, treating multi-acre parcels the same as small lots, and broadly punishes the industry and economy instead of targeting bad actors who data show are very few. Effective enforcement can address those issues without harming compliant owners. Buffering is not a predictable or equitable way to manage permits. I urge the city to eliminate it and to ensure all preferred group members, including those previously blocked, to be able to receive a permit if they choose. Unrelated, I also support classifying commercial and recreation zones with TCAP, and I encourage the city to revisit its recent change in condo classification that unexpectedly prohibits them from being VHRs. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Mr. Salmon, I see you teeing up.
Yeah. All right. Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. I want to begin with the process because the staff report before you today presents a partial and biased picture that does not reflect the reality homeowners are facing clearly. The 150-foot buffer is the clearest example of a policy that fails both in practice and in principle. As you're hearing, applicants are pouring thousands of dollars into inspections and compliance steps, only to be denied days, sometimes hours later, because a neighbor's application happened to be processed first. 65 homeowners, and it sounds from Mr. Irvin closer to 90, have already been blocked this way, with no refunds and no recourse, most of these being preferred applicants. Meanwhile, the city's own data shows that newly permitted STRs have generated 0 complaints, 0 citations. There is simply no evidence that clustering is the issue, whether in South Lake or in the staff cited jurisdictions, which are poor examples, poor comparisons, and do not reflect our unique local context. One standalone, poorly managed rental can create as much or more disruption than 4 responsible ones on the same block. The problem is not proximity, it is enforcement. This buffer is arbitrary. It pits neighbor against neighbor and undermines the city's goal of restoring fairness and stability to the program. Commercial and recreation zones should be treated like the tourist core. The tourist core area plan has looser restrictions because it is recognized as compatible with tourism. So too are our commercial and recreation zones, and as such should be treated the same way. Otherwise, existing permits in those areas will be unfairly lost at renewal, even though those rentals have historically shown little or no nuisance issues. Condos and townhomes continue to be misclassified. They are not multifamily apartments. They are HOA communities that already regulate use, impose rules, and charge significant dues. In places like the Tahoe Keys, owners currently pay $1,600 a month in HOA fees. That is not workforce housing. If condos are allowed in the TCAP, there is no reason to exclude them elsewhere. Let each HOA govern themselves and let them put it to vote with their owners. The current code is being poorly misinterpreted. On renter age, families increasingly choose vacation homes over hotels, especially in Tahoe, where many hotels are outdated or push families into the casino corridor that focus on gambling instead of family experiences. If the concern is disruptive parties, then council should continue to explore a legally sound path to a 25-year-old minimum rental age. The intent is valid and deserves a solution. The bigger picture, there is too much focus on STRs taking away from housing, when in fact they generate the tax revenue to support it. Yet funds are used on projects like Sugarpine Village, where units cost taxpayers double market value to build, and in some cases, locals are being turned away. Thank you. Please don't delay. Make a good decision today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Salmon. Mr. Teixeira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, staff, and ladies and gentlemen. For the record, Steve Teixeira on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. Well, no surprise to you that there are a number of concerns about the current ordinance. You're hearing about them today, and I know you've heard about them prior to today. Please listen to the concerns. Our comments today focus on the 150-foot buffer provision. The staff report said 65 have been buffered out. I think the city manager amended that more recently to be 93. And how many of those were, and we've heard a couple of people talk today about they were in that category of having a permitting preference, but they were not able to get a permit. This is a problem. We know that the city website stated very clearly that if there's an application deemed complete ahead of yours that is within the 150-foot buffer and receives a permit while your application is pending, you will not be eligible to receive a permit and your application will be denied. The staff report that you have in your packet today makes no mention of the frustration that we've already heard expressed here today and the anger that is generated with this process. The city's handling of VHR regulations continues to include provisions that are arbitrary and capricious, and the code enforcement data that you heard again today from staff doesn't justify a buffering provision. As a business organization, we at Tahoe Chamber interact constantly with business owners and operators. We regularly hear concerns about overregulation, the increased cost of overregulation on their businesses, the lack of consistency in implementation, and the chilling effect that these factors have on the business investment climate in this community. Later on your agenda today, you'll hear a report about strategies to grow and diversify the city's economy. That's a strategic priority that came out of your recent council retreat. The stated purpose of this is to create an environment that attracts diverse investment in our community and supports existing businesses. But your current VHR ordinance does not contribute to the city's reputation as a good place to invest, either for property or business. You can't separate the city's climate as a good location for residential and business. They are intertwined. The city's history has many examples of people who moved here and became investors and owners in local business. Let's continue that. The Chamber respectfully urges you today as city policymakers to direct changes to the VHR ordinance that improve the city's reputation as a good location for investment. The changes you direct today should include the elimination of the buffer provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teixeira. Is there anyone else? We're going to not do that, okay, just because we're going to let everybody speak. Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Karen Leonard, and I am a homeowner in Gardner Mountain. I've owned my property since 2011. I'd like to just say ditto to all of the buffering issues. I agree. I've previously sent in a letter specifically on the buffering issues. I would like to speak today specifically about my property. I'd also submitted in writing. There's a question to how citations are being counted. I had in a 2-year period of time, there were 5 events on my property that resulted in 10 citations being issued because they issued 1 to me and 1 to the tenant. The 5 were all appealed and 3 were dismissed at a hearing. However, I'm being told that I still have 6 counting against me, even though there were only 5 calls. The citations were not for different events. I mean, the 2 issued, it's not that 1 was parking and 1 was noise. It was just that 1 was issued to me and 1 was issued to the renter. They had the same case number on both, and the case numbers were dismissed at hearing. However, I'm being told that the second citation that was issued to the renter still is counting against me. Additionally, I applied as a preferred owner because I did have a valid permit that expired. My permit had not been revoked. And then at the time, I was told that there were outstanding fines that I'd never been made aware of because they were issued to renters, and that there were outstanding violations also issued to renters. And I prepared a table that shows the 5 events and how they're being counted to add up to 6 despite being appealed and dismissed. So I'd like to provide that, and I am looking for clarification. I'm hopeful that it's not the intent of the council to count each event as 2 citations, because I just don't think that's appropriate. They were not, it was not that a noise one was issued, a parking one was issued. 2 parking citations were issued at the same time. One was cleared, and then apparently the other remains counting against me. I don't have any ability to compel a renter to appeal a citation. They pay their fee, they go home. I'm being told that they would have had to appeal it separately, even though mine was dismissed. So I just don't think it's being applied correctly, and it's not being applied as it was historically. So, at the time when my permit expired, I did have 2 upheld citations, not 6. And now I'm being told it's 6. I have paid the 2 renter fines, even though they were to be collected from the renter. I did pay those just to clear them, hopefully clear this up. We love our South Lake Tahoe home. My family loves to come here. I don't want to have to turn it into a long-term rental. Ideally, my goal is to retire here. So.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonard. If you could please give your table to the city clerk, and she'll distribute it to us.
Thank you.
Is it the same table that was
It's
in
the
your
same
email?
one.
to
Oh,
Kim?
okay,
I've already
then we all got that. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I just thought it was
I
different.
appreciate
Thank you.
your time.
Mr. Brower.
Thank you very much, and I just want to make these very brief. There was some question about, in the discussion about, can an individual short-term property owner place restrictions? I did contact Airbnb on this. The response was, as per Airbnb policy, hosts may not impose different terms or conditions or decline a reservation because of a guest's age or familial status unless such restrictions are required by applicable law or regulations. So I just wanted to clear up that for all of you. And then I appreciate Councilman Robbins' comments. Los Angeles does actually have a ordinance in place that restricts rentals age 25 and under. Their caveat is that they do allow it if they have 3 positive reviews. So I'd encourage the council and Attorney Stroud to perhaps look at the Los Angeles ordinance to see if there's a way around that. Of all the difficult topics you have with the short-term rental questions, this is probably the one that almost everyone is in agreement on with the legal hurdles involved. So I'd encourage looking at those Los Angeles regulations to see if there's a way we can get around this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brower. Mr. Mosher? Chop, chop.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. You should know that by now. Yeah, looking at what's in your agenda packet here. First of all, on the part that says requires VHR owners outside tourist core area plan to use local property manager to check in guests and go over the rules, ensure compliance with operating conditions, blah, 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 blah. Said previously, this is really just to benefit the realtors and property manage companies here. Does no good having them show up an hour later. Somebody has to show up within an hour. If there's a complaint or anything, it's who's renting the house is the person responsible. If your son or daughter gets a speeding ticket or runs a stop sign or something, the cop stops them or anything, you don't have to show up within an hour, and the crime's been committed. So that's really all this is, the benefit, and give them the money. There's 35-40%, and in some cases even more. It's a very profitable business. So, and that's why they're here. Change of occupancy from up to 5 children under age 13, not counting towards the occupancy limit. This is, again, probably to help benefit, soccer teams, the CUFA come up for air tournaments and basketball tournaments you want to have at the rec center and stuff here for the benefit of that. If you have a 1-bedroom and you can put 2 people in and 5 kids, who wants that? But that's what is allowed under this. And aside from bachelor and bachelorette parties, kids are the worst, young kids. I mean, they have no concept of property lines and whatsoever, and they just, they're on vacation and they just run all over the place and on other people's properties do things. And like I said, they just have no spatial recognition. Second or third or fourth home is a luxury. Means you've created enough to own it and maintain it. And not just a down payment and then make it VHR to make your payments and meet your mortgage and maintain it. So, also the 25-year-old issue, they can just have one person, 26-year-old, and rent it. That's how they'll get around that. So, 10-year-olds are renting e-scooters here. So, and you can't enforce that and don't enforce that at all. So there's your problem. The only other thing is El Dorado County noted that since implementing the buffer requirement, they've seen a reduction in developers seeking TRPA housing allocations. So now they have excess of them available. So there's your answer right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Is there anyone else? Oh, I'm sorry. Please come. Mr. Messina is going to let you go. No, come on.
Mine is just very brief. I feel like it's almost stereotypical that these people are losing their rentals. Like they're all wealthy people that can afford to take the financial blow. I mean, this has been very emotional. I've seen what my sister's been going through. It's emotional, financially bad. You've got people who have gotten family homes that are in jeopardy of having to sell these properties. And it's just targeting the wealthy as if it's no impact. And it is a huge impact on many people. And if all these people who were struggling put their houses on the market, you're going to have a lot of houses on the market, and the values will drop. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Mr. Messina.
Slow here. Greetings. Glad to see you all again. This is an observation, not a complaint. There's been a lot of discussion about the buffer zones. And the original intent of the buffer zone was so that a house would not be completely surrounded with VHRs. And I can see that. I wouldn't care. Actually, I'd prefer that to some of my neighbors. We have a vacation home next door, and it's much better than my other neighbors. Our lots in South Lake Tahoe are 50 by 100 feet standard size, mostly. But that means that with the 150-foot buffer, there's 3 non-VHR lots in a row spacing between the VHRs, which kind of exceeds the original intent, I think, of the buffer. If they reduced the buffer to 75 feet, no parcel in the 50 by 100-foot parcels would have more than one VHR adjacent to it. So by cutting the distance in half, you might eliminate a lot of the issues and allow more people to be able to have VHRs without surrounding another home with VHRs, which I would actually prefer. But anyway, just something to consider is reducing that to 75 feet. There would only be one VHR per parcel adjacent to it. So that would probably solve the problem. If you address this, I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Going once. Okay. Do we have anyone on Zoom, Ms. Blankenship?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I currently see about 8 hands raised.
Okay.
So first we will go to Hagiri. Vince Hagiri, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name.
I'm Vince Hagiri. I have been a homeowner in Lake Tahoe, South Lake Tahoe since 2007. I'm a law-obedient citizen. I really care about my neighborhood. I know all my neighbors. They all know me. This Measure T was a burden. I purchased a home as an investment for my retirement, and then eventually moved to South Lake Tahoe, like one of the other ladies was saying. I would say ditto to a lot of the items that was already mentioned. But what really triggered my my inquiry, Mr. Jenkins knows about it because I've been communicating with him and Mr. Jeff. I can't remember his last name, but we were discriminated. This sounds like a discrimination when you're waiting because the city asked for deed of trust, and then your next door neighbor who had violation previous years during the Measure T compliance, he got or she got the permit. And one of the guidelines was, if I recall correctly, as a preferred permit holder, you're not to have any violation. I invested, just like the other lady, in bringing the property up to the inspection point. And then once we provided my merit certificate, which I don't know why it was requested, and someone else showed up on our VHR, which I have no idea why. That's why we had to provide the deed of trust. It got delayed because the city made a mistake. And so the other person got it. And yes, we are 150 feet apart. And unfortunately, now I'm 65, 67 years old, and I want to retire. But now all of my plans are going to be basically messed up. And I have 2 kids, I have grandkids, and I want to be able to leave them something. But unfortunately, this will really tie my hands. I had planned for it. I had budgeted for it. I'm an accountant. I live by numbers and money. And unfortunately, it did really put a damper on me. And I request, and I suggest, remove it like everybody else is asking, or just don't grant it in the whole neighborhood. It feels discrimination. Thank you for listening, and I hope that you will make a change.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, next up we have Mr. Pierce.
Well, good morning, Mayor, members of the council. This is Andrew Pierce. I'm the attorney for the Tahoe Property Owners Group. I'm the one who got Measure T set aside with the assistance of the group. We've been looking at this. Some of the key members have already talked to you today. There are legal issues with buffering. And those jurisdictions, some of them are going to face legal challenges. The Las Vegas ordinance has been put on hold, both because of slow processing, which we've also seen in this county, or this city, I'm sorry. But also in California, we have Government Code Section 65852 that says that for a general law city, you cannot, you have to have uniformity in your zoning. The buffer zone is in effect spot zoning, and I don't think it will withstand legal challenge. Also, in the cases that have allowed buffering, typically liquor stores or adult bookstores, there have been police reports showing an increase of crime in and around those areas. There's no similar evidence here. I just want to give you some examples. If there's 59 people who lost their permits, about half of them have called me in the last 3 weeks. One of them was a Los Altos school teacher, public school teacher. Her property's been in her family for 49 years. She's 5 to 10 minutes from the casinos. She had a VHR permit since 2003 with no complaints. She's losing out because of a neighbor got a permit faster than she did under the system. I have another client who's a shrimp wholesaler. He first became interested in the area in the 1970s. He's probably paid $250,000 in TOT over the years. His property is on Bonita Road. He doesn't even know where the neighboring property is. There's nothing, he has no neighbors. I take it they're very large parcels that happen at corners that abut each other. But the 150-foot rule has taken him out of the market after all which he's been in since the 80s. I have another client, she may have talked to you earlier today, who's a professor at Cal Poly. She spent $1,000 on a permit and $4,000 on upgrades, only to be told there's a house across the street, 4 houses down, that was going to prevent her from getting a permit. The outcome, if you stay on this course, is likely to be legal action. I just want to comment quickly on the other points. My clients have not given me instructions on the 25 year age. I will say, if you said you can only have a permit if you don't rent to Jews or blacks, we all know that would be illegal. If you think age is totally immune from constitutional protection, I don't think that will be the case. I want to finally comment on condos. Individuals in the Tamarack Meadows and in the Tahoe Keys.
All right,
and
thank
some-
you. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Right, there are homes that are adjacent but do not have.
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Pierce,
They
your
are
time
being
is,
prevented.
your
from
time is
getting
up.
permits.
All right, next up, we have Ms. Sanborn.
Hi, thank you, council, for hearing me today. My name is Heidi Sanborn. I've testified before. I am a homeowner of over 10 years in Pioneer Village. We have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath that we bought, fixed it up, helped get the neighbors to fix it up. We're very proud of it, and we are thrilled to have gotten our permit back. And we thank you, thank you, thank you. We've had so far 8 different guests come through the house, and they were wonderful. We've had guests that were a couple with kids, a couple with dogs, 2 couples with 2 dogs, people on vacation. And I love this letter that you put together because it does help us say no to people when they're asking for, I mean, I have no problem saying no to people, but the Good Neighbor contract was very helpful in getting people to be aware of the rules and being a good neighbor. So we thank you for that. Unfortunately, you know, what I hear happening with this buffer is what I was terrified would happen to us, and we're just lucky. But I feel very sorry for the people that are speaking that have a house that we have invested in it and getting it up to speed. And I just want to back them up that this was my big worry, that one of our neighbors would get a permit before we did, and then we'd be locked out. I would urge the council to reconsider the buffer in that let the people who are good, in good standing, keep their permit, get that first. And yes, it might be within the 150 feet for now, but over time, you just grandfather them. And then over time, you set those rules for any new permits to not let them be within that buffer area that you want to set. So that would be my recommendation to keep the city out of litigation. I do want to congratulate the city manager. I think he's a wonderful city manager, and this is a hard process for all of you. But we've already generated $2,000 in taxes, plus all the fees and things that we've paid. And many good people are back in town using the businesses and providing more tax and revenue for our streets and our community. So thank you again for all that you're doing to make the city better. Thanks for having me.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started again. If you want to come forward, sir, we'll hear you, since you were so patient. There it goes.
There it goes. Thank you so much for being here and allowing me to speak. My name is Davey Chang, and I have been coming up to Tahoe since, actually, funny story, before I even got here, I was on the call, which dropped out, and I just happened to be on my 3-hour drive, passing by the city hall. So I made a U-turn and drove right in to be able to speak here. Thank you. So I've been coming to Tahoe since I was a teenager, about 17 years old. Had stayed at motels, Airbnbs, hotels as well, and have enjoyed my experience throughout. I echo what everyone's speaking about prior to me about the fairness, and it really hurts actually to hear some of the pain that people are going through, and I'm fully supportive of that. My request is actually a bit of an aside. I'm actually closing on a property now in Tahoe because, well, I want to be able to share with my 2, hopefully 3 children eventually, the joys of coming to Tahoe and to ski and snowboard and go to the lake and whatnot. So I am very hopeful that this property, it closes fine. I'm not wealthy enough to be able to support it without supplemental income from short-term rentals. So I do hope that does work out. My specific request is just to have a bit more transparency, if it's possible, to understand where I am in the queue, if you will. If there is a chance that a neighbor is within the 150-foot buffer, I'd like to know that because that would inform my decision of whether to move forward with this property or to try to find something else. And that's it. I don't need to go any further than that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for taking the time to stop. We'll go back to our Zoom platform.
Great. Next up, we have Mr. Lentz.
Hi, good morning, Mayor and Council. Ditto on the buffers. I did submit a letter, so I hope you received it. I kind of went to a little bit more detail on some of the issues I've seen with the buffering, and I pointed out specifically the Tahoe Keys, not because there's 1 or 2 parcels that I find issues with, but it's like the majority of the keys have parcel lines that extend sometimes hundreds of feet into the navigable waterways. And these 150-foot buffers are placed around these parcel lines. So you have a home, for example, that if where the shoreline in the property goes out 150 feet in some cases, and then you add another 150 feet on that. So essentially it's like a 300-foot buffer on those properties. So you can see in my letter that there's quite an impact. Another speaker also noted that most parcels in the city, a lot of them are the 50-foot wide parcels. That's what mine is. So it's just that's when you apply a 150-foot buffer. So my background is GIS. That's what I actually went to college for. As how my career and planning started, and kind of what got me to where I am today. So I understand it's a great, amazing tool, but there are limitations. There are also margins of error. So I did kind of explain this a little bit in my letter that the city doesn't make up its own parcel data. It gets that from the county assessor's office. The assessor has a disclaimer on their data that there can be discrepancies. That's size of lots, or for example, are not 100% accurate in times, and it could be off by several feet. So if you base a buffer, a 150-foot buffer, where most of your properties are 50 feet wide, there are chances where people are getting buffered out based off of 6 inches, 1 foot, 2 foot, whatever. That could be within this margin of error. So I think that's something that council really needs to take serious consideration. The other issue I have here is the start time on 8/23 at 9 a.m. And these are conversations that I've had with folks where applicants have been submitting applications at 9 a.m. In one case, there was a lady, hopefully she can speak, maybe she did already, where she has a timestamp email of 9 o'clock and 18 seconds, and somebody beat her. Another new application beat her, was inspected, and a permit was issued prior to hers even being accepted. And so it appears that this portal on 8/23 at 9 a.m., that the city actually did not lock it to before 9 a.m., that it was actually open. So a lot of property owners went in, understandably, if they log in at 8:30 and they see it's open, they applied for a permit prior to the advertised 9 a.m. start time. I did a public records request.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Lynch. Your time is up. All right, next up we have Mr. Dugan Smith. Mr. Smith, are you with us? It's your time to talk. Last call for Dugan Smith.
I think I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Council. Just a lot of ditto on the buffering. I spoke to you before this went into effect and said that it's very complex and random and weird, and we're seeing that already. Not only just in the tragedy of who gets a permit and who doesn't, but you're looking at the map as it's filling in right now, and you're not seeing very many properties that are 150 feet apart. It's much more common that their buffers are touching or even a little offset. So that effective distance is going to be a lot bigger than 150 feet. And the numbers you're going to generate at the end of this are much lower than you expected. It's also just weird that a similar sized house in Tahoe, Tyrol has a much smaller buffer exclusion zone than a house on a big lot or a house in the Keys with those funny things. So people are being denied in one area where they're having less impact than people that are being accepted in another area. And what you're going to start to see now is the secondary effect that I was warning of, is you're not allowing the VHRs back into these historical VHR properties in historical tourist neighborhoods, and you're going to start to see that migration into more local and affordable neighborhoods. The city manager mentioned that there were no complaints and no citations, which is awesome. It's not really unexpected. These are sort of our best people that have been waiting a long time. And in general, VHRs are not a problem. I do have firsthand knowledge of people calling in unpermitted VHRs in the last couple of months, and they haven't felt like they've got a great response. So I'd just like to really urge that you follow up strongly on people that are skirting all these rules and to the detriment of the people that are following all the boxes and everything. One last thing is vacation rentals are generally dual use properties. So I've had a QVHR and I have a permit on my house now, but I'm only going to rent it for a month, a year, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. So the whole TID data thing, I don't think you want all your VHRs full all the time. And there's a definite model for people that live here seasonally or even full-time or want to rent part-time to long-term tenants that still want a vacation rental permit. So take that into account with your statistics and also with your rules apply to everyone. So that's bad policy. You're actively encouraging full-time vacation rentals that aren't also used as a second home, a permanent residence, or a seasonal residence. So I think the reason for that was it was used as an excuse, but 2019 data shows that there was only 8 calls out of 220 something that cited owner occupancy as an excuse. And in those cases that
Thank you,
probably—
Mr. Smith. Your
no
time is
citation.
up. Thank you so much. All right, next up, we have caller with the last 4 digits of your telephone number, 1008. Caller with the last 4 digits of your telephone number are 1008. You're on with council.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Wallace and council members, this is Lisa Underwood, and I'm speaking on behalf of Tahoe Keys Resort and the 65 owners we represent. The current buffer zone rules have caused significant confusion and increased animosity among neighbors. Several applicants with approved and paid applications invested time and money to prepare for inspections, some even passed inspections, only to later be rejected due to buffering. We have 2 homes under management that in the same week passed inspections, and then the next day were told someone beat them to the permit. Neither of these owners received notification that there were any pending permits in their neighborhood. That is truly an unjust process. This unpredictability has left applicants feeling misled and unfairly treated, particularly in light of paying the $800 plus fee associated with the inspection process, jumping through hoops to ensure all of that was in compliance, the high of actually passing and then receive an email in the next day or two saying, oh, sorry, someone beat you to the permit, and no, we're not going to refund the fees. That's totally unconscionable. After seeing this play out for any of our owners that did actually receive notification that someone had applied near them, I was very firm in the discussion that this process was not playing out fairly, and there was a huge risk in losing not only the $800 application and inspection fee, but also the investment required to pass the inspection, which included replacement of fire extinguishers with one level higher, noise monitor subscription, exterior cameras, signs, and labor, often adding another $500 easily to the process. So for us, 2 that passed and were buffered out, and an additional 6 that faced the buffering challenge. That is 32% of our preferred owner group affected by the buffering issue, and that's even before the August 23rd general enrollment. I'm not sure if you as council members are aware of the numerous technical, miscommunication, and clerical issues that occurred during the first few weeks of this process. It caused delays that absolutely could have resulted in many owners not receiving their permits. I was told that trust documents to prove ownership and preferred status were having to be reviewed individually by the city attorney. That's an overwhelming request in itself. So 2.5 months into this process and less than 150 permits have been issued. And now those preferred applicants who were promised priority appear to be competing directly with new applicants. One caveat to this messy system is that the team overseeing the program, and especially Jeff Roberson, have been quick to fix the errors and work to a resolution on any issues encountered. We're all adults in this room. We know that life is not fair, but property owners have a reasonable expectation to believe that their government is acting in their best interest and that a program designed to cure a breach by direction of the court would indeed be designed to provide as many of the former owners as possible.
Thank you,
Thank
you, Ms. Underwood. Your time is up. Thank you. All right, next up we have Ms. Soderston.
Yes, thank you. Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I am no fan of vacation rentals. I am one of the people that thinks they should be banned. However, I do have to agree with most people here that this buffer is not working. And the primary reason that I supported a buffer had nothing to do with sound concerns or anything of that nature. It was more about the bears again, that these vacation rentals, second homes are generally the places where the bears are sleeping during the winter or, where they're being attracted to. So I think a compromise would be to, again, go back to a bear ordinance, require vacation rentals to have bear wiring, have bear mats. We saw in the paper that it's not that expensive. I've talked to a bunch of people in the community. We believe that we could actually fund a community fund that would help support giving rebates back on those that do install bear wiring on their homes. But that is the main issue, is that when we have these clusters of vacation rentals, there is no person in the homes to monitor what is going on in between rentals. So having them sparse and spaced out was great, because then you have locals in between that can keep an eye on them, can make sure trash is secured. When they're clustered, we can't do that as easily. So having a bear ordinance in place would really make me feel better. And I kind of think that the sound requirements, the sound monitoring requirements are from the right state of mind, but I don't think they're going to solve the problems that we're having with the vacation rentals. So perhaps redirect it to a bear ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, next up we have Nicole Ladd.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. Morning, Mayor and council members. As always, thank you for your hard work surrounding this issue. It's obviously a hot topic. I just appreciated the last person's comments. It was very interesting to hear that even, somebody that would be a proponent of the ban, doesn't feel buffering is working. That's a very, very, I hope that resonates with the council and you guys really take that person's opinion to heart, because You know, I think any one of us can see that buffering, you know, while it had great intentions, it's not working. It's a bit of a mess. It's caused a lot of discrimination, errors, preferential treatment. Preferred owners were not, some preferred owners got their permits, not all of them. Ditto to what Caleb, Mark, Lisa Underwood just said. I just think we need to go back to a cut and dry method that takes discrimination and all that out of it. We just need to go back to a cap and a wait list, which is virtually the same thing anyways, just minus, you know, all the downsides that come with buffering, as we've seen, you know, long time, 30+ year homeowners that aren't able to get a permit because somebody was quicker to hit submit. It's super, super unjust. I know there's a lot of upset people. There's talks of lawsuits, and it's just really sad because this was not our intention, you know, when we started discussing this. So again, I'm a proponent of getting rid of buffering, going back to a cap and a wait list, and just allowing enforcement to do what it needs to do, and you know, essentially what everybody else said. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, next up we have Mr. Asbury. Mr. Eric Asbury, you're up next. Last call for Mr. Asbury.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I guess I was on mute. I apologize. Good morning, City Council and staff. For the record, my name is Eric Asbury. I just wanted to reiterate what other people have said as far as the buffer. I strongly feel that the buffer it's just discriminatory. It's unfair. It leaves the city open for litigation and lawsuits. It goes against the goals of the city, which should be pro-business. This is anti-business with the buffers. It also reduces the income that the TOT tax for the city that can be used for a lot of good stuff like fixing roads and whatnot. I just wanted to encourage the city council to please reconsider the buffer and hopefully just come to the resolution that it should just be done away with altogether. As you heard from a lot of other speakers, they have had challenges, and it's really created a lot of inefficiency with the process and making the program look bad. But I wanted to praise you guys on the hard work you've done thus far on this topic. And it just seems that this is just one of those things that potentially needs to be readdressed and reconsidered to hopefully just get rid of the buffer, and that across the board, I think both parties, people that are for the short-term rentals and against it will be happy in the end because of peace in the neighborhoods and then income coming into the city. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Budell Parsons.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing from us today. Ditto on the buffer. My name is Karen Parsons, and my husband Joel and I have been homeowners since 2017 when we had a VHR permit in good standing, no citations up until Measure T. So we're asking today that the city reinstate all prior permit holders, including those issued after September 2016, if in good standing. But specifically, I wanted to ask you to revisit what's considered multifamily dwellings and the interpretations that seem to be made by the city departments that seem to be outside standard building code definitions. We have a VHR permit, but we love spending time in South Lake Tahoe, especially with the local businesses along 50 and the Y in particular. And last year spent over 75% of our time in town enjoying all that the city has to offer. We also work with a top-rated property management firm. But what's happened is you ask people to send emails outlining their situation, and we were initially rejected by saying that our property does not qualify under the city ordinance for condo multifamily. We then submitted city and county records where our property is listed as a single family residence. We then got a response from the VHR department referring us to development services, another department, where we engaged with some emails with John Hitchcock, the planning manager. Again, he said we weren't eligible as a city files were showing that we had a common wall, which was what is under the multifamily dwelling interpretation. And I want to be clear that we then submitted additional drawings, architectural drawings approved by the city that show two distinct, separate and independent walls with our home to our neighbor. But we then heard back from John Hitchcock and the Development Services that because it is, quote, attached, it is a shared wall. I want to be clear in referencing building code standards in California and International Building Code that our property does not have a shared wall. It's two separate adjacent walls with their own studs, sheathing, and insulation. By definition, independent structural assemblies, not a demising or party wall. So we're really confused with that interpretation. We have been denied again through this course, which means now we're asked to appeal, which would then generate an additional $380 in revenue for the city by us submitting an appeal. And our concern there is that we've been told that VHR permit denials that are appealed to the Planning Commission are final. So we're concerned that already we've seen evidence International Building Code, California Building Code is not being applied in this situation. And it's eerily similar to our experience when we initially got our permit and were asked to go through a roundabout process. So thank you for hearing my comments, and we really hope that you consider the interpretation of some of these definitions.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Peter Popov.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Pete Popov, homeowner here with my wife since 2009. Love our place, love South Lake Tahoe and everything it has to offer. So ditto to everything said about the buffer zone, I just want to add two things. One is this rule is morally unjustified. It is morally unjustified because the city of San Jose, of South Lake Tahoe, I'm sorry, is selecting arbitrarily winners and losers, because this is exactly what you're doing with that rule. You're selecting which neighbor may be able to generate revenue in order to pay their mortgage or their property tax, and the neighbor next to him may be forced to sell his property because he cannot generate any revenue. That is morally unjustified. Second, I think you have a good sense now for how many people are opposed to this rule. And I guarantee you, if you do not change the rule to something that is truly fair, there will be a lawsuit, okay? And the city will have to spend money defending itself. And this time, not only defend itself, but maybe defend itself in a lawsuit situation where people are trying to recover lost revenue. The city can do better with its revenue and time and energy than defending itself against lawsuits, which ultimately are unfair to the homeowners here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And there's no additional hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll bring it back to council for discussion. I, however, do have a few questions and comments. Ms. Stroud, as the speakers were speaking, a thought popped into my head, and I was wondering if you have the same opinion about the 25 minimum age restriction, if we were to make it concurrent with how we're also asked about the, or we're tasked today with the residential versus all the other zones. So if we were to say a 25 minimum age restriction in any residentially zoned property versus the recreation, commercial, and TCAP.
Same legal risk would be there, but again, I'm not telling council you can't do it.
You're just giving us advice. Okay. And then I just want to make a comment really quick. I think that part of the conversation we were having about TID, which is the Tourism Improvement District, versus TOT, Transient Occupancy Tax, there was a little bit of confusion. I want to be very clear. TOT is legally required for everybody. TID is only required, according to staff, by those who are professionally managed. Okay. I will let other council members talk now. Mr. Irving, you have something.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Mayor, members of the council, public, I was taking diligent notes as I was listening to public comment, and I want to just highlight when this ordinance was brought back and put in place, we were tasked, as I said at the beginning, to create a process that was fair and equitable. We created a VHR team, staff members from many departments that would be involved in reviewing the permits and ensuring that there's consistency in what we were reviewing prior to issuing, recognizing the complications from having an error if we issued a property out of turn and what that would do for future buffering from the initial application. So I think I remember one of the statements we had when we were creating this process is that it was very much a first come, first serve. Applicants better have their information ready if they want to stay in the position of the process that they were in. Some of that had complexities with regards to, was a preferred owner still the current owner? How did their legal structure change? And we needed to review documentation. We requested that. And I know that I'm very empathetic, and I understand that people are putting their heart and souls into this, and I know that caused some concern and stress, but we had to create a process that took out human error. We created processes, electronic notifications that went out to applicants saying, if a permit was issued, or if someone is in your buffer, received a determination of completeness, the applicant was notified of that information that they may proceed at their own risk. We tried our best. I'm sure there was not 100% perfect accuracy, but like all of our permitting processes, we need feedback and we work to improve it. We did refund monies if someone had scheduled an inspection and the inspection that they had scheduled did not occur because they received notification that someone in front of them received a permit prior to that inspection actually happening. Because the goal that the city implements when we process and review permits is to recoup the cost for the services we provide, not to extract extra dollars for services we don't provide. I just want to highlight that, Mayor.
I think you answered my other question. Okay, thank you. Mr. Jenkins.
First of all, this has been a good conversation on all parties' parts. And please remember that when the council, after Measure T, the decision on Measure T, that the council tried to come up with what they thought was the best compromise as the council itself. So that was their effort, and in doing so, new things create problems. I don't blame staff for implementing what the council set as policy. Yeah, there's some technical issues in there, but the policy and how it's written, 150-foot buffer, created all kinds of issues. I personally did not favor the buffer, and I said that in the beginning. I said that 3 months ago. I'll say it again. I think it's, to use a word that's been used a couple of times, I think it's arbitrary. It was not with any malintent. I think it was just done to try and address concerns that community members had. And I think now we've had experience. The council made it very clear that enforcement would be the tool. Unlike in the past, enforcement would be the tool to ensure that the neighborhoods are quiet. I appreciated also the comment by the caller who talked about bears. We have to bear-proof all our properties, not just rentals, but we have to bear-proof them to protect that valuable species. I think that the area, I mentioned this earlier, the examples used of where there's buffers, it was done in a malice way, but I think it has nothing to do with us. I think it's a totally different area. This is not typical California city. We're the only city, 482 cities in California that live in the basin. we attract over 15 to 17 million people a year as visitors who are the primary source of our economy, jobs, economic success. And so I hope that we do things that encourage success, encourage local employment, encourage people to afford housing by creating a good environment for people to visit, as long as they behave. And in respect to the people who have VHRs, if we expand and get rid of this artificial buffer, they're either going to behave, they're going to follow the rules, or they're not going to have permits, because we'll take them away. And I just want that clear. But that's where I'm coming from. And I guess that's all for now. And I'm prepared to make a motion when it's appropriate, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Irvin, for touching base on the permit process. There's definitely been a lot of frustration voiced today on that. You and I spoke about it before, and you seem very confident that people were being notified with other permittees close by, and the timing involved and all that, and that they were being notified. And I was wondering if you can talk a little bit more about that briefly, and when people are coming back with those kind of complaints, are you investigating? Did they actually get notified? Just to be compliant and helpful, from our side. I just wondering if you could just talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Roberts. There was circumstances when I would receive an email from an applicant expressing their displeasure in our process, and I worked with the chief of police who was overseeing the VHR division on the permitting aspect, who would look into the matter, investigate it, and report back to me. Most times I received those complaints, there was email notifications that were sent out as they should have been. I'd like to ask the chief to chime in a little bit on that question, if I may, because he was more intimately tied to it, with it happening at his office.
Yeah, regarding the messaging, I think your question is, are there times where it didn't happen? And there is the potential that there were times that didn't happen, but what we saw was two parallel processes. So when you have, let me go back in the process. So when we developed this process, we knew that it needed to be pretty bulletproof. We expected that there would be scrutiny on this by VHR advocates and VHR people that don't want the VHRs. So we developed this process so that we took out almost all human components to it, so that it was transparent, because we wanted to have an audit trail that allowed somebody to come back and review and look at everything that had transpired with a particular application and then a particular permit. So as far as when their messaging may not have gone out, so if we had two applications at the same time going from it's completed and accepted and it's moving to inspection and go over to inspection, if they're happening at the same time and there's no neighbor that beats them out for a permit in the area, they're not going to get that notification that the potential exists for somebody buffering them out. Not at that point. If the delay was a day or two, then they probably would have got that where one person got the permit was issued, and then the other person would have got the email that said, you've been buffered out, proceed at your, there is a potential that there's another house in the area that will buffer you out, proceed at your own risk. So those were the messages that were sent out. So the potential does exist that people may not have received that because two processes were parallel. Now, going back to the timing, while we accepted applications, we took the order of the application, and that was important. There was a point at which that order changed because the applicant now went into a process where it was dependent on the applicant's responsiveness, where the applicant needed to respond to our email, needed to pay for their application and pay for their inspection. And then once they went out for the inspection, I was actually surprised during as we started doing inspections. I talked to, I think it was Dugan Smith was in Europe, and I talked to him, and it was midnight his time, and he got his stuff done the next day. We had another applicant that scheduled their inspection for like September 7th, and that really shocked us. knowing that this was going to be one of those things where, your responsiveness dictated your position in getting that permit issued. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome.
I did have another question for you, Chief. On the CSOs, Mr. Irvin said that we're in the process of hiring several of them. Seeing as how there were several comments and frustration today, do we have enough right now to manage what we're doing, or is there any way to reassign temporarily more staff towards, following up on complaints and following up on compliance?
So this morning we had several VHR calls. We did not have VHR complaints. What we were finding is those VHR calls represented unpermitted VHRs that our CSOs were investigating. So as we had discussed earlier this year, our current cadre of CSOs are going to be reassigned to handle the VHR enforcement until we get the rest of our CSOs on board whose primary purpose will be VHRs.
Thank you. One other question, I guess, to council and the rest. On the comment on the Planning Commission appeal, I thought that only applied to the citation appeals, not to eligibility appeals. Is that incorrect? Am I incorrect?
The citations are appealed to a hearing officer, and the permit denials are appealed to the Planning Commission. And that is final. And that was one of the changes that council made in the June ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Robbins.
On that topic, and to Councilmember Jenkins's comment about the solution here is strict enforcement, we're just a shave over 3 months of issuing permits, and already the strict enforcement that we promised has been shown to be a lie. We have a planning commission that has heard an appeal for a cut and dry denial because of outstanding previous violations, and they have ignored the rules that we set in place, right? And so we have right now a planning commission that is ignoring the rules that we've set, that is choosing to ignore enforcement because they found these rules to be onerous, right? That is the planning commission deciding to substitute their judgment for ours and ignore strict enforcement that I voted against all this, have promised the public. That is the solution we have. And so what's happened is the first minute something came up, the Planning Commission has, which is stacked with real estate interests and commercial interests, has decided to ignore strict enforcement that we promised. And I'm very concerned that we have interest groups here and the people with vested commercial interests in exploiting our properties coming and saying, we want you to loosen the rules. We have yet to enforce the rules we have put in place, right? The Planning Commission ruling should have been over and done with, and they failed to do it. And they failed to reject the appeal. And they are also now the last resort because of that. We can't review a negative ruling of theirs. This should have ended at a hearing officer and not been sent to a political body or a body that thinks of itself as political and is acting in this way, with the members on it that are acting in this way. And this is a problem for us because this policy, all four of you on this policy promised repeatedly to the public that the solution is strict enforcement. And we are not paying attention to that. We are ignoring that, and we are doing the opposite of that. We are ignoring the rules that have been set in place as it is. And we're turning around and saying, let's entertain weakening those rules that we have in place. It's an absolute absurdity and a charade that's going on here. And that's what are we doing here about actually enforcing the rules that we have when the mechanisms that we've put in place are failing in such a caustic and obvious manner? And I'm sorry, but again, a majority of not 53 people, a majority of the community voted to not have VHRs at all. I used to, prior to Measure T, I had a VHR behind me and two across the street from me, and I had people dump trash in my yard. I had hot tub partiers behind me. It's problems like that that got Measure T passed in the first place. And if we're talking about going back to the old system we have as though it worked so well, the old system we had that everybody who's spoken today wants back, that old system gave us Measure T. It worked so well that the city council's time and attention was consumed by it. Almost nothing else of value got done, as what's happening with us today right now, right? These issues are just sucking down time relentlessly. And it led to a public referendum to get rid of them. Hence, the 150-foot barrier was a de minimis compromise to say, let's at least not have these things that cluster around homes that generate these kinds of problems. And frankly, if you'd believe it from the people who spoke here today, no VHR ever was a problem in the history of the city of South Lake Tahoe, right? Why on earth did half the city, did more than half the people in the city vote to get rid of them if none had ever been a problem ever, apparently, right? This is the absurdity that we're with. The problem, one of the problems was that the last council didn't take enforcement seriously. And right now, at this moment in time, this city government is also not taking enforcement seriously. Not the staff, the appointed, the elected and appointed officials are not taking enforcement seriously. That in appeal cases that are currently happening now.
Ms. Stroud, can I ask you a really quick question? We had this discussion about the Planning Commission's actions, and my understanding was they took no action, that they asked for further information, which is not to say it's not concerning. I'm just saying, did they actually take action?
No, the Planning Commission appeal that began to be heard at the last meeting was continued to the September meeting, and they have not voted yet.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bass.
Again, I think this issue, as we know, has taken a lot of time and is going to continue to take time as we go through, looking at what the challenges are, looking at some of the things that do need to be changed. But I do agree. I think we're actually like 7 weeks into issuing permits from July 23rd to now, and we've issued 138, which is a little below what we were hoping. We were hoping really 150 a month. And that's also so that every year we're not trying to renew a ton of permits in each month so that we can gap this out. And I think that's critical when we're rolling into a new program, so that as we move into further years, we're not overloading building and planning and the police department. So I really do believe we want to open this ordinance back up for amendments, but I think that it's incredibly important that we know the data that informs us to be wise in what we need to amend. And I think it's possibly more than just this 150 foot. If this is an issue, I think there's many more issues that we're going to come to discover on what we need to amend. And opening in an ordinance is not just a small task. We just closed and passed this ordinance and waited the 30 days for it to come into effect. And that took us about 3 to 5 months looking back on the whole process of getting through creating this. So I think that anytime when you look at what it takes to create an ordinance and then to reopen it and amend it, it's quite a process, not only for us on the policymaker side, but for our staff to then take what our direction is and create good policy and put it into place and amend it. Again, I pushed to create a 150-foot buffer. I also said that, looking at something like just adjoining parcels, that we don't make sure that we don't have one on each side of a parcel was something I was open to and still can look at and not say that, but I think it is important that we find a middle ground that relates to that. When we look back, it was an issue that constantly came up, was properties surrounded on each side, where a long-term resident had lived there and all of a sudden they have multiple vacation rentals on each side of them. So I think that whether it's a 150-foot buffer, we got to look at these type of issues and doing what's best for everybody. There is obviously two sides of this, and we've got to do, in my mind, what is best. But I think that when we're only 7 weeks into issuing permits, as the city manager pointed out, we're going to see, I think, a little more than the 138. There was issues that came up that were complicated around the preferred vacation rental applicants that took a little more time. As that's moving out of the way, we're probably going to get to the 150 a month. And then we need to look at, okay, out of who we've permitted, how many are these getting occupied? Are we at a 50% level? Is it at an 80% occupancy level? This is what it tells us. Do we need more VHRs? Are we hitting the numbers that we want? And I have to go back to point out that we have a tourist core. I can agree that the commercial zones can get included into the same policy that's for the tourist core. But we do have areas in our town that allow for VHRs to be right next to each other, just the same way in that area a motel can be right next to each other. Those rules in that zoning are completely different than a residential zone, which is what's zoned for our residents to raise families, to live in. And so it is a different policy between the two, which is good policy. That's what zoning is. That's what is critical for us to do and create these areas for multiple uses in town. So to me, as I can see that we will open this up and we are going to amend it, it is important to do that at a time we can do more than just 150 foot. We need to really look at a whole multitude of things, and to do that correctly takes data. And I don't think that we should be opening this up every 6 months. I don't think we've ever done that with any ordinance in the history. You don't just create policy and then say, oh, let's go back and open it up 8 weeks, 6 weeks later. So as I support definitely continuing to figure out what we need to do to make this better, I think that's an important thing. My last comment on this will be something that also we need to very much take into consideration, which is that this is back not by a choice of ours and not by, but it has been brought back to the appellate court. And that is a huge issue for us we have no idea what's going to happen. And if it were to go back to that, severability is allowed in a voter initiative and that the voters did vote with severability included, this could all go back the other way. And so if we're trying to open it up to issue more permits, knowing that there's a 50-50 chance the appellate rules to say Measure T's back intact, well, then we've got to then figure out what we're doing with the permits we issued. And that is a really difficult position for us to be put in. So to me, finding out that decision is also critical to know before we decide to start issuing more permits or allowing, for instance, the ordinance that will issue more permits. I think it's just wise when you have something in the courts to let that play out rather than try to open it up further than we already have. So I'll leave it at that and see what the council's direction is.
Mr. Jenkins, before I go to you, I'm going to give my opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I think there's some things that I think we all sort of agree on, and as much as I hate to go against our legal advice, I think that we should put in a 25 age requirement, and then we'll deal with it as we go. I also would like to see the family-friendly language on platforms in our ordinance. I'm going to say one thing and then I'm going to say my next opinion. I think that we were very good about putting in those safeguards saying, hey, you proceed at your own risk, you may be buffered out. But for any people who were buffered out and paid all the fees, I think that those fees should be refunded, except for the things that we've paid for out of pocket to like the inspection, outside inspections. I think that we should add the room nights to our TOT form so that we can keep track of occupancy while also recognizing that an occupancy percentage is based on an owner's use as well. So it's not 365 nights a year that are available, because if like one of our callers said, hey, I'm up there 75% of the time. So really there's only 25%. But I also think that it's good information. I am very concerned about the Planning Commission issue, incredibly concerned. We've had issues in the past with planning commissioners not following what our council's directives have been. And I think possibly we need to go back to the previous rules for that, where yes, you can appeal to the Planning Commission, but the city council should be the final arbiter. And I think we need to handle all of the residential one way and then have commercial, recreation, and the tourist core be handled like we currently handle the tourist core. I will also say, so those are the things I think most of us can agree on. Here's going to be the part that maybe is a little more controversial. I think that we should get rid of the buffer and go back to a cap. And I think that we should allow condos to be regulated via their homeowners associations. The example that I'm going to use is the Tahoe Keys again, simply because we have this information. Tahoe Keys pays $1,600 a month for homeowners association fees. That will never be and is not currently any kind of workforce housing. It is when you add that on top of rent, on top of everything else, it prices them out of the market. We always say affordable by design. This is unaffordable by design. And so it's not going to be that. And I would imagine that most HOAs, condos with HOAs in the community, if they have an HOA, those fees are going to make it very difficult for it to be workforce housing. So that's where I stand. Mr. Jenkins.
First, thank you, Mayor, Council, and good discussion, by the way. I appreciate it. Just on the last point, there are 25, I'm told, in the townhouses in the Keys. I don't own a townhouse, but 25 that are up for sale. In part, as the mayor said, there are about $1,600 per month just in regular fees. There's going to be an additional increase for water line and bulkhead improvements, which is going to drive that price up immensely. The HOA, I have friends on that, but I'm told I can talk about it even though my house is on the edge of the Tahoe Keys Association, is that I know they can regulate this. They have the choice. 60% or more of the homes in Tahoe Keys are second homeowners. So if the Tahoe Keys homeowners who are members of the association want to regulate, they can do that. And the HOA board has that ability. I also agree that the 25-year old minimum should be the standard that we need to say what we stand for, that best protects the community, that we're being told by professionals would best protect the community. And so I agree with that. I'm not aware of any of these issues with the Planning Commission. I'd never heard that until this meeting, that there were problems. If there are, then they need to be educated. That's what the job that staff has to do, is to educate them on what the rules are and how they operate. And of course, if they choose, there are appointees. If they choose not to do that, then we could always move those appeals to a hearing officer. I'm not necessarily recommending at this point. Enforcement, I don't blame staff for enforcing the rules that we set, that were set on a standard that arguably are arbitrary. And so were there going to be some problems? Yeah, there are. Chief and others admitted that, it's not a perfect system. But as we move forward with this enforcement, I don't like the tone of someone saying that we lied. Lied is an intentional act. This is not an intentional act. The intention is to have strict enforcement that's fair. That's the intention. That's what staff direction is. I believe that's what they intend and want to do. By the way, we talk about spending time. We spent years, not this council, but a previous council, in enforcing a rule that the appellate court said was illegal. They said it was illegal, yet we chose to defend that measure, even though we have the authority, based on a recent Supreme Court 2 years ago, on a tax measure, to say, no, we're not going to defend, or to do additional research to find out what the legality is. We defended that, and we spent a lot of time. Now, so I am not in favor of the buffer. I'm in favor of fair and efficient enforcement. And I'm prepared to make a motion when it comes up, at least on that portion. And whatever the council chooses to do, I know that they mean it in good faith, and I just hope that they like the motion, but we'll have to see.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts, and then Mr. Robbins.
Thank you. Also, I did want to comment on Mr. Robbins' comments. We heard both from Mr. Irvin and Chief Roberson that there have been no incidents yet, no complaints yet. Take their word for it at this time. I also think that the majority of the complaints today is at how they have been buffered out. So it kind of, that implies to me that we are in fact enforcing things as we said we would. The PC issue, I'm well aware of that. Planning Commission concerned that they are making decisions that are outside of their wheelhouse, if you will. But I do think that some of the things, why they chose to do that, are examples of maybe things we should look at in our citation process. When we come to the APC later this afternoon, I do want to bring forward that we maybe review the citation process, because there does seem to be a lot of confusion out there as well as how they're applied and when they're established and so on. So maybe it's something I think we need to look closer at.
Thank you, Mr. Rob.
On that note, I'm sorry, I do believe we should get rid of the buffer. Our initial reason for putting the buffer in was we were misled, unfortunately, that it would be a 1,200 cap. It would generate on its own a 1,200 cap, so we've found that hasn't worked, and I think we should get rid of it and put in a 1,200 cap.
Okay, Mr. Robbins.
I'm sorry, as for saying that we were misled, we only just opened it to non-preference groups like a week ago. So we haven't even gotten to a point where we would have gotten to 1,200 to begin with. There are only a few hundred people that were in the preference group to begin with. Even if every one of them got their VHR, you wouldn't have reached a 1,200 limit. So the idea that you had an expectation that we would have reached the cap that the buffer implies, that the buffer implies, would never have been the case at this point. And we would not have reached a 1,200 unit cap even if we had no buffers at this point, because we haven't opened it, we only just opened it to the general homeowner public a handful of days ago. So that's expected. That's the system working as intended. Part of the intent was to slow down the rate at which we are issuing permits so that we don't have 1,200 permits all in 1 month, which would mean that we'd have 1,200 renewals a year from now, all in the same month. The point of that was to spread that out over time, and it's only been it's been less than 3 months of actually issuing permits so far. So we haven't hit the point at which we would have found saturation in the applications, and we won't hit that for several months to come by design, so that staff can actually process these at a reasonable pace. So that's not a reason for undoing the buffer system, because that's part of the intent of that system. But I want to address the condo issue and allowing HOAs to make decisions on behalf of the people who live here. There are 2 people on this city council who rent, myself and Mayor Wallace. And I think both of us would be pretty upset if our right to vote in government were handed to our landlords. I think we would find that to be pretty infuriating. And I have friends, nurse friends, who live in condos, specifically the condo at the end of Lakeview Avenue, right? Not every condo and not every HOA is the Keys, despite what people in the Keys seem to think, right? And so I'm not comfortable with the idea that says that if you're a renter, you don't get a voice in the decisions made by local government, and we're going to hand governmental functions to the HOA to say whether or not you can have Airbnbs to the left, right, above, and below you, right? Because people who rent condos don't get a voice in their HOA at all. Only their landlord does. And that's non-democratic. It's fundamentally not democratic. And so that's why these decisions should be made by local government. And frankly, condos attached condominiums, not detached housing like you have at the Gondola Vista, but actual attached condos, those are multifamily housing. Those are multifamily housing. Whether or not we call it some legal fiction in zoning law or not, they are physically, functionally, and in reality multifamily housing, as in they are one building with multiple families living in them, sharing walls. Allowing VHRs in those units so that the neighbors can hear every party that goes on every night that there's an Airbnb is really freaking unfair to those people. And then turning around to say, oh, well, don't worry, the HOA will have the say in it. Well, not if you're a renter, you don't. Right? And the HOA is going to have the interests of the owners, not the interests of the residents. Sometimes those are the same, but those are very often not at all. And that's the case with people who rent. And frankly, I think the idea of eliminating the buffers is a pretty poor idea right now. One, we haven't had even a year of it to see how it goes, to see how it's working in terms of complaints. To say, oh, we haven't had any complaints so far, we've only issued 111 permits so far. Again, by design, we were only supposed to be issuing permits gradually so that they're spread out throughout the year. So saying everything, we don't need the buffers because we haven't had any complaints and we've only issued a handful of permits, and it's in the off season, by the way, right? We're not here in the winter. We weren't doing this midsummer over the 4th of July weekends, the holiday weekends. So, we don't have data yet. So making big sweeping changes, I'm fine with, Mayor Wallace, with most of the things you listed off in your first segment. I am, frankly, as far as refunding the application fee, I'm indifferent to it. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna have a passionate, view on it one way or another. I oppose VHRs more fundamentally, but some of those things I'm okay with. I don't think recreational areas should be allowed to have VHRs in general, but there's not a whole lot of it to begin with. It's not something I'm going to spend a lot of effort on. So most of that stuff, I think is fairly reasonable. But if we want to start making big changes, we should have data that actually says this is how the program is going, and this is how complaints are after we've had at least a winter and a summer of tourist activity, which we haven't even had yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins, and thank you for acknowledging. I always try to start with something that that we can all agree with. Mr. Bass, sorry.
Okay, so yeah, again, as I said before, I can definitely agree that we need to open this up, and we will be opening it up to change it. But as Mr. Roberts pointed out, I think with the Planning Commission issue, I think there's a lot of issues here that we are going to want to open up and amend. But I don't think that every time, right now, let's say we know we want to do this 150-foot part, but we also know that there's other things that we need a little more research to know how to change the ordinance. I think it's wise that you send the staff back to bring back that data to us so that we can make these changes, and it's not opening up the ordinance every time we need to make one change. It's opening up the ordinance to make all the changes, letting the staff come back, because again, when we open up an ordinance, it's today giving direction, then we're going to come back for first reading. There's possibly more changes at that point, which brings back another first reading, then a second reading, then 30 days for that to take place. So it's not wise to just by one-off be doing these things, let's say every 3 to 5 to 6 months. You should be putting an ordinance in place, letting it take full effect, then coming back to make the changes so that we're not just for the next year over and over and over again opening up an ordinance. It really is wiser and way more prudent of our time and the staff's time and everybody else's time to really get these changes all at once and make an amendment at one time for multiple changes. And so for today, that's where I'm at. I can't support, and it's not that I can't support these changes. As Ms. Wallace pointed out, I agree with all of those things too. But I want to do it in a wise way that doesn't keep us completely over and over and over amending this ordinance multiple times. So that's kind of where I'm at and why I can't support amending it. I do support sending our staff back with these changes and coming back to amend it at a later time.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Roberts.
I just had a brief comment on, gosh, I'm sorry, I forget what it was. No, when we talk about, when I spoke earlier with Mr. Irvin, the permits that have been issued thus far, he mentioned that it's already trending massively towards our areas that had the compression before. So it's a very significant trend, and it does show that those areas, the Tahoe Keys, for one example, is going to be buffered out really soon. And the difference to the 1,200 is not going to be made up in my neighborhood, for example, where there could be 3 or 4 of them on my block, but I know these neighbors, they don't want them. They don't want VHRs there. So that is why we got misled, is because just geographically, the buffer would allow up to 1,200 as we thought, but realistically, we know that it won't. And so I think there is enough data already to show that it's trending as suspected.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Jenkins?
We told the city council, by the way, again, good conversation, this is good conversation. We told the public before, when the ordinance changes were made, that we were going to bring back and look at changes in September. That's what we told them, and that's what we're doing now. The complaints appear that we are getting complaints. The complaints are about the buffer and the difficulties we are having with that standard of 150 feet, even on large parcels that might be near recreation areas. I continue to be concerned with this desire to have what I would call analysis paralysis. Rather than act, we want to go back and do more reports and do more multi-page documents and do more, academic reports. And one of the reasons we don't maybe know the impact of having no buffer is because we haven't done that. And we haven't really tested the system yet with the no buffer. The buffer itself is creating a problem, in my view. And this notion, I believe in the rights of, obviously, of people who are voters, people who live here, but people who own property here or investors here, they have rights too. And I don't want to see those rights diminished. As we talk about the Constitution, it talks about life, liberty, and property. So those are balances. The Keys is an area that ideally, if they're not permitted there because of buffering, as Mr. Roberts said, they're going to go somewhere else potentially, which could impact more densely populated areas. So that's, and I think I've said this before, but I also think it's an academic, I don't want to say nonsense because my wife would say that's too harsh of a word. Of course, she's always in the back of my mind, as good husbands are supposed to have. But townhouses and condos are essentially the same thing. They are essentially the thing, but for at least as defined as I understand the definition in law. So I don't understand some of the distinctions that are being made. And I would, if there's debate on that, I would like independent counsel opinion on that, so that I'd like expert opinion on that, not as a second source. So in the end, I do not favor the buffer, and I will make a motion when it's appropriate to eliminate the buffer and go back to our strict enforcement and fair enforcement and see how that process works. And then in a year, if we have to amend the process because it's not working, then we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Bass, I agree with you. We shouldn't be reopening this for one-offs. It's an ineffective and inefficient use of government. I will just mention that I said 8 different things, and I think some of them need to be done right away. And so if we're opening it, now might be the time to do it. For instance, the Planning Commission issue. I think that needs to be fixed right away because we're going to get into this issue that Mr. Robbins brought up about that kind of thing. I think that the family-friendly on the platforms, I blame myself because I didn't pick up on the fact that we didn't actually do that, and we should have. I think the 25 minimum age requirement, I think that should be something that we do right away. So like I said, there's 8 different things: the buffer issue, the 25, the condos, the family-friendly language, and this doesn't necessarily need to be in code, but all the forfeited fees refunded. Room nights added to a TOT form, the planning commission not being the final arbiter, but the city council, and then changing the rules in different zones. I think that those things should be, at least some of them should be fixed right away. And so now might be the time so that we're not doing the one-offs. That's my opinion anyway. So is there any further?
Does your comment include eliminating the buffer and putting a cap?
Yes, my suggestion is very similar to both yours and Mr. Roberts, is that we remove the buffer and go to a 1,200 cap.
Then I second, if that's a motion, I second it.
Okay, so you want to vote on them individually, or do we want to talk about them?
I guess I would just talk about it. So yes, I agree. All of those things definitely, when we do open it, I think we should change them. Are we though right now? I mean, we can sit here and deliberate and try to make these decisions. For instance, planning commission issue, right? Is that if we're going to be the final arbiter, does planning commission even become involved, right? There's some, I think that, yes, I want to change those, but I'm just wondering, are we ready to kind of debate up here and deliberate between what the exact changes, or do we need some more information on these things to then change it properly? And so that maybe the next meeting we're coming back with the actual real language we're trying to insert into the ordinance, instead of just, hey, you get what I'm saying? Like, because I want to properly do this, and so we're not coming back here.
And I need to be more specific
every
then.
time.
My suggestion on the planning commission versus city council is just to go back to the way it was before. No finessing of that. Right. It was a process that included the end result being the city council, and we changed it to the end result being the planning commission. I'm not suggesting that we adjust that. I'm just saying let's go back to what it was before.
Why not give it to the hearing officer so that it's a staff function rather than a political function?
Well, I think we're talking about two different things. The hearing officer is for complaints or citations, and the permits go directly to planning commission and they're done. Whereas now it's the citations go to the hearing officer, then the planning commission, and permits being issued goes straight to planning commission. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Can we send permit appeals to a hearing officer if we choose to make that the process?
You could do that. However, right now we have I'd say we only have one hearing officer who probably doesn't have capacity to timely hear all those appeals. There have been a number of appeals filed on permit denials that are stacking up in the planning commission. So I think going out about 3 months, we have about 3 appeals per meeting.
So I would just suggest that those would go away if we were to make some of these changes today. At least that's my opinion. I could be totally off base on that.
Could I offer that I think that staff probably has a sense, based on what the mayor has said and some of us have commented on, of what the issues to bring back with the hearing officer. If we need, there's 1 and we need 2, let's get 2. If we need 3, let's get 3 to decide the issues, rather than have this again into process that is never-ending process. Yep. Let's do what we have to. So maybe if there's a consensus or an agreement, let the staff come back with those things that the mayor has articulated, each of those issues as changes, potential changes to the ordinance that we could vote on at the following meeting, and not just continue this dialogue forever, even though it's interesting and entertaining and it's informative. But let's kind of bring it to a close and do what we think is right, and I'm sure you all will.
Part of the problem with was exactly what you said, is that when the city council was the final arbiter, which is a problem we have now, because the planning commission, has demonstrated through their choice of inaction that they are just ignoring the rules that we've set aside in a pretty clear way. A solution to that could be to have the city council be the final arbiter, and then you could keep the promise about strict enforcement. Fine. Bearing in mind that used to be the old process too, and part of the problem with the old process is that the appeals for citations went on and on and on forever with appeal after appeal. And more to the point, it sucked down city council time because it was agenda item after agenda item after agenda item on this stuff. And yeah, right, like we don't have, you know how much else we have on our docket today, right? We have other things we need to do also, which is why I'm suggesting that we make this something that the permit appeal process, the appeal process or the denial appeal process, go through a hearing officer and it become a staff function that's non-political. Staff can evaluate the rule and say whether or not the rule has been met, and it lives there. And we can revisit this to see how it's working, but that way it doesn't come through a politically appointed body, it doesn't go to a politically elected body, and it doesn't suck down council time and drag on for all eternity the way it used to do when we were the final appeal.
I have no problem with that idea, Mayor, if to leave it to a neutral party rather than other parties, a political. And but just in this comment about this, comments that might seem a little disparaging to the Planning Commission. I don't know that they've been trained, and I don't know that I don't know the situation involved. So I'm not going to make a judgment about their judgments. We should be darn happy that we have people who want to serve on a Planning Commission, and if they're properly trained, that they would, I'm sure, based on who we've appointed, will follow the rules. But I have no problem with this independent thing either. I have no problem with that.
Yeah. We have Doug Williams on the Planning Commission, for example, who has been on Planning Commission before. He's as trained as anyone's going to get, still ignoring the rules. And so this is a problem with this way the system is structured that is sort of more fundamental, which is why I think I agree with you. I think having a neutral party like we have I'm pointing to you like you guys are magistrates, but like we have a staff role do it where it's an arbiter does it or
I think an independent arbiter, independent of staff and independent of the council.
Well, then that would be hearing
is
officer.
Yeah. Mr. Irvin, you have something?
Yeah, I do, Madam
like to
Mayor.
add?
Looking for some clarity here.
Yeah, of course.
There was a sign of a motion in a second, I think.
But I think that was pretty informal and just conversation. Let's just say that.
That's fair. But what I think I want to clarify is if that is what the intent is of the council, then the things that I've captured that would come back in a revised ordinance based on the comments that you've talked about.
I'm prepared to, I know Mr. Jenkins wants to make a motion, but I'm prepared to make a very specific motion.
That sounds good. I just wanted to make sure I understand what's on the table.
Yes, please. I'm not, yeah.
Just going back and
I don't want to inhibit anybody.
and hearing
I'm
on
just ready.
to reduce the 150-foot buffer, and I think we heard even from public comment today that there would be support at looking at the adjacent parcels. And again, I think that as we talked about before, when we were kind of coming from a clean slate to look at this situation, there's also, when we've looked at some of these other municipalities that have created buffers, they do have some processes to exempt some of these properties. I think it was Reading that had a special use permit process to go back through that. Another thought to that is if we had something like the adjacent parcel owners where we're just not going to end up with them one after the next, but it just allows for, if you're touching a parcel, then it's not able. But maybe there's an exemption that if you can get the approval or the neighbor is willing to sign off and say that that's okay with them, well, then that's possible. And again, I just think that
the neighbor or the landlord.
Well, those are things we could talk about. I think that again, in a residential zone, I think that there should be consideration around not just having one neighbor fully surrounded on each side. And I hear that the 150-foot thing has created complications, but if you have a touching parcel in a residential zone, is that something to be looked at? And then is there this process of exemption so that if neighbors are okay with it and they can all get each other's approval, well, then that wouldn't apply.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Robbins, I just would like to comment on some of the comments that you've made. I am also a renter, and I will say that when you buy into an HOA, that gives you the vote. It's not just living there. And I'll give you an example. I live in a townhouse, and if my landlord, and I've lived there for 16 years, If my landlord were to decide tomorrow to put my house up for sale, or where I live up for sale, and then the new owner decided to kick me out, guess what? That's their right because they own the property. So as much as I would like to agree with you, I don't agree with you that I deserve a right just because I'm a renter and live somewhere. I don't own that property, so my rights are limited.
So should your landlord be the person who gets to vote on,
Yes.
it gets to vote in the community on local government
That's not how
or
they
in
get to
property
do it.
taxes? Right, because or to get to vote on Measure T, the landlord should get to vote on that, not you?
No, it's not the same thing.
This is the thing, if you say, well, the HOAs can decide whether or not we have Airbnbs in the unit, then the people who actually live there don't necessarily get to make that choice.
Let me give you a
I understand
scenario.
how it works.
No, let me give you a scenario. Say I do
saying
have a
it's
vote
wrong.
in an HOA as a renter. However, every other person votes against me. It's still a democratic process, and I still lost.
You don't get a vote. But as a renter in an HOA, you don't get a vote in an HOA. Only your landlord gets to vote for you.
Even if they did,
right?
Even if I did get a vote and everyone outvoted me, I still lose.
Yeah.
So I haven't bought the
Ifs
right.
and buts, but I'm saying you don't even have a right to
bought
vote.
the right to vote in an HOA because I am a renter, not an owner.
Voting should not ever be something you have to buy into, ever.
It's a
Period.
choice. I have a choice not to
That's
rent
why
in an
HOAs as structural
Okay.
entities are unjust.
Just the whole
You should never
purpose
have
of that
to buy
comment.
your right to vote.
That purpose of that comment is that you and I disagree, which is not unusual.
Keith, I want to go back to a point that you had about the buffer and working or not working. I want to point out, if you open your packet to page 60, to page 3 of the agenda item, the total number of units that were buffered out is only 65 out of almost 1,000 applicants, of which the majority, by the way, or which a significant percentage were not eligible for the early application period, right? So the buffering is not the place where people are getting rejected from their applications, not even remotely, right? The place where applications are getting rejected is because they applied in the early application phase when they weren't eligible. They applied and then had 3 or more upheld citations, right? They had outstanding fines. The citations and the fines, the people who had been bad actors, of which seemingly none have shown up to talk about themselves, those bad actors, there are more of those that got rejected than that got rejected for buffering, right? So you know, the buffering, you know, is not the issue that's limiting uptake.
Your math is not mathing, and
It
here's
says
why.
right here, 65 buffered out.
Hold on, let me be very clear. Your math is not mathing because the only people that are buffered out are people who have a fully completed application. And how many are of those? 111 issued permits. Those are the ones that the buffer is based on, not the 1,000 applications received. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
Thank you. So if it...
Can I add something to this real
Yes,
quick?
please.
So as we've been talking about the uptick in the number of permits, just since last Thursday, from Thursday to Monday, we issued 14 more permits, which was a 10%
Okay.
over the end of the last week. So I want to clarify that pace is picking up because
It
we went
is.
into the full period.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chief Robertson. So if you're doing the real math is more than 50% of the completed applications versus the buffer have been rejected because of the buffer.
Of the 1,029 applications, only 123 were complete. So most of the applications that have been submitted so far haven't even got to the point yet where they have been completed.
Okay, so we have
Much less,
completed,
the
but we
completed
have-
application's been rejected for various reasons.
You know, I've said it before, and I don't mean to be confrontational, but it's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Because you can look at these numbers a whole bunch of different ways, but I'm telling you that the only ones that were buffered out were based on completed and issued permits. We just had verification of that.
Of the 1,029
The
applications.
1,029 could have been
60
1,000
65
random
of
people
them
that didn't
were
even
buffered-
own property.
Of 1,029, only
Yes.
65 were rejected because they were buffered against the 111.
Okay.
Right?
So based on all of that and based on the conversation, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to move that we bring back in a first reading to remove the buffer and go to a 1,200 cap, that we add a 25-year-old minimum age requirement, that we allow condos with HOAs to make their own rules on this, that we put the family-friendly language on all the platforms, that room nights are added to the TOT form for these properties, and that we go back to the previous, I'm going to change that. That we do use some form of hearing officer and an outside independent opinion on the issued permits and the appeals for that, that we handle residential properties one way and all others another way, and that maybe it doesn't need to be in the code, but that anyone who chooses not to, under these new circumstances, to continue with their permit and they were buffered out or for whatever reason, that they receive all their fees refunded except the ones that we paid to outside agencies like our inspection company. So that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, and just one quick ask of that motion. If there was an option to where, when it came back for first reading, we could go one way or the other, which would mean eliminate the full 150 foot, or have an option that looks at the adjacent side, and basically when they came back, they could tell us things like, if we did the adjacent, it would have only eliminated 20. But it would be an A and B option so that we don't skip the first reading, if you hear what I'm saying. Like when they brought it back,
Oh,
we
I
could
see.
either
So we
go,
could do a first reading on either or?
but depending on what we try.
Minor
to-
amendments, the general rule,
Yeah,
as
but-
I have understood for the few decades that I've been around, is that minor changes do not necessarily require
But I-
a
I
first
think
going back
that's
to
more
first
than a
reading.
minor
I think,
change,
well, and
though.
that way it
Well,
just kind
I
of.
was trying to make it.
Yeah.
But it just, I think that if they do it that way, then we don't have to even wonder if it's a minor change,
Yeah,
right? It
if,
would just
if,
give us
if
either
we want two
A or B.
options and then can still move forward on a first reading,
Then I can.
I'm 100%
Okay.
okay with that.
All right.
Are you okay with that with your second?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So, is there any further, I know, Mr.
I'm
Robbins.
sorry,
do you
I
want-
was taking notes on your motion and then I missed what Councilmember,
He-
Mayor Pro
he-
Tem Bass.
Sorry, please,
Want me to just-
please clarify.
It's
Yeah.
just basically giving us an option that if we wanted to look at the adjacent parcels, not being able to, so you would bring back that we're just moving it and going to 1,200 foot, or B.
1,200.
Yeah,
cap.
1,200 cap, excuse me, or B would basically allow us to still say that an adjacent parcel owner. So basically, the first reading, we could make the choice, but it's both published in the staff report so that it's not, you get what I mean? It's
It's
an
an
A or
either
B
or.
option on that one issue.
Okay.
Great.
Are we all good? Everybody all good?
I spent the first 5 years here in Tahoe with an Airbnb behind me and to either side across the street. I love the fact that we're going back to the way things used to be.
We're not,
So
though.
that, yes, we are. So that we can be surrounded on all sides by partying, a Bay Area party hounds, right? In the hot tubs late at night, causing noise and ruckus in our neighborhoods. It's not enough, right? To just have them spread out. We've got to allow them to be concentrated and surround people on all sides.
Thank you for your opinion, Mr. Robbins. I will just clarify that the previous administration at this city, council, city manager, and city staff, and mostly I will say it's from the previous city manager, specifically said to my face for the first 5 years that you lived here that they had a policy of non-enforcement, and that was the problem, not the fact that it wasn't being enforced. It was that they didn't enforce
Well,
it
thank
on
you for putting
purpose.
enforcement back on my shoulders as someone who lives in the neighborhood. And the first action of enforcement to come through the city was ignored.
Okay, thank you. Everybody, please vote. Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to go to lunch, but Mr. Bass has something to say first.
Yes, I will need to be recusing on item 24 and 25, item 23 and 24 for a financial interest in the cannabis industry.
And the 25.
And then I'll be also
Okay.
recusing on 25 and 26 because of property ownership in the areas.
Thank you. We're going to go to lunch, and we will come back at 15 after.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we're ready to begin whenever you are.
Okay. We're going to bring the meeting back to order and move on to item number 23, the Cannabis Revenues Grant Program Award recommendations for 2025, and that will be Ms. Letton.
Time for a motion.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, fellow staff. I'm Sarah Letton, Sustainability Coordinator and the facilitator of the city's Cannabis Revenues Grant Program. I'm here today to present to you, for the fourth year in a row, the recommendations from the grant review team for the 2025 Cannabis Revenues Grant Program. The program is funded by retail cannabis businesses and seeks to focus on efforts to mitigate the potential impacts of the cannabis industry while also promoting the strategic priorities of the city outlined in the strategic plan. The program was renewed and refunded again this year with $400,000 from Measure G funds directed to community benefit grant projects. The application window was June 15th to July 15th. A review team was convened. Every application was reviewed and scored at least twice. An average absolute score was calculated. The team also ascribed an efficiency score, which was calculated by dividing the average score by the amount requested. The applications were ranked. A secondary review was done by looking at that absolute score. Projects were discussed and then selected for recommendation for award by the review team by consensus. In 2022, we received 23 applications. In 2023, 28 applications. In 2024, 34 applications were submitted. And in 2025, just 22 were submitted. That could be because the application period was pushed back by 2 months into the middle of the summer, but we don't really know. The review team has a challenging job because the range of proposed projects is quite broad and there are many worthy needs and organizations in the community. It is the program's intention to be broad as it allows a wide variety of community organizations to be considered for funding. So 2022 applications were considered, requesting almost $750,000. 13 are recommended by the review team for $446,415 worth of projects recommended for award. The team requests an additional allocation of $46,415 to fund the full slate of recommended projects. The names of the applicants and the review team are recommending and the amounts they were requested, along with a project summary written by them, were included in the council packet. I'm here to answer any questions. That is the end of my presentation.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes, as someone who is on the selection committee, I want to thank you for your outstanding Excel jujitsu in running that meeting. I appreciate that, and game recognized game. So in office applications. The goal of the Cannabis Grant Program is, as you said, to mitigate the effects of the legal cannabis industry in the city. Has the city ever identified clearly negative impacts of the legal cannabis industry?
They have not, and this has come up in the past, and we decided that, our council decided to let the applicants make their case in the application.
Okay, so we are hoping, having failed to identify negative impacts of the cannabis industry, we are outsourcing that assessment to the grant applicants and hoping that they, in the interest of receiving grant allocations, identifies that. But we have failed to do so. Okay. Are there many other grant programs that ask people to solve problems that they themselves should identify in their applications for solving those problems?
I I think a lot of grant programs kind of do that, right? Like, I would think about like our, I don't know, streets programs, et cetera. You identify a program yourself.
Usually the problem there is people can't afford housing. So what's the problem here that we're solving with the grant? I agree that all of the applications, for the most part, nearly all the applications, plus the awardees, are certainly worthy endeavors for the community. Nearly everyone who submitted an application made a good case for why their particular request to spend money was a worthwhile thing to do for the general good of the community. But I'm concerned that we failed to set out a clear standard of what problem we're trying to solve with these grant applications beyond do good, right? We said solve the problems of the cannabis industry, but we don't know what they are. Well, potential, but then we haven't seen any. Have we seen a major uptick, let's say, in criminal activity? This was Chief Euler's former two chiefs ago, Euler's concern was that we would see a massive increase in crime. Has there been a massive increase in crime related to drug use, say, since the cannabis legalization?
For my part, I have not been collecting that data, so I would defer.
Well, can our police chief weigh in? And I don't need exact statistics, or is this something you can just generally speak to?
Not marijuana-related crime.
Okay, that's what I would surmise. So, so when we come back are we coming back for discussion on this?
Yes.
Because we have to actually approve them, right?
Yes.
Okay, I will hold for further discussion. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move to public comment. Thank you. Is there anyone? Please come forward.
Good morning, council members. Oh, it's afternoon now. I thought it was going to be the morning. Sorry about that.
That's on us.
My name is Jess, and I'm the CEO of Cannabis. I want to start by sharing something personal. 5 years ago, Live Violence Free provided me with invaluable support. The support I received changed my life, and I will always be grateful for the help that I received. I have immense respect for their organization, along with all of the nonprofits receiving cannabis grant funding this year. The work these organizations do makes our community stronger, and it's important that programs like these continue to have support. But at the same time, it's important to remember where this funding comes from. These grants are paid for directly by the people who shop in our local cannabis stores. Every time someone makes a legal purchase, they're the ones covering the costs through the local cannabis tax. That means it's our own residents paying into the system, and many locals are already struggling under one of the heaviest cannabis tax burdens in the region. In addition to the 6% local cannabis tax, the city is collecting regular sales tax on these same purchases. Not long ago, the city reported a budget surplus and even asked residents how the surplus should be spent. To me, that shows there are other ways to support our community programs without continuing to place so much of the weight on our residents who are legal cannabis customers. So while I wholeheartedly applaud the nonprofits being recognized today, I ask you to also keep in mind that these grants are being funded by everyday people in our community, including many locals who simply cannot afford this extra tax. Please remember their contribution as we move into the next agenda item on lowering the cannabis tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room that would like to speak on the cannabis grants?
Good afternoon, Council. I want to start by saying I too support many of the nonprofits in this town. I personally donated to groups like Christmas Cheer, Live Violence Free, and the Boys and Girls Club because I know the difference they make. These are organizations that I deeply respect and care about. When I moved to Tahoe in 1996, I was living in my van. For 6 months, I relied on food from the Christmas Cheer. Almost 30 years later, I had the honor of handing them a check for over $10,000. That's what community is about, and giving back to the places that once gave to you. But with that being said, we shouldn't be forcing a parent who's fighting just to stop their epileptic child from shaking to pay for a softball team. We should never require a cancer patient to buy a horse and a carriage for a parade. And while many of these grants go to truly deserving causes, some apparently appear like they do not. Take the Gateway Mountain Center They received $150,000 in cannabis grants over the last 3 years, yet they're based in Truckee, and they used our Tahoe tax dollars to buy a retreat in Soda Springs and to provide services in San Francisco. How does taxing our locals and sending their money to San Francisco help Tahoe? It just doesn't. There's more. Shortly after Gateway Mountain Center received $50,000 that we gave them last year, they announced they're winding down operations. I don't know if that means bankruptcy. It's just not good. Tahoe families should never be taxed here only to watch their money shipped off to San Francisco or to build a retreat in Soda Springs. It's just not right. Here's the good news. Coming up next, you guys have the opportunity to give our locals a tax cut. That would be a huge economic boost to our town. Lowering the cannabis tax from 6 to 1 would still bring in over $500,000 a year once the city's portion of regular sales tax is included in that total. That's $500,000, enough to keep Christmas cheer feeding families, to keep the Boys and Girls Club open after schools, and to keep Live Violence Free from helping survivors. What we really need in Tahoe is a Tahoe-only cannabis fund focused on real community needs, fighting fires, fixing all the potheads for potholes, I'd like to suggest. And I just think the locals should come first, and the money that we have, even after giving the locals a tax cut, should be more than enough to get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gosselin. Anyone else that would like to speak on the cannabis grants? Okay, we'll move to our Zoom platform.
First up, we have Melissa Soderston.
Yes, thank you. Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I want to agree with the last two speakers that there are some very worthy causes on this list, and there are some ones that are very questionable, as there have been numerous times in the past. We have not seen an increase in crime because of legalized cannabis. In fact, we probably have seen the opposite occur in our community. We really need to be supporting our local businesses, and I am all for supporting community groups. However, I really think that we need more community input on where these funds are going if we are going to be taking them in, because some of these places are really just good at applying for grants, and for a lot of the rest of us that could use the funding, it's a very difficult process, and we really need more community input on all of that. I would also like to say that I hope that the owner and employees of Embark are no longer involved in any of the supposed community groups that are receiving this funding. That in itself is egregious. They have not provided any community benefit through the programs that they have implemented, and it really, they never should have been issued a license in the first place, considering their conflict of interest in being on the committee in the first place. I would also like to say that Club Live is a great group, but it is not effective. It is much like the DARE program. It does not resonate with our children, and we should not be funding ineffective programs that have maybe 5 members. We really need community-based programs, mutual aid groups, and to support our community, not just a fun festival once in a while and a performance at the middle school. So thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, we have caller with the last 4 digits of your telephone number, 2553.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wallace, council members and staff. My name is Kimberly Peterson. I'm the Executive Director at Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless, and I'm here to express my strong support for awarding Cannabis Revenue Grant Program funds to the Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. Our proposed projects align directly with the city's strategic plan priorities and with the intent of this grant program to mitigate community impacts and enhance the well-being of South Lake Tahoe residents. First, the coalition seeks to create a laundry facility at the Red Lodge property. This project will rehabilitate an existing space with minor structural, plumbing, and electrical improvements to install 2 washing machines and 2 dryers by offering on-site laundry access It addresses a basic quality of life need for residents, reducing barriers to maintaining health, hygiene, and stability. Second, at the Bird's Nest, the coalition proposes an electrical panel upgrade to support the installation of 5 new HVAC systems. This improvement will ensure year-round comfort, safety, and energy efficiency for vulnerable residents living in supportive housing. Both of these projects will be carried out by local licensed contractors, keeping investment in our community while directly enhancing critical supportive housing infrastructure. These are modest but impactful improvements that will help ensure South Lake's most vulnerable neighbors have safe, dignified, and sustainable housing. I respectfully urge the council to support Tahoe Coalition for the Homelessness application for Cannabis Revenues Grant funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No additional hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I will just point out that neither Gateway Mountain Center or Club Live are on the list this year. So, is there any discussion? Mr. Robbins?
A couple of follow-up questions. First one on with regards to medical cannabis. Do we differentiate in any way in our current ordinance on medically prescribed cannabis versus recreational purchase cannabis?
No, they're treated the same.
So,
Are they treated the same in state law, Ms. Stroud?
I believe there's a difference in the taxing in state law.
For state law.
But not for city.
but they're not differentiated in taxing for the city.
And do we have a clarification between them? Sorry, Mr. Robbins,
no,
I
you're-
jumped in
you're
because we're on the same page
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
You're just a sentence ahead of me here.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Can we differentiate, or do any of the current businesses in town differentiate between medical versus recreational?
There's some different rules that are in state law regarding age for being in the facility and purchasing, 18 and up for medical and 21 and up for adult use, but in terms of, you could ask the businesses that are here, but I'm not aware of taxing.
I guess more functionally, if you come in and you have medical marijuana, presumably you have some kind of prescription, do the businesses here have a way to know that? Do they get a physical piece of paper? Can we ask one of them to come up if they can respond?
Mr. Gosselin or your COO? Sorry, I forgot your name. I apologize.
So there is a way, there's 2 types of medical recommendations. There's one you can actually get through the state, and then there's ones that you can go online and get just from an online doctor, which is not the same classification. So basically, the state one does eliminate some of the tax, but the other one that majority, I'd say 99% of our medical patients have the one that you get online. There's no tax relief there, and
At the state level?
no,
Correct.
no. But we do offer, out of our own profits, we offer a discount of 15% to all of those people, and we eat that ourselves because we want to provide relief.
I think you and I are on the same page where we're going. Certainly for medical, we should consider some kind of tax relief
Yeah,
aspect.
we just need to figure out how to do it.
That was the part that I don't know quite.
I think you might be bleeding into the next item.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, fair enough.
Good
right.
idea.
We are.
Thank you.
Sorry, this isn't the tax item. I forgot. Sorry, that came up because of the comment. So I'll save this for the next item.
Okay.
Then also, do we have any rules in the current grant program that require, again, for all the ones that are in this year's,
They're all
that I
local.
wasn't involved with last year's grant application, so I wasn't in the room for that. And all the ones this year, the organizations are here in town and the services they're providing are very much here in town. They may be also providing services for people who are coming up from Myers or something like that, but within this context, I'm not really willing to quibble at that level. But do we have any requirements in the grant proposal rules that the grant applicant be located as an organization with a footprint here or be providing their
Discuss
services
that.
here? What's that?
Yes, please,
Yeah.
Ms. Letton. Sorry.
Yes, in the guidelines, the applicants don't necessarily, in the guidelines, they have to be serving the residents of within the city limits. Their base operations do not, or their address of incorporation does not have to be within city limits.
Yeah, I'm less concerned about like where their address of incorporation is if they're providing services here in this context. I mean, what's that?
We do.
Well,
Ms.
it's part
Letton
of,
does,
it's
that's
part
part
of,
of
it's
her
part of the application
verification.
review.
It's apparent in the applications who they're serving, and it's quite upfront.
Yeah, because like several of the applicants this year, for various reasons, as I recall, right, were rejected for not meeting various criteria early on before we even got to them in the review process. So it's not like when we gets to council or gets to council's committee review, at that point, there's already been a filtering step.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I go through that, and I would make it, if I see a red flag for not meeting the basic criteria, I let the committee know that as we're going into the session.
Thank you for that, Ms. Letton.
Thank you.
I've appreciated that part.
Yeah, and then I guess lastly, my question for our police chief, you know, which would we say is, right, because again, I'm going back to this item of, you know, the purpose of this is ostensibly to mitigate the negative impacts of legal cannabis. We have two types of legal recreational drugs that are allowed in our community, that is cannabis and alcohol. And of the two, what would you say is sort of the bigger contributor to public safety concerns?
Alcohol.
and I know the question, and in fairness, I apologize. The question was glib. That's you know, we kind of all know that, but just in terms of if we're trying to mitigate the impacts from a legal intoxicating substance, we should probably be thinking honestly, and we're honest about it. We should probably be thinking in terms of which one's doing the most harm and deal with that first, and that's gonna be booze. And I remember when my first of many trips being carted through the Barton ER for my various sports idiot activities, you know, I've asked them about that, and they said they get more people through the ER for alcohol reasons than they do for skiing and for mountain biking and sports. And in Tahoe, that's pretty incredible. So, you know, if we have special taxes on something to fund drug mitigation.
We're not talking about the tax.
Maybe, well, this is about the grant program. If we're going to fund grants out of a special tax fund, maybe that ought to be alcohol at some point, right? If we're being honest with it. So, I want to circle this back to a proposal that I brought up last year, which was
We're still in questions.
Oh, we're not in comments yet.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I thought. I lost it.
I was
Did we
gonna
have
just.
comments? No, we had comments.
Changing the policy isn't on this agenda item. We're just talking about awarding the
You're
grants
right.
under the current policy. So if
right.
you want to bring an item back,
I understand.
let's do that at a
But
later
I've got to
date.
ask, I've got to
Thank
find
you.
out if there's interest in bringing an item back.
Okay.
So no, we are in discussion. We did
You're
public
right.
comment, sorry.
I'm sorry. This has been an interesting day.
So I want to circle back to a proposal from a couple years ago, which was maybe the cannabis grant program should just say to support, to instead of being to support the negative impacts of legalized cannabis, we just strike that to say to support public good aligned with the city's strategic goals. Right. We had an example when I was last on this grant review from a couple years ago when we had an application for Firewise, and they could not qualify because fire prevention is not really related to cannabis mitigation or negative impacts of mitigation. But we can't even figure out what those negative impacts are. So. Yeah, that was pretty much their argument. Their argument, honest to God, their argument was if the town burns down, there'll be no more cannabis money. Which, you know, but I think we should consider editing that and bringing that back as an amendment, just to open that funding up to more general application. Again, lots of very useful, lots of very wonderful people here, you know, but the funding source should be considered to be expanded to be a little more inclusive of people of businesses that sell intoxicants that are more that have very much more clear negative impacts on the community than cannabis, and the spending should probably be a little more general as well.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins.
My understanding has been for some time, as you all know, that cannabis is illegal, is legal in California. Whether I think it should be or not, it shouldn't be, it's irrelevant. It's legal. So, and I, in general, support all of the recommendations of the committee to support those or groups that have been identified for funding. I support that. As long as they are providing, and it's verifiable that they're providing service to our people, the people who live here, I have no problem with that. I think, though, on the broader perspective, to Mr. Robbins' point, I think if the city wants to support certain kinds of social service programs, then what they should do is include that as part of the normal budgetary process, and that's something we'll get to later. But I'm not going to go there here. It's the next item. So I just say I support the recommendations. In fact, I had the delight of going to and being educated by the Coalition of the Homeless, and I was delighted to learn how they're taking people from dependency and moving them into independency, and that was just an eye-opener for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts, do you have anything?
No. But I would like to make a motion.
Please.
Before you do, real quick, would there be any interest in expanding the motion to include?
I think Ms. Stroud already said that we had to bring that back for a new
Yes,
item.
but that's a request that can be part of the motion.
Okay.
I would.
If I may,
yeah.
really quick. The cannabis process and guidelines, the programs, we've typically been reviewing those annually with the council. The last time they were reviewed and approved was April of this year. So if you include that with the motion, we can bring that back to council to have a conversation.
Would you be interested in adding that to the motion?
Could you rephrase that again?
It would be a motion, a motion to pass a resolution appropriating additional as written, and also.
Make the motion, Mr. Robbins.
Oh, okay then. All right. I could dictate it to you to then make back to me
Please
that I would then
don't.
second, but this is getting silly.
Please don't.
I move to pass a resolution appropriating an additional allocation of $46,415 of cannabis program revenue towards the 2025 Cannabis Revenue Grant Program for a total amount of $446,415 and approving the grant awards list of projects recommended by the Grant Application Review Committee, and also to bring back an agenda item to expand the grant application parameters to eliminate the restriction on cannabis associated harms.
Second.
Is that formed with sufficient clarity? Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everybody please vote.
That motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. We're moving on to first item on regular new business, the cannabis tax rate discussion. And I have, Mr. Irvin, are you going to kick that off?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council and public. First of all, I will apologize for the two items being together. I know it adds some confusion. Both have been delayed because of agenda planning, and so that is the reason that they are together. But to kick this off, the cannabis tax rate discussion, the voters approved Measure G in 2022, which is a 6% of gross receipts on retail, distribution, and manufacturing, and $20 per square foot of canopy for cultivation. The rate that was approved in Measure G is the maximum rate allowable that the council that we have, and we've had the 6% since Measure G was passed, and even before, as it was memorialized in the development agreements. The council has the ability to lower the rate by resolution, and that rate can be anywhere from 0 to 6%. Over the last few years, We've had a working relationship with the cannabis businesses, if you will, a kind of an ad hoc group, a subcommittee, staff, myself, the city attorney, finance director, and the business owners. And we have been hearing about the impacts and cost burdens that they are facing from taxes at all levels. Well, there are many taxes that this industry needs to comply with that are out of our purview in this council chamber. The one that the council does have the ability to address is the Measure G up to 6% amount. And that's what we're here to discuss today. The other things, we've talked to the cannabis business. If the state has high taxes, which I believe they do on this matter, we can help lobby with them or write a letter of support to, if the council would want to do that. That's not specifically on this agenda today, but that is something that we could do to work with them on other taxes they're facing. The other item that has been carried over since these businesses became approved and operational in the city was the public safety mitigation fee. This is a fee that's paid by all four of the businesses. It equates to approximately $87,000 a year. And this is a fee that the council could solely take action to remove if you desire to do so.
87 or 82?
I think it's a 87-ish.
It says 82.5.
82.5, I'm sorry.
He rounded up.
Thank you. So I'd really wanted to just kind of set the stage to really let the council know. I remember when Measure G went forward, it was specifically described that the council has the ability to work with this rate between the 0 and 6%. We've been talking to the business owners about this concern. This item's presented to council to give us guidance on what you want to bring back to reduce or not. I do know that these four businesses employ a lot of employees in our town. They are vital businesses, and I want to see them operational. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our finance director to go through a couple of the financial history of what revenues have been collected from these businesses and what it's been spent on. And then we can open it up for questions from the council.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wallace and council members. Olga Tikhamirova, Director of Finance. Thank you, City Manager Irvin. The PowerPoint, there is only a couple of slides, and here is a summary of what Mr. Irvin covered on the cannabis program revenue collection. I just would like to add that back in May 2021, the city established a cannabis community benefit fee revenue allocation policy. And according to the policy, up to 50% of the previous year's revenue is allocated to the community benefit grant program during the mid-year budget process. The city has consistently allocated $400,000 at least to the program. And the remaining portion, City Council may allocate back to the general fund for projects that meet or enhance community needs and benefit a large cross-section of residents, having a direct correlation to resident services and enhancement in the areas of recreation, economic development, support services, and the environment. And I prepared a 7-year history of the revenue and expenditures from the cannabis revenue grant program. The city collects approximately $1 million in cannabis business and professions tax, and $80,000 in public safety mitigation fee, and $5,000 in public safety license fees. Over the years, the two major sources of revenues, which previously has been community development agreement revenue, and later became cannabis business and profession tax, that revenue over a 7-year period amounted to approximately $6 million. Out of that amount, the City Council allocated $1.8 million to the community grant program and $1.9 million to city's capital projects. In fiscal year 2025 budget, $950,000 is allocated to capital improvement projects, including Bishop Park Creek, James Eloise, Bishop Park Connector, Pioneer Trail Safety, sustainability projects, and the Housing Assistant Program. Any reduction to the tax rate will have an impact on the revenue stream. And on this slide, it shows that 1% reduction to rate will result in $150,000 revenue loss, and reduction up to 4% will result in $600,000 revenue loss. As stated in the staff report, staff recommends that any consideration of a tax reduction be contingent upon all cannabis businesses becoming current on their tax obligations to the city. This approach will help preserve the stability of the cannabis program fund and ensures continued support for essential city programs and services. And with that, staff requests City Council direction on whether to prepare a resolution to reduce the cannabis rate and/or other fees, and if so, by how much? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tikamarova. Are we all done? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Council, do you have any? Oh, let me go to that. Does anybody have questions? Okay. Questions?
Just a clarity again, from something I think I heard the chief of police say, that the predicate when cannabis businesses were allowed in the city limits by a vote of the council, that it was that there might be an impact on police services or police calls, number of calls, and if I understood correctly, that has not been the case. Is that correct, Chief?
If there's been that impact, it's been insignificant.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Okay, we'll move to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
I
Robbins.
thought up a question.
Okay.
Looking at the local tax rates for cannabis in the agenda packet, you got El Dorado County, Placerville, Grass Valley, et cetera. We have a public safety mitigation fee. Do any of the other jurisdictions have something similar or equivalent to that?
That's not something I researched, but I can tell you that it's common for jurisdictions to have various fees. I don't know if specifically if they have public safety mitigation fees.
Okay, so we don't know if, yeah, because I'm asking about the public safety aspect specifically, so we don't know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
That's about 9% of the total tax revenue collection. And the 6% that's on gross receipts. So that's is that structured as a sales tax or is that structured as a revenue tax?
It is a excise tax, but it's a business and professions tax as it's in our code.
So it's because like El Dorado County, for example, is 4% of gross receipts, but it's slightly different than doing it as a sales tax at the point of sale, right? In terms of, I guess I'm not sure economically what the difference is, but it is legally a distinction, right?
Well, sales taxes are also commonly based on gross receipts, so it acts kind of like a sales tax, but legally it is not a sales tax, it's an excise tax.
Okay.
I would like to clarify that business and professions tax for cannabis businesses replaced the regular business and professions tax that other businesses are paying. So they're not paying at a flat rate per $1,000. They're paying 6% on gross receipts.
So like the city business licenses.
The other businesses are paying, say, $1,000 a year?
Percentage based on per
pay a
thousand.
flat dollar amount between $1.26 and $2.64. I don't exactly remember the pennies, but they pay that flat rate on $1,000. All other businesses except for cannabis businesses. Cannabis businesses pay 6% of gross receipts.
And the other businesses pay what percent?
It's not a percent, it's a flat rate. It's a flat rate of per $1,000. And there are 4 tiers, depends on the category of the business, category A, B, C, and D, and the rates vary between $1.20 pennies to $1.60 pennies.
So that's a fraction of a percent then, because it's per thousand, not per 100. So it would be 0.1 something to 0.2% based on, and you're saying that's a tier based on the revenue amount, is that the idea?
It's a tier based on type of business.
Oh, type of business, not revenue amount. Okay, so some businesses, so the highest tier, that's the non-cannabis tier is what percentage? Or two something per thousand?
$2 to 2%, to less than 2%.
No, 0.2% then, right? Because if it's $2 per thousand or two something, okay.
Yes.
That's a pretty significant distinction. Okay, thank you. But then I guess they're also paying sales taxes on top of that, if they're producing retail.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, Mr. Jenkins, sorry, and Mr. Roberts, sorry, I'm in the screen.
My question is the tax fee charge that we levy on top of, is it on top of all other taxes that are levied by the state of California? Or is it on simply the gross receipt, the base of what the cannabis dealer sells pre-tax? So are they paying 6% on the dollar, or are they paying a 6% on $1.41?
No, it's 6% on gross receipts excluding tax. So
Excluding-
it's not cumulative.
excluding tax, thank you.
For the city, it is not cumulative.
Okay,
For the state,
thank you.
it
And
is.
how does California state cannabis tax calculate?
I believe it's cumulative.
So California's state tax compounds on
City's tax.
city's tax.
Correct.
Okay,
Which, right,
That's
but
them.
not the other way around.
that's them, not us.
Correct, no, I understand
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
I'm just trying to understand the situation of what
Yeah.
it is. And that is the less bad way. Because if it were the other way, that would be
It
worse.
would be very bad, yeah.
But it
Mr.
still sucks, it's just, I want to be clear, but it's the less suck of the two options.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, sorry, I'm probably going to ask the exact same question here, but I'm still a little confused by it. So is the 6%, is that something that is charged to the consumer and then turned over to the city? Or is that a fee that we charge to the vendor for their sales?
It's charged to the consumer.
Okay. Now we go to public comment. It's been a day. Okay, is there anybody that would like to speak on this item? Please come forward.
Hello again. As you know, the statewide excise cannabis tax increase became effective on July 1st. That means right now, South Lake Tahoe has one of the highest cannabis tax burdens in the region, 37.18%. And while the city may see this as revenue, it's important to remember it's our customers who pay this tax every single time they shop. These aren't just customers, they're our neighbors, and they're paying more here than in Myers or Carson City. When prices are this high, people either go elsewhere or turn back to the illicit market where products are not tested, regulated, or safe. And this is especially concerning because for many people, cannabis is medicine. Here's what I hear directly from our customers. These sleep gummies are the only thing that let me stop taking prescription sleeping pills. I don't have to take opioids to manage my pain anymore. Cannabis works better for me. Cannabis is the only thing that helped me cut back on my drinking. It saved my life. For a lot of people in our community, cannabis is medicine that improves their quality of life. And yet the people doing the right thing by shopping legally here in South Lake Tahoe are being punished with a tax burden that is way too high. Because of how these taxes compound, the city isn't just collecting 6%. When you add in the city's shares of sales tax, it comes out to over 9% of every $100 purchase going straight to the city of South Lake. That's money coming directly from our residents, and many of them simply cannot afford it. We can't keep putting all this weight on them, and you, our council members, have the ability to adjust the rate to something fair and manageable. Cutting the local cannabis tax from 6% down to 1% won't take away community support. What it will do is give residents real relief at the register, make South Lake Tahoe competitive, keep jobs and tax dollars here in town, and protect access to safe, regulated cannabis for those in our community who rely on it. For all these reasons, I respectfully ask you to please vote to lower the local cannabis tax from 6% to 1%. This is about fairness for our customers, stability for our community, and protecting the health and safety of South Lake Tahoe residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Allen. I am a almost 30-year resident, former teacher here in the school district. While I appreciate that the council seems to recognize that medical necessity should deserve a tax break, but you should also consider that since accessibility is no longer an issue, many people with negative or with medical needs no longer go for medical clearances because it's easily accessible and they no longer have to jump through medical hoops. So those people also deserve a tax break. There is no special tax on alcohol or our prescription meds. Council also recognizes that alcohol is really the threat to public safety. Voters assigned this and agreed to this tax as a compromise for legal accessibility. It sounds as if the money is being spent on good programs. Many of the people who have paid this tax use those programs. Lowering the tax puts money back in our pockets to be spent elsewhere in this community. I support reducing this tax, and I hope you do too.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Allen.
you.
Please come forward.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jared Benvenuto. I was born and raised in Tahoe. I'm also a proud local business owner of Aloha Ice Cream and Tahoe Club Crawl. As a business owner, I believe it's unfair to place such a high tax burden on our local dispensaries. The goal of every business is to maximize customer traffic, generate profit, and encourage return business. However, when taxes are set this high, it discourages locals like myself and many others from visiting dispensaries as often as we would like. This doesn't just hurt the dispensaries, it hurts the city too. The fewer people who shop at these businesses, the less tax revenue the city collects in the long run. It's really a matter of common sense. A tax rate should be set at a level that works for everyone, one that supports local businesses while still benefiting the city. 1%. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Benvenuto. Mr. Mosier?
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Good afternoon. I think that it should possibly be lowered. But the thing is do you have records before you, or have you looked at records, of the various dispensaries to see what their status actually is, how they're doing financially. I know by watching the news and also some personal stories from people that I know, especially in Southern California, there such a proliferation of dispensaries and problems with theft and break-ins that there's a lot of them have gone belly up. And some of it has to do with the tax levels, but also competition. So I don't use it, haven't for decades, but it was my choice over alcohol anyway when I was younger. But we just had seeds and stems from Mexico back then, and you needed a Cheech and Chong joint just to get a light buzz. But the thing is with the people.
Oh, good Lord.
But people go down to Costco and Walmart here, as I do, just because lower prices. Gas is $1.30, $1.60 cheaper, and everything else. So when you do have to compete, you have to compete with Myers, you have to compete with the Nevada side right here. That is a question where if they're going to be able to save considerably or so, they're going to go there, and you lose the business. So, you end up higher tax, but lower volume as a result of it. So, like I said, knowing what the actual status and financial status of the different dispensaries is to see and take that into consideration of lowering it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Is there anyone else in the room? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Council. David Turner with Tall Green. So you've heard a lot of numbers, and sometimes I think with the number aspect of it, we start to lose track of really what's important. And I'll tell you, there's two things, and I'll be upfront and blunt. One of us are going to go out of business. It's going to be an extinction event. It's just going to happen. The taxes and fees are way too high, and as Mr. Irvin said, not that the city's responsible for all of them, but they're responsible for some of them. And so you bottom line that, what's that mean to our community? Tall Green's not unique in this aspect, but we hire football coaches at the high school. We hire college students at the community college. We hire mothers and fathers. These are real people. They really are. And you tack that on with another empty commercial space in town, we got enough of those. We really do. We really, really need some relief. And I'll give you one other point of consideration. We talk about mitigation and public safety. What's happening right now, the Department of Cannabis within the state of California, they have done the studies. And what it looks like to them and what they've been able to quantify is 2/3 of cannabis sales are to the illicit market, traditional market. 1/3 of cannabis sales are to the legal market, which we comprise of here locally. So what I will tell you is the average consumer here in Tahoe, I would be willing to bet it's even worse than that. It's probably more of like an 80 type 20, because they can go knock on their neighbor's door, go knock on the black market guy, mark on the cartel, if that's what you want to call it. Whatever it is, it's just cheaper for them to get them on the black market side. And that has its other ramifications. Kids can't come into our dispensaries and get it, but they certainly can go knock on somebody's door from the black market and get it there. So if we're considering that black market side and the public mitigation side, that's one way we can chew into it. And how do we do that? Stop propping up the traditional market. Start allowing us to be able to capture more of that market share and hopefully put those guys out of business. And then you'll see that domino effect of what that'll mean to our community and the safety around it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Is there anyone else in the room? Please come forward.
Afternoon, City Council. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Tyler Stratford. I am, so this is the issue I care a great deal about. Apologies. I'm an infantry veteran with disability. I live and work here in El Dorado County. I'm here tonight to speak in support of reducing the municipal cannabis tax from 6% down to 1%. For veterans like me, it's not just about economics, it's about access, health, and fairness. Many veterans, like myself, live with chronic pain, PTSD, sleep issues, and anxiety. Cannabis is one of the few things that can provide real relief without dangerous side effects of heavy pharmaceuticals. But right now, legal cannabis in California is already nearly 40% more expensive because of stacked taxes. And this year, as you know, the state tax increased. For veterans on fixed or limited incomes, those rising costs are devastating. And in fact, these taxes punish the people who served and who have found relief in cannabis. A little bit of my own story. I was raised by a DARE officer, actually, in Kansas. I was skeptical of cannabis my entire life. Never tried it growing up. I was raised on Ritalin as an ADHD kid and was told to trust pharmaceuticals my entire life. After my time in the Army, oddly enough, my parents opened up a dispensary in Colorado, and I was able to treat now all my ailments from the Army, manage my ADHD, and have something that was tested. I never had to buy from the illicit market, honestly, until I came to California, and it became too expensive. When I first tried, it was affordable. State taxes today are crushing everybody's pockets. It forces us into the unregulated markets. Everybody knows somebody up here who grows or in this county or can get bud from 5 other places. Heck, we're neighbored by 3 states that also have legalization. you have the opportunity here to lead by example. You can reduce municipal tax from 6 to 1%. Really give our business owners who also employ people like myself in the cannabis space. A huge amount of my veteran friends who've gotten out of the Army have jumped into the cannabis space, sure, in security, some in cultivation, but to support an industry that actually supports working veterans as well. I urge you to vote in favor of this change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room? Please come forward.
My name is Nick Beach. I am a supervisor at Cannabis. So I service a lot of the members of the community that we speak of. I support lowering the cannabis tax from 6 to 1%. Many of the people that we help struggle to make it here in Tahoe, like many of us do. It's not the cheapest or most affordable place to live, and these people are paying more for their medication because of this tax. And then I'd also like to add, because this tax and the rest of the excise taxes, I guess the 6%'s not compounded, but the rest of the taxes are compounded on that 6%. So lowering the 6% will lower that initial tax. And so the consumer at the cash register is going to be seeing a great difference in lowering that tax from 6 to 1%. So it is something that our communities of our members of our community will directly see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Mr. Goslin.
Thank you, Council. So I wanted to share two stories that show why lowering the cannabis tax from 6% to 1% matters so much for our community. The first, Ed mentioned her briefly earlier, is about a mother who couldn't be here today. Every week she comes into the dispensary, not for herself, but to buy CBD tinctures for her son who suffers from epilepsy. He shakes uncontrollably, and the only thing that gives him relief is this tincture. She has provided this tincture at cost through our compassion program, but she still pays nearly $40 in tax every week. That adds up to over $2,000 a year in extra taxes, taken from a mother simply trying to ease her child's suffering. We all know cannabis has medicinal value. Even President Trump has recognized it, and his administration is moving towards recognizing this with rescheduling on the horizon. Yet here in Tahoe, we are still taxing a mother's medicine as if it was a luxury. That's not right. The second point I wanted to make is just about the broader economy. Since this tax is compounding, if you lower the tax from 6 to 1%, that would be nearly $8 saved on every $100 spent. That money could go right back into our economy. A couple of tacos at Freshies, beer at the Turn, or a Tahoe bagel. A lower tax doesn't just help patients and consumers, it helps local businesses all across town. It keeps dollars circulating here instead of driving people into the black market or across county lines. And remember, even at 1%, the city will still collect over $500,000 in total revenue once regular sales tax is included into that total. That's a solid and reliable funding stream without crushing the locals. That's why I urge you to reduce the cannabis tax from 6 to 1%. It protects access for patients, strengthens our local economy, and it still funds important nonprofits. It's the smart economic decision and the right thing to do for South Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goslin. Is there anyone else in the room? Please come forward.
Thank you, Council. My name is Ross Rose. I've been South Lake Tahoe resident for 4 years now, 5 years. I have early onset Parkinson's. When I met my wife, I couldn't even hold a cup of coffee, and thanks to pot, I live a normal life. I used to self-medicate as a terrible alcoholic, quit that, thanks to pot. But I think a big thing is there was the chart about each percentage and how much money that would decrease. I've worked the last 5 years at Edgewood as a fine dining server and at Hell's Kitchen. I am the front line for all the tourists who come in to the restaurant. Where should we go? What should we do? I tell everyone, go to Nevada. Go down the hill. These are two of my best friends. I don't even go to their store because the taxes are too damn high. I tell everybody go down, and not just me, it's everyone I work with. We tell all the people, don't buy pot here. It's too expensive. The taxes are crazy. Go down to Minden, go to Carson, go to Myers even if you don't want to drive down the hill. So that's it, and I'm just one person. I mean, think about the amount of people who work in our industries, our tourist industries, who are telling people don't spend your money in Tahoe. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. So just for your consideration, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, also, I have my MBA from the University of Chicago in econometrics. I can absolutely guarantee you the appropriation ratio for the amount of money going to be spent here with the decrease in taxes is an exponential line. It's not linear like the chart was showing, 5%, 4%, 3%. That is exponential. Cheers.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the room? Mr. Bass, I know you're waiting patiently outside.
You're on tap. Good afternoon, Council. For the record, Cody Bass, Tahoe Wellness Center. I'm here today, for the record, speaking as a citizen as well as a business owner. A lot of points that are so real that have been made today. Tahoe Wellness, we've been here for nearly 17 years operating in the city. And you know, what we have seen through the last really 8 years of Prop 64 getting passed, 6 years now of the implementation, are some real challenges that have posed significant harm to our industry and to what the voters wanted to bring forward as a legal way for Californians to get cannabis through a legal framework. And what we've watched because of the basically statutes around Prop 64 have created really the harm for a consumer that is still driving them into the traditional market. And that really works against what the ideas that Prop 64 was all about, which is to bring cannabis out of the shadows into the light to deliver clean and safe cannabis to the Californians that deserve it. And when we look at a tax rate that is at 37% for the consumer at the transaction at the register, it clearly is going to drive somebody to somewhere where they're not having to pay that tax rate. And I think what a lot of people that don't work in the industry see is that, well, no, you're just collecting this tax on top of what is your sale. And why that's different for cannabis is because our number one competition is the traditional market. And as it was pointed out before, the DCC has shown that nearly 70% of cannabis sold in California is still being brought through the traditional market. And that is what is really creating such harm. And so why is that happening? Well, it's directly due to these taxes. And what our issue as business owners are, we have to create an out-the-door price that includes this tax to be somewhat competitive with that street price. So it's not for us just collecting a tax over and above what our sale is. Our calculation is that total price out the door. So it really has to be looked at so differently than other businesses that their direct competition is another legal business down the street. As everything has gone up in the cost of doing business for every industry, our industry doesn't just raise the prices because, again, we're competing against somebody not paying taxes, not paying overhead business expense. It is critical that the city do what it can to lower this tax. The fact is, the 6%, yes, we're still going to be at a 31% tax rate for these consumers, even at that. One other last point I'll make, this ordinance that was passed, Measure G, allows you to lower the tax. It also allows you to bring it back up in the event that we lower it and the state comes back to lower its taxes, and then maybe there's more room at a later time to come back and revisit this. But until the state gives us that relief, which is a long way out, the city, please act and do what's right to preserve these businesses. It was said before, one of us is probably not going to live, and there's a real reality to that. So please do what you can to preserve our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Is there anyone else? Okay, we'll move to our online platform.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and go to our Zoom platform. First up, we have Melissa Soderston.
Yes, thank you. Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I've been here many times to speak about this issue. I know that there was this perception when cannabis was first legalized recreationally that it was going to be the next gold rush, or the green rush, rather. And that has not been the case whatsoever, to the disappointment of our municipalities, our state, and our businesses and the consumers. These businesses are not making a ton of money. They are small businesses, and they are struggling just like all of our other small businesses are, just like all of the state businesses are, just like the national. I mean, the economy is not doing well right now. These are some of our largest year-round employers. They offer some of the best paying jobs year-round. They offer security and for many, many families, and they provide safe access to patients. Many of the people on the recreational market are still using it as a medicinal plant. They are just choosing not to be required to humiliate themselves to go through a process to get this card that means nothing. We really need to lower the tax. We really need to reconsider this grant-funded tax. I know these business owners, every single one of them, would probably donate more to our community than they are required to pay through these programs. If we lowered the tax, there are many, many people I know that do not shop in our town. They go to Nevada, they go to El Dorado County. Many of our tourists purchase their products before they come up here from the Bay Area. We need to do better. We really need to reconsider supporting these as a traditional business would be supported. You guys are well-versed in all of this stuff now, and now is the time to really legitimize the entire thing. We have shown no crime increase, nothing, and we really need the help. So I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Adam. Adam's iPhone, up next. Okay. Moving on to the next person, we have Lost Local.
Hello, Jason DeSimone, South Lake Tahoe resident. About 6 years ago, I was able to end a pretty awful relationship with hard drugs and alcohol through the responsible use of cannabis. Always purchasing my cannabis here in town at various shops, mostly Cannabis. Just simply wanted to say I support lowering this tax because at this point it just feels completely extractive. I understand that when this industry was getting off the ground, there was concessions that need to be made, and there was leverage to enact some of these taxes in order to get things passed and to get the business off the ground. But I think we've seen over time now that it's a sum positive for the community, and I don't think that 6% tax locally and close to 40% tax overall is fair. It just feels completely over the top. There's nothing else I purchase regularly that I pay even remotely the same amount of tax on. So I would just ask that this is considered and we can try to keep some more money in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Adam, we're going to give you one more chance. Adam's iPhone. Okay, moving on, Justin Woodcock.
Hello, and thank you for your guys' time addressing this matter. My name is Justin Woodcock. I grew up here in Tahoe pretty much my whole life. And, over 60% of all the cannabis sales in California are still happening on the streets. And that's according to the Department of Cannabis Control. When the legal product is taxed so heavily, people simply go around the system. California has lost 30% of its active cannabis business licenses in just the last 2 years. That's over 17,600 cannabis jobs have disappeared that same period. That's 17,600 families that are affected by this because legal businesses couldn't compete under this tax burden. And when you compare California to other states, even more clear, per capita, the average cannabis sale in Michigan is $295 per person. In Montana, they spend $280. Oregon, $221. And in California, we sit at $98. We're dead last, even though we have the largest cannabis market in the country. What's the difference between all that? Is that those states have lower taxes, much lower. The lesson is simple, and high taxes are failing. They drive customers back to the black market, they close down businesses, they eliminate jobs, and they starve cities of revenue. Failed businesses don't pass taxes. Healthy businesses do. We already lost one cannabis business here in South Lake Tahoe to high taxes, one of our legal grows. Let's not lose another one. Lowering the local cannabis tax from 6% to 1% isn't just fairness, it's about survival. Personally, I think the tax should be 0, but it's a pay-to-play game, so I get it. It's about keeping the sales in the safe legal market, protecting jobs, and ensuring South Lake Tahoe actually benefits from sustainable tax revenue. I urge you to make the economical, responsible choice for our community. Lower the tax, strengthen the legal market, and save the tested cannabis and make it safe, tested cannabis affordable for our residents. Please lower the tax from 6% to 1%. One last thing too, I know that the city's finance girl was kind of sweating it when she was seeing the money go from 6% or 4%, 3% and going down in 150,000 increments. But I've never agreed with anything with Scott Robbins. And one thing I will agree with is that alcohol, why not tax it? You can get your 6%, and there's a lot more people drinking at the casinos and at the bars than there are smoking weed. And you'll get more money out of that than you will out of the people that need it for medical help or whatever else. So thank you for your guys' time.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Ms. Solorzano.
Hi, my name's
Yeah, go ahead.
yes. Hi, my name's Mary Jane Solorzano. I work at Cannabis Dispensary. A lot of people know me as their local bud tender, but what a lot of people don't know is that I'm also a medical user. I see a lot of patients come in, and it's sad to see a lot of people struggling to pay for something that is needed. It's a medical use item, and people should not be struggling to pay for something that is needed. It is not a want, it's a need. People don't need to be struggling for a medical use item. Like Goose mentioned earlier, this is something that moms and parents are coming in for their children. Parents are coming in for medicine for their children. Pharmacists are being able to give discounts at pharmacies with pharmacy cards for their children's medicine. Why do we not have options like that for cannabis products? There should be other options, and our only option at the moment is lowering the city discount or tax rate from 6% to 1%. So if we can ask that of you, please give that to us. If you can hear us, we please ask you to hear us. Lower that from 6% to 1%. Please, thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Mr. Etherington.
Hi, Josh Etherington, a longtime resident since 1988. I fully support bringing it down from 6 to 1%. Longtime weed smoker, have been since I've been injured way back in the day, and I really am immune to painkillers. I've lost a lot of friends off of opioids and this and that. And I am one of those residents that go off the hill to get cheaper gas and groceries because we're, as a tall resident in general, we get taxed in everything. So it'd be a huge help to lower the weed rate from 6 to 1%. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Mariah.
Hello, this is Mariah Rambliss. I wanted to speak in support of lowering the cannabis tax from 6 to 1%. and I urge you to vote in favor of this necessary and positive change. Thank you for your time today.
Oh, thank you very much. Close one, caught me. Okay. All right, next up, we just have somebody's iPhone.
Hi, thank you. My name is Alex Rapice. I'm a 10-year local here in South Lake Tahoe. I'm a business owner and a disabled person as well. I'd like to say I'm in support of lowering the cannabis tax to 1% and echo on what other people said with going down the hill for spending money. Something I do as well. I would buy gas here in our town, but it is exponentially more expensive than it is in Carson City. State laws dictate that, and this one should change. I would spend more money up here if the tax rate was lower. I work multiple jobs and it is hard living here, so I think this would be a positive effect on our community. Thanks for your time. I actually spent all day listening to this just to let you guys know that, so I'll probably be another call in at another point in time. Thank you again.
All right, thank you so much. All right, next up we have Sarah with an H.
Hi, my name is Sarah Winner. I'm the assistant manager at Cannabis, and I am asking the city council to lower the city cannabis tax from 6% to 1%. We need to keep medicine accessible and keep the cannabis sales off the black market. That way those tax dollars continue to come into the city and more businesses don't close. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Zoom user. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Adam Kowalczyk. I'm an owner-operator of First Place, a legal cannabis company. We are supported a lot by the local dispensaries in South Lake Tahoe. And I think that you guys should definitely consider lowering the tax rate because it will push a lot more sales volume, which will generate in the long term more revenue for South Lake Tahoe, as well as helping prevent the illicit black market, which causes crime and other issues. So if you guys would consider lowering the tax rate, I think it would be beneficial for you guys financially and for the safety of Lake Tahoe.
All right, thank you so much. And, oh, sorry, you said, lastly, we have Sarah with an A.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi there. I'm someone that is a nurse. I worked at Barton for a lot of years. I love South Lake Tahoe. I had a back injury working as a nurse, and I have to use cannabis to help with my chronic pain. So for me, it's a necessary medicine, and I'm also a critical care nurse of over a decade experience, and we need a medicine to be affordable. So everything's going up in price. The one thing we really need is to keep medicine affordable for those that serve the community and and also we need it to be able to be there for our own families and friends. But the main thing is that you're already going to get a lot of tax. I mean, it's already over a 30% tax. So this lowering from 6 to 1 would be so beneficial because people would pour their money into South Lake Tahoe. You keep your crime rate lower. People like me that are community servants and healers, we need to heal ourselves as well. So there's a lot of reasons. I also want to help the farmers because the farmers are getting destroyed by taxation. And without the farmers, we don't have a product. So the farmers really do have to be supported. And when people can't buy their product because they don't have the money for it, the farmers can't sell their product, and we have to compete with the black market. And then that means the whole market tanks. So it's just destroying lives across the board already with high taxation. Alcohol is one of the main killers of human beings. So tax that instead of cannabis, which is a medicine that helps everyone from children to the geriatric population. So please, for your consideration, please lower the tax from 6 to 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. First off, I'm going to say I'm on the fence on this, so I'm going to just throw out some ideas and look to the rest of the council to convince me either way. To not give too much information, I was a very heavy pot user myself in my younger years, so I'm very happy with this industry and like seeing it here. But as an entrepreneur as well, I see some challenges with them. For one, they're talking about additional sales if we lowered the price. To replace that $600,000, the 1.5% sales tax the city gets, it's going to take $40 million in sales to increase to recover that $600,000. Seems like a pretty large amount. Again, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I'm on the fence on this. I'm very sympathetic to their cause, but as an entrepreneur, you know, as Melissa Strouderham, I think it was, said, the whole industry, statewide and beyond, overplayed their hand in this. They thought it would be more lucrative than it was. And especially in town here, you know, they flooded the market. You know, these are challenges that every entrepreneur faces. The 6% that the city agreed, I understand the 40%, close to 40%, is crazy excessive, but we're only taking 6% of that. So we're not the full bad guys in this one. So since they knew that at the start of their business, their business plan their business plan failed essentially. And as sympathetic as we want to be, the losses of jobs is unfortunate. But also look at if we lose that revenue in our city, all of these nonprofits in town are going to suffer as well. And look at the people that need our support are going to lose as well. So on both sides of that, I like the concept of the alcohol tax. I don't know if that's even legal or not, though. But, and again, I mean, I'm sympathetic to their challenges. It's scary and all that, but I'm just wondering, are we opening a Pandora's box? I mean, where does it stop? What other business is going to ask us to reduce things so that they can sell their product cheaper just because their customers enjoy it? I'm just concerned about that. I'm on the fence, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Jenkins.
I appreciate the comments by all parties on this. First, I want to make it very clear, I'm in favor of lowering the tax from 6 to 1%, and I'll tell you why. One, I'm not a cannabis user. If it could grow my hair, I might be, but apparently that doesn't, one of the benefits. I also want to point out that when you look at a state of California and the tax levels that it levies on everyone for everything, the state government in this state has all great ideas that they want you to pay for. And the only thing we control is what we have here. We can only control a segment of that burden that our a brilliant $14 billion expected deficit in the state budget. So we can't control that. They can't either. But the other thing is that the current tax is not applied to other businesses of the city. It results in a competitive disadvantage for local dealers, and it's applied without a clear, consistent rationale today. It may have been in the beginning, but it's not today because of commentary that we've had from our own fine staff. In effect, this tax for cannabis doesn't apply, as said, to alcohol. which after this meeting, who knows what some of us may have a glass of wine. I'm also very concerned with the comments that were made that the tax, because of the competitive disadvantage in Nevada, Carson City, and El Dorado County, that we, in effect, and unintentionally, I know, would be driving business either A, out of town, which is not business retention, it's not business expansion, it's not new business development, it's none of the stuff that we're going to talk about later. Worse is it's going to drive it underground, to the underground, and I worry about the underground because our own city and people we know have had experiences with tainted products, and the result is they've ended up dead. So I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that happen. We have a regulated industry. It's legal in California. We can only do our small part, and that's why I fully support. Oh, and let me say about the budget issue, because I appreciate Councilmember Roberts. If the things that we're now spending money for is that important, put it in the normal budget process and let it compete with the other issues that we have. I see us all spend all kinds of money for all kinds of things. Well, maybe these are those special things are things that we should be considering in the regular budgetary process. But I have a feeling that if the tax is lowered, that, as the gentleman said, that the increase in sales, the retention of jobs, the no more vacant buildings is going to be much more beneficial in the long run than having vacant buildings, vacant structures, and unemployed people who can't afford housing. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, cannabis is an odd industry. Its main competitors are not other businesses. It's the illicit market. That's really not true so much with, skiing or hotels or alcohol for that matter. Nobody's buying bootleg alcohol. It's not the 1920s.
I have some bathtub gin.
She has a bathtub.
I'm joking.
Yes, but are you selling it? That's the real question.
She doesn't want to share.
I'm joking.
But this is the thing, right? Like most industries are in competition. Most firms in an industry are in competition with each other. In the cannabis market, because of its peculiar history, the cannabis firms are in competition with illegal cannabis primarily. And one of the consequences of legalization, and I hesitate to say it was an unforeseen consequence because I think it was pretty obvious that this was a foreseen consequence. It just was improperly managed. But one of the consequences of legalizing possession along with distribution is that for the possessor, for the buyer, it almost completely eliminates the criminal risk of buying illegal cannabis. Because you can buy illegal cannabis from a dealer, from your guy, that is ultimately sourced from a cartel that's growing in the middle of El Dorado Hills or wherever, and there's almost no risk for the buyer to possess that. All of the risk, as much as there is any, is on the dealer, is on illegal dealers. So, from a purchaser standpoint, there's very little incentive. There's very little financial incentive to buy cannabis legally. That said, there's a lot of advantages still to buying legal cannabis that I've always appreciated. The fact that dosing is precise and labeled, and there's traceability and reliability of sourcing and ingredients and all that kind of stuff. But that really only matters for rank novices at cannabis consumption like myself. So it's it's a problem where, in consequence, we have a very high tax structure, a very high cost structure associated with legal cannabis, with the presumption that everybody would be forced to go only to the legal market to buy. But that's not true. They can go buy illegal cannabis, which has no taxes on it, and which is cheaper, and there's no risk of buying illegal cannabis. You're not going to get stopped meaningfully by the cops for possessing cannabis that that they may or may not know where you bought it from. So every increase in taxation on legal cannabis drives the market to the illicit market. And that's a type of, in economic terms, that's the concept of a market failure. That's where the regulatory structure has led to unintended outcomes. I guess unintended is the right word here because I think the outcomes were quite foreseeable. They just botched it. And the consequences of this have been meaningful. Illegal cannabis is still a serious crime issue. I have not forgotten the fact that I attended Deputy Brian Ishmael's funeral down in Sacramento after he was shot to death while investigating an illegal cannabis grow operation in El Dorado County and on the West Slope. And at the end of the day, the lunacy of that, like the ultimate lunacy of that, is cannabis cultivation and sales is legal, right? That it was just for the cartels, it was simply more cost effective not to go through the legal process of growing legal cannabis. That was preferable to wind up growing it illegally. And the result of driving that illegal market, which is fundamentally about tax and fee evasion and cost evasion, has been very serious. So all that said, I do want to see us provide some kind of rate relief here. I also want to be honest about it, with the following, which is that the city taxes are non-trivial, so it's not insignificant, but it's also not where the bulk of the problem is. The overwhelming bulk of the problem is at the state level with a 19% tax. That yes, and it compounds on our smaller tax, but if the state doesn't deal with the 19% taxation, and frankly, I think it was raised from 15% was where it used to be until recently. If the state doesn't deal with that, our action in the long run is not going to make as much of a difference as is really needed. It'll help. It's real. I'm not minimizing it, but the state issue is a much bigger problem for these businesses. So one thing we haven't really mentioned here today is getting involved. We do have a strategic plan item to better improve our lobbying and engagement with regional government and higher level government partners. And that includes the state and that includes the federal. The fact that the businesses can't do normal standard business expense deductions on federal taxes is surreal. That's a federal problem, which we have even less influence on, I recognize, so don't at me on that one. But maybe we should lend, for what it's worth, our voice of support in Sacramento to say that the city, as a jurisdiction, recognizes these problems. Frankly, it wouldn't be beyond imagining that we could get El Dorado County to come on board with us in the same way. They hate the state government even more than David does. So, so I think as a lateral issue, we should also be talking about getting behind some lobbying efforts here about and writing a letter or adding a letter of support to some existing engagement process that's being done by, I'm sure, industry organizations are behind, have set something up. I think that's something that we should also include in what we do. And then lastly, I think there is at least at a bare minimum, there is the item of, of the total revenue, right? 6% was collected as the cannabis business and professions tax. Approximately 0.5%, that's the $82,500, is collected as the public safety mitigation fee. And as we've heard and that's 0.5% of revenue, of total revenue, and you can calculate that by backing out revenue from the taxes and then moving forward to estimate the percentage fee. So you can do the arithmetic. We have a public safety mitigation fee that we assess on these businesses. with no clearly identified public safety impact. What are we doing, right? This is, this was a reefer madness, type item that was done back in the day, and it's unsupported by data. It's unsupported by evidence. It's unsupported to the degree that we have a cannabis grant program to mitigate the negative impacts of cannabis, and we ourselves have failed utterly to identify negative impacts. We can't see them in the data. We don't have them in crime. We haven't had, roving gangs of potheads and hungry, munchy people robbing 7-Elevens for potato chips. I don't know what the crime was supposed to be. I really don't. So, that should be a low-hanging fruit that I think we should be able to get behind without too much difficulty.
Could I just say for clarity, Mayor, that for Councilmember Robbins, I don't hate state government. I just want it to work for the people and the businesses that are in California. I don't hate it. I just want it to be better.
I do. I'll be frank, I do.
I'm pretty pissed off at them too for all kinds of
all kinds of things.
All kinds of things.
So before I go to you,
have it on the
Mr.
left
Roberts,
and the
I'm
right.
going to get my initial thoughts out. So I'm not opposed to reducing the percentage. I am also 100% in favor of removing the public safety mitigation fee. I am also think that we should use while using the same requirements as state, we do a 0% tax for any medical users.
I wrote that down and forgot
Yep.
to put it in my long-ass comment, even though I wrote it down.
And so I think where I'm at, though, because I've looked at the other jurisdictions around, and although they don't have, the Nevada side doesn't have the exorbitant fees from the state that California does, I think we should, in my opinion, split the baby kind of thing and do more of a 3%, and then whatever we decide, whether 100% of that goes into the general fund to pay for capital improvement and so on and so forth, or if we do like a 2/3 general fund, 1/3 to grants, I'm okay with that too. The only other thing that I at least like to chat with council about is if we're going to be reducing this, do we want to then impose a 0.126% business license fee? Because they're paying this a much larger amount, recognizing that it is, instead of a business license fee. So it's something to at least have the discussion about.
They don't pay a business license.
Well, this is their business license fee, correct?
Slightly different. So the
Okay.
6% tax right now is charged to customers by businesses.
Right.
They're allowed to be charged to customers by businesses, while the actual business license tax is charged to the business. It's not passed on to the customers.
Right, but
they can
do they
include
pay
into
a
their
separate business license fee?
cannabis businesses do not.
See, that's what I was saying. And most of us who have been in business and who understand business recognize that even though it's not charged directly to the consumer, everything is charged directly to the consumer because it's the price of the overhead of the business. So at least I will use Mr. Roberts' conversation to say I'm on the fence on that one, but it's something to at least talk about. So that's my initial thoughts. Mr. Roberts.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, just before we move on, I want to chime in on a couple of the points that you raised. The measure that went to the voters, Measure G in 2022, did not distinguish between medical and non-medical cannabis. So I would need to look into whether we can do that by resolution or if it has to go back to the voters.
Okay.
And then same
Thank
with
you.
charging the business license fee to the cannabis businesses. The measure that went to the voters exempted them from that, and this was in place of it.
Well,
So
that may
that's-
be the only conversation we have about it.
Well, we should definitely get I agree though that we should get a
opinion.
staff opinion on, like an official opinion on the
The
medical
medical.
thing. Sorry, I talked for an hour and I wrote it down and I forgot to mention it.
That's okay.
We're not denied the ability to reduce for medical. So just because it's not authorized, I guess general law cities, You have to do what's authorized. And so what you're saying is that we can't simply say that?
We can't change taxes.
Well,
Yeah, this tax has been approved by the voters, which is required for all
Yeah.
taxes. So I would need to look at whether we can reduce medical down to zero if we keep the other at a different
Whatever.
percentage. I'm just not sure that's possible without going back to the voters.
I would also like to know for that, if it's at all possible, what percentage of sales currently are medical card versus non-medical card of any kind of card? Because that's a highly relevant piece of
Agreed.
information to know. And I do agree with some of the comments earlier about, people right now aren't bothering to get them because it's a pain in the butt, and it doesn't matter. You can just go get the same stuff, with or without your card. But I do think if we're going to offer a lower tax rate for medical cannabis, then it's reasonable to say, well, then have a prescription or whatever the equivalent
Like I
therein.
said, using the same requirements as state law.
Yeah.
Mr. Robbins, I'm sorry, but Mr. Roberts was supposed to go.
I just had a couple of quick comments I forgot as well to add in earlier. I do 100% agree with getting rid of the mitigation fee, the safety fee. I'm kind of of the mind 4% and 5% is what's in the surrounding areas. So I'm not sure why we should lead the way all the way down to 1%, but I would agree to 3%. I would also agree to the 0% for the medical users.
Okay. Who's next? Nobody's hands are raised. Mr. Jenkins.
Again, we're going to be talking about business retention, business expansion, and new business development. We have one of the most complicated, expensive, time-consuming, laborious process to do anything in this community, and it's not all our fault. It's part of our fault, but we're working on it. We want to change it. I don't know that we apply a standard to one business, to one type of business, that is not applied to other, arguably more challenging types of uses. And I think you've heard from the people in the business. I don't want to see vacant buildings in this town. I don't want to see any more of those for reasons that are multiple, some of which is our own responsibilities that we have control over. We can't change state law. We likely can't change federal law, but we can do our part to keep businesses in business in town, and I think lowering it from 6 to 1 is a good option. And we can budget because we're budgeting on a budget year, then we budget in mid-year, then we add funds during the year. There's all kinds of funds. Let the recipients compete with other needs in the city. And let's not penalize one business because we think we can. I just don't think that's good policy. I don't think it's fair. I think it's what's that word? Arbitrary. I think it's arbitrary, and it doesn't make any business sense to me. So that's where I am.
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, as far as the grant thing goes, those are competitive, right? Those are actually
Competitive within the fund.
they're competitive with each other, right? All of the cannabis grant award is the only grant award program that's like that in the city. It's the only sort of general funding mechanism for doing community.
No, by definition, it's a special fund. It's not a general fund, as by definition. But there's no reason that the programs or the activities could not be part of the quote general fund discussion that we have annually. And we have a great idea, and by the way, you're going to pay for it, Mr. Goslin, and all of the dealers. You're going to pay for that great idea, and for that service, you're going to pay for it. Well, why not, if it's such a good service, let it be part of the budget process that during the general fund we discuss.
Yes, but not really.
Well, yes, but really.
No, because the cannabis fund does not have any meaningful restrictions on its use. So the cannabis fund is functionally nearly identical in its applicability as the actual general fund. So in that sense, it is a type of general fund. And so the money between the two are fungible. Money we spend on one, we don't spend out of the other, and money we spend out of the other, we don't spend on the one. So it functionally goes between the two. So yeah, we could establish a $500,000 a year out of the general fund to do the community grant program. Functionally, though, in terms of the real impact on city spending, it's meaninglessly different. So the question is, do we want to have a line item funded from anywhere, from any fund, that goes towards something like a community benefit grant processes?
Pay for success contracts that we've been doing.
Yeah.
And one is on the agenda later on.
Yeah, and so that's an example. And the one that this is my point. The one, when we went through this with cannabis, we went through it as a process where they all got together, they all applied at a time. The one that's coming up later on is an example of what I have talked about before. Early when I came on council, we talked about this, is the non-preferable way of doing this, where it's one-off.
Agreed.
But, we have a grant application process, and the part of the problem is that the applications there have to show this particular application to cannabis mitigation, which is narrow. And so everything else is still left for the one-off, which is why we put in an item, and I think it makes sense to make that general so that we simply have an annualized line item for community grant applications and submissions, of which something like the Pay for Success, whatever, with the Coalition for the Homeless and stuff, could be part of those grant application processes. That way we're considering that as one unit together.
And that's called a restricted fund, by the way. It's restricted to those uses that you're talking about. It's not a general fund. If it's designated as restricted, it's restricted
Cannabis
uses.
is not a restricted fund.
No.
If I may, but really quick, sorry, gentlemen. We have a cannabis revenue policy that does state that 50% of our revenues will go towards the fund. So it's not 100% unrestricted. There's some restriction there that says 50% of these revenues go towards these things.
Right, and there's a background to all of that.
But that's a city policy, that's not part of the statute. That's a decision that the council made of it for itself. It's a self-imposed policy.
And
So it's not a fund limitation.
So, Mr. Robbins, I have been involved in the city since long before I was on city council. And there was a habit in the past of one-offs. One-offs would come to the podium and say, hey, we're doing, if anybody remembers this, I'm sure Mr. Mosier does. We're going to do a water slide down Ski Run Boulevard. And we are going to do it for such and such reason, and we want you guys to help us pay for it. The city council at the time voted, if I'm not mistaken, either $15,000 or $20,000 to a water slide down Ski Run Boulevard.
Why are we doing that anymore?
Yeah,
Not during my time.
I would get behind that. But my point is that people would come to the podium, they would ask for one-offs, and so then we went the exact opposite direction. Almost zero nonprofit support was happening in the community for a very long time, many, many years. Ms. Tikamarova, you might have that information. Then when the cannabis items started coming up, and out of the cannabis ad hoc committee with the council at the time prior to me, there was, but we could raise this money through these development agreements and we can give part of it to the nonprofits, and that's where we got our current policy. So I don't want to go back to the previous, because we either did it willy-nilly or we did it not at all. So I'm not opposed to what you're saying.
Neither of those is what I want.
Right,
Yeah.
no, and I that's what I was finishing my thought. Yeah. I'm not opposed to doing that. Here's sort of where the rub is with that. Some of these, and we've tried to get away from it because we've done this competitive process, but some of these nonprofits start relying on our funds to annually get that money. We don't want that, because if, for instance, we were to say as a council policy, we're going to set $100,000 or $500,000 from the general fund and start doing this competitive grant process, we'd have to come up with all the criteria. And then we run into a year where the economy is not what it could be, and we have to start cutting. That's first on the block, and then those nonprofits who have relied on our funding become not able to keep operating because of that. So we just have to find a really narrow way to do something like that. That's my only comment based on the history of 27 years.
In fairness, what you just described there, the potential variability of government funding is a real risk in nonprofit operations, not just from the city. That's happened at the state level. That happened to Live Violence Free at the federal level.
Exactly. We had that
this past year.
conversation.
Like this,
Yes.
that is a thing. That is a frustrating and unhappy thing. Is that we don't always
The
have money.
difference is we're
And that's
right
at all
across
levels.
this podium from the people in town, whereas the federal government who cut their funds is not. And that makes things very, very difficult
And a
for
state
us.
government that has to balance $14 billion deficit in the next year.
So we just have to be very careful. That's all I'm suggesting. Mr. Roberts, your hand is raised.
Yeah, Ms. Tico Morova, what is the average, if you can, or ballpark business license fee that businesses are paying in town?
So we have about 4,000 businesses, and we collect approximately $2 million in revenue. So,
Hang on, I got my calculator.
Yeah, me
my
too.
head is exhausted today. But I also would like to add that the maximum
$500
tax
a business.
is $20,000.
$500 a business. But Keith, I'll just tell you, I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts, I am in charge of 4 different business licenses, and on some I pay a couple of hundred, and on some I pay several thousand. So it's very
But
wide-ranging.
there's also only like 4 cannabis businesses in town. So revenue from a business license fee would be trivial at the rates of standard business licenses.
So what we're going to do then is say to the cannabis dealers who are 4 businesses in town, it's your job and your customers who are our residents to pay more for this than any other business that we expect in this city. That is your task because you use it for medical or recreational purposes. You have to pay for all these things that we want to fund that we don't want to put in our regular budget. That's what you're saying. And I think it should be part of the regular budget process, just like most cities do. And I think I know a little bit about this, but so put it part of the regular budget process where you can have that conversation based on what available funds there are and what priorities there are. That's all I'm saying. But I would like to make a motion that we reduce the tax from 6 to 1%.
Well, the cannabis.
There's a motion on the table, Mr. Robbins. Is there a second? Okay. That motion fails for lack of a second.
So the cannabis grant process is a regular process. It's just that it's funded out of one bucket instead of another. But here's the question then, right? I agree that it's not fair to ask one industry to fund all this aspect of, that we started this grant program because we were expecting cannabis revenue, and the two are linked in that sense. The two are not really linked in the sense that the money is fungible between the two accounts, so it doesn't really matter, it's just money coming in. But it's the deeper issue is that it's an unfair amount that's being taxed to these one sets of businesses, rather than the tangential issue that money is then half of it's being used for these grant processes. The question is, if we want to eliminate it down to 1%, okay, and we want to make the grant part the grant part of regular budgeting where it's coming out of general funds, or it's coming out of cannabis funds, or it's coming out of some other fund source, whatever fund source it's coming out of. And we're not going to have 600, we're not going to have we're going to be down in our budget revenue over 600,000 a year, which is now a non-trivial amount of money. Okay, fine. Right? Are you willing then to say no community grants?
Yes,
right?
I am.
In exchange for cutting the cannabis grants, and that's the part that I want to make sure we recognize, because when you say just make it part of regular budgeting, that doesn't make money appear. Right? If you want to replace the cannabis funds with something more equitable, where we're saying we're going to tax things because they are potentially harmful, then we should have a 0.5% tax or whatever on alcohol. you know, which is way bigger and way more sold in the community, and then use that funding
I hate going deep, digging deep into this well on this purpose, but we raise an enormous amount of money already. And it's not the amount of money, it's how we spend it. And if you really wanted to get into the conversation about how we spend it is based on what are the highest priorities. If the council determines that these programs in all the scheme of things are that important, then fine. That's a determination you make as part of the budgetary process.
The majority of our discretionary money, which includes cannabis money, which is discretionary, the overwhelming majority of our discretionary money goes to fund the fire department, the police department, and the roads.
Yes.
Which of those would you like to cut in order to make up for the
that's
loss?
a ridiculous
and
question
continue to fund-
because it's spent for other purposes also. And I apologize. I mean ridiculous. It's a little hard for me to understand that point you make. Is a more kinder way to put it.
I will
If I
just
may, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes,
Parks
please,
and Rec,
Mr. Irvin.
what's
So-
the cut going to be?
So, I mean, the conversation on budget, we just approved our budget last meeting.
Right.
And our general fund budget is $67 million.
Correct.
There is, you know, our general fund funding, unfunded balance or undesignated balance is $1.5 million after we went through that whole exercise. Now, that should really be seen as one-time monies, but academically, for us to go through the annual budget process, if we determine as a community, as a council, that community grants are something we want to have, I am confident that we can evaluate that in the totality of our budget review. I think that is not a daunting task for us. Will we have to make some tough decisions? Maybe. You know, actions have consequences. I've worked in 4 cities. This is the only city I've worked in that had a fund like this that allocated grants like this for this purpose.
As a community
It's a
lender-
luxury, and maybe it's a luxury at the back of this. I'm just saying, like, this is the discussion here. It's never easy to say we want to give up revenue. I get that. We have needs and desires, but I also understand that we're talking about a very small percentage of our general fund. And it is not something that I don't think me and Ms. Tika Marova, with the guidance of the council, can't manage to present you with a balanced budget.
So I'm just going to share with council that if we go below 3%, I will not be in favor of any community grants. I think that it was an added benefit, but it is not a necessary benefit. And as much as I appreciate and have been so grateful to the community for these funds going to these amazing, wonderful, powerful nonprofits, if we go below 3%, and it's not a bad thing, I just don't think that we should be out of the general fund funding nonprofits in the community. At least that's just my own opinion.
So rather, Mayor, with respect, we'll just let the cannabis industry fund all of our great ideas if we go below 3%.
That's not what I said at all.
No, that's exactly what I heard.
No, I said I'm in favor of reducing it.
Okay. Oh.
I'm in favor of reducing
Okay.
the tax. I just also said 2 things can be true at the same time. I'm in favor of reducing the tax. I am also in favor of, if it goes below 3%, not doing community grants.
Well, I think we make those decisions during budget times.
And we all
I think
vote
we
on it
don't.
then.
I think we don't make predeterminations that we're never going to do
I
something.
never made a
Well,
predetermination.
no, but you just said if it goes below 3%, you're not going to fund community events, which is then you.
I'm not. I'm one person.
Well, I know. Well, you don't make budget decisions 5 years in advance, and which is when you project. Well, I don't want to go deep into this hole.
Decisions.
Yeah,
So,
but policy without economic impact analysis is nonsense. That's what this state has done, because they make all kinds of ideas, but they don't have the money to find. So what they do is they tax, and we only have control of what we have.
You're telling me not to spend, that I have to spend money.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you, make a decision when the budget's here.
Okay, it doesn't matter. So, Mr. Roberts, your hand is raised. 1 second, Mr. Robbins.
Excuse me. I don't really like Mr. Jenkins' direction, but I wanna play off of it for a second. My original question, Ms. Tico Marova, was not how much dollar figure was all the businesses saying, but what was the percentage? And what if we took this tax to zero and then just charged them a business tax equal to what everybody else is paying in town? Where would that land us?
As Ms. Stroud previously mentioned, it would have to go back to voters because the ballot replaced the standard standard business and profession tax with the cannabis business license and professions tax.
Okay.
So it was done by the voters.
It was kind of a hypothetical question. What I was getting at is 1%, is that more or less than what the average business is percent playing in town?
More than 10 times more.
10 times more.
10 times more.
There is a limit of $20,000 on business licenses. That was also done by the ballot measure.
You said the maximum is 20,000?
Maximum is $20,000.
And that is usually like car dealerships and grocery stores, correct?
Very large grocery
Yeah.
or producers.
Yeah, the cannabis tax that's currently too high at 6% is functioning as a sales tax, but that tax is vastly in excess of the standard business license fees because of an oddity. And I wasn't in the room designing the ballot initiative, so I couldn't deign to fathom what they were thinking when they said we're going to do this instead of a business tax rather than just say this is the sales tax on cannabis and there's a separate, and keep it normal. But the standard business license taxes are 0.2% in that range. And if we go to, compare that to 1%, that's a nearly tenfold difference. So, or fivefold in that case difference. So it's a humongous difference.
Madam Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please.
So the table that Ms. Tico Morova presented, it shows the ending fund balance and the budget that you just adopted for this fund to be $822,000. When I look in the staff report for the expenditures for this fund that'll be used, we have, housing rental assistance program. This was a new program we created years ago. It's beneficial to our community, but we should evaluate that when we have conversations with our budget, in my opinion. The second one is this Bijou Park Connector project. I updated the council on that project. That is not moving forward. All I'm saying is that this fund is not dwindling with money. We don't have to make a knee-jerk reaction as to whether or not to keep the grant programs going right now. This discussion should solely be about the tax rate is what I'm trying to focus us on, if that makes sense.
So
Thank you. Go.
Sorry, yeah, my button's not doing the button.
I know your button's not buttoning.
My suggestion here is this: for the community grant, I suggest that we have like a partial item coming up because to disconnect the Cannabis Association for that within the fund. But my stronger suggestion is that we disconnect the community grant item entirely from the cannabis fund directly, and it can receive money from that fund because that's a fund with general capacity to spend money, but it could also receive money from general fund, from other funds, from other grant, whatever. And we just say, and we separate that from the cannabis issue altogether, and we have it as a annual process that says, we will allocate so much money. Now, in my previous life, at the institution where I used to be, every year they had a research grant process, and at the top of the year they would have a certain amount of money each year for research grants, and that amount of money per year was variable based on a host of conditions that me and my lab, we had no control over. But every year would come out and you would say, we have this much money this year, and it could vary all over the place for funding grants. And then the things that senior leadership was interested in funding in terms of research, in terms of broad topic areas or application areas would vary. And then that would be announced. There'd be a release of the information on how to apply, and then there'd be an application period, and then a review period, and then a grant period. But the amount varied from year to year, and that wasn't unnormal. And my suggestion is that as part of regular order, as it were, regular budgeting, we see how much money we have each year, and if we have $500,000 or $750,000 or $600,000 or or $400,000 some year, whatever, or nothing, that we make that money available in the grant process, in the like community grant process, and that process would function in a way very similar to the way we're doing, because I think the functionality of the cannabis process is very good, or is relatively quite good at any rate. And so it could function using that as a template for its operation, but it would be funded out of whatever collection of funds we would normally do. It'd be another program that we operate just like, you know, all the other, you know, things that we do. And it could receive funding from any number of fund balances, be it cannabis, be it sales tax, be it Measure S sales taxes, be it general funds, be it if some rich person left their wallet in city council chambers with $1 billion in it, whatever, you know. The city wins the lottery, that Powerball that's at $1.5 billion right now. So whatever, you know. Can we direct staff to buy lotto tickets? Is that a thing?
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins, your hand is raised.
My preference would be to lower the tax from 6 to 1%, as I've shyly stated. But I would agree with the mayor's suggestion that a step forward would be to move it to 3%. I would agree with that suggestion because it does reduce the burden that people are now paying. So
I'm prepared to make a motion on
Please
that.
make a motion, Mr. Robbins.
And I'm going to additionally make a motion concurrent with that on requesting that staff reach out and engage in a letter, you know, reach out and engage with relevant lobbying organizations to lobby the state, be that through a letter or some other similar means, and come back when we're ready to learn what you've done on that score. Is that direction reasonable enough?
May I?
Put it in a motion, please.
No. Before I put it in a motion, is what I've described, what I described sufficient? That's what I'm getting at, before I actually put it in a formal motion.
Mayor, may I just, on that part of the discussion, we are going to League California Cities. The League California Cities is the most powerful legislative organization in the state. This would be a good opportunity, not only with our elected officials, but also with state league people, who I'm sure many are facing similar issues, to do what you say, and let's maybe even see if they'll bring that up as one of the legislative issues that they pursue.
Oh, yeah. And the request to the public safety mitigation fee, and the request to come back with information on medical cannabis tax to 0%. So it's a bunch of things asking to bring back. I'm prepared to, yes, but I'm just making sure I'm collecting all the pieces before I start melding this together.
Perfect.
All right. I move to direct staff to bring back legislative changes to establish a new cannabis tax rate of 3%, and to bring back and to identify the capacity of the current legislation to support a medical cannabis tax at 0%, and to engage with relevant lobbying and outreach organizations,
Public safety mitigation.
public organizations to engage with the state on lowering the state tax rate, and to eliminate the public safety mitigation fee. Anybody, did I miss anything?
No.
How could you?
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, we can vote.
That was easy, right?
Yep.
I love easy stuff.
That motion carries.
Okay. Okay, we are going to take a short break and come back to item number 26.
Mayor, we're ready to get going whenever you are.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order and move on to item number 25, which is a grant application to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency for Tahoe Metropolitan Planning Organization 2025 Regional Grant Program for the Complete Streets Project, and this is Miss Doherty.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Emily Doherty, Associate Transportation Planner with the Department of Public Works. I'm here today to request authorization to apply for the 2025 TRPA Regional Grant Program. TRPA has released a call for projects to allocate regional grant program funding for fiscal years 2027 and 2028. This call for projects uses an enhanced performance-based evaluation system which will evaluate how a project best meets the overall regional plan goals and policies. TRPA allocates federal and state funding through this program to provide transportation planning and construction funding based on residential population formulas. These funds are allocated to the Tahoe region through a competitive process every 2 years. TRPA encourages partners to submit all planned transportation projects that meet the grant program selection criteria, even if the request need exceeds the funding availability. This allows for the establishment of a comprehensive regional needs list, creates a more streamlined grant process, and removes the need for additional calls for projects if supplementary funding sources become available. The focus of the regional grant program is to fund projects that create additional transportation options, connect transit and trails to make traveling easier and more sustainable, improve safety, and reduce vehicle miles traveled. Estimated total funding available for fiscal years 27 and 28 is $11,476,000. The three categories that you may apply for are congestion mitigation and air quality, surface transportation block grant, and carbon reduction program. The phases eligible for funding are design, preliminary engineering, right-of-way acquisition, environmental analysis, and construction. The city has 2 projects that fit within the categories listed for planning, preliminary engineering, right-of-way acquisition, and environmental analysis, and these projects are the Johnson Complete Streets Project and the State Line Complete Streets Project. The boundaries of the Johnson Boulevard Complete Street Project includes the entire length of the road from Highway 50 to Al Tahoe Boulevard, just under a mile in length. This project would follow the Liberty Power Rule 20 for undergrounding the utility and would create a bicycle and pedestrian facility upgrade to connect the schools and other developments in the area. In addition, the city would coordinate with the South Tahoe Public Utility District on their planned infrastructure upgrade along this corridor that would enhance the Complete Streets project through a collaborative process. The city's capital improvement program allocated $200,000 for this project in the 24-25 funding adopted, but no work has been done related to this proposed project to date. If City Council authorizes a grant application for this project, staff would request $2,400,000 in the surface transportation block grant category with a required city match of $275,280. If successful, this funding would be used to advance the project to 100% shovel-ready, which would include design, preliminary engineering, right-of-way acquisition, and environmental analysis. The State Line Complete Street Project encompasses an area bounded by State Line Avenue, Lakeshore Boulevard, and Park Avenue in an area just over a mile in length. This project was previously allocated $252,829 to the project account, and we have a current contract with Loomis & Associates for the preliminary design and feasibility analysis. In July, the city received notice that we were successful in receiving the Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant for $289,000 to advance this project to 30% design plans and begin the public outreach needed. We're currently preparing for the public outreach phase of this project with proposed concepts of the project area. If City Council authorizes a grant application for this project, staff will request $2,700,000 in the congestion mitigation and air quality category with a required city match of $309,690. If successful, this funding would be used to advance the project to 100% shovel-ready, to also include design, preliminary engineering, right-of-way acquisition, and environmental analysis. City staff understands that there are other projects in the region being applied for. Particularly of note is the South Tahoe Greenway Upper Truckee Bridge at Johnson Meadow project, which is in the jurisdiction of El Dorado County. Included as part of your agenda packet is a letter from the Bicycle Advisory Committee to City Council requesting the City Council to direct the Director of Public Works not to apply for this grant cycle in an effort to focus the limited funding available to the county project. In the letter, the BAC noted, which is Bicycle Advisory Committee, noted that the South Tahoe Greenway Upper Truckee Bridge project at Johnson Meadow is the most important project in need of funding in the South Shore region. It replaces the bridge that was washed away in 2017 and would connect the neighborhoods between Barton Hospital to the Dennis Machita Greenway. While city staff does understand the bicycle community's priority of the county project, staff feels that the regional grant program is one of a limited number of grants available that would fund the level of planning, design, engineering, and right-of-way acquisition and environmental analysis needed to advance the Complete Streets projects to 100% shovel-ready. The grant applications are due Monday, September 15th by 5 p.m. City staff is requesting authorization to apply for one or both grants and will be modifying the draft resolution per council's direction. The regional grant program recognizes local and regionally significant projects. The number of projects funded will be dependent on funding availability, application rank, and a performance assessment score. One requirement of the grant application is to provide a letter of support for each project. The city has requested a letter from the Lakeside Park Association for the State Line Avenue Complete Streets project and from South Tahoe PUD for the Johnson Boulevard Complete Streets project. Included in your agenda packet is a request from the Tahoe Transportation District to provide a letter of support for their congestion mitigation and air quality free-to-user transit grant application under the TRPA's regional grant program. Staff is also looking for direction on providing this letter to TTD with respect to the decision of whether or not to apply for the city projects. That concludes my presentation. I'd like to open this for discussion and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. I have two quick questions. On the amount that the city has already approved for those two projects, do those amounts count towards our match? So it would be an additional, like we already set aside $252,000 on the one, and we would have to set aside an additional $309,000
For state line.
for state line. Yeah, and I don't remember the numbers.
Yeah,
That
and
was
that's
just
correct, because for state line, we have the Caltrans Sustainable Planning Grant. We had to set aside a match for that grant as well.
Okay. And then my next question is on the bridge in the Johnson Meadow, the bicycle bridge. I should know this because I voted on it, but it feels like we have a Johnson Meadow bridge either going to be voted on at our next meeting for the Conservancy or previous. And it feels like different hat, the Conservancy are already reconstructing that bridge, or is that a different bridge?
I'm pretty sure it's the same bridge.
It's the same bridge.
It's the
So
same
we're
bridge.
also applying for grants for the same bridge that the Conservancy is?
Are you? So you're on the board of the Conservancy?
I am
sorry,
the vice
don't
chair
know
of the
that.
Conservancy as
Okay,
well.
so I believe that they're moving forward with providing some level of funding. I'm not sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not duplicative, it's in addition to?
I would believe so, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, go ahead, Mr. Robbins.
as I understand it, the bridge costs a lot more for reasons that elude me. The bridge costs a lot more than what this grant will provide, so they need more than this grant alone
Okay, well,
to
that's good
fund
to know.
construction,
Okay.
and by a significant margin, which was going to be my specific question. On the, particularly, my interest is the state line complete streets, and just to be clear, this is funding plant engineering and planning and right-of-way acquisition, but not construction.
That's correct.
Correct.
We would be applying for getting it all the way up to the point of construction.
And while you can't precisely estimate construction costs without knowing what it is we're going to build, we can get, how many digits, are we talking about? How many zeros would actually implementing the complete streets be?
For state line?
Yes, for state line, yes.
The estimate is 14,892,000.
Okay.
For 1 mile of road. Wow.
And the same
For Johnson?
is similar
Very
for
similar
Johnson.
I remember when it was like half a mile was $1 million.
And to say that's at present pricing too, so that's not, figuring a way down the road.
Future.
Yeah, so you got to do a little bit of inflation adjustment to that.
So is that correct? Is it only 1 mile of road, or is it?
I was looking at
that doesn't
that
look
too,
right
but
on
when
the
I
map.
Google mapped it, that's what it came out to, I think 1.04.
Oh,
I could
it's
double
not
check.
everything inside this. It's literally the
just
the
that
perimeter
linear.
of
It's
it.
the
This
linear.
isn't the zone. That's so insane that's what I assumed it must have been, and I was reading it wrong. So literally, it's just the black line that's getting done. None of the roads inside of that perimeter. What drives the cost so insanely
Complete
high?
streets.
Well, yeah, but the complete streets, that's the design stuff. That's, say, we want to put in sidewalks and paint the lanes
And
better.
undergrounding
and-
utilities.
Yeah, but that's where I'm going. Like, what is it that's driving the cost of those things? Is it stormwater?
It's stormwater, it's drainage, it's grading, it's all the above. And asphalt keeps on going up extremely.
Stormwater, is stormwater the particular killer in that? And
No, I wouldn't say stormwater is the particular killer. I would say paving is one of the particular killers on that too.
Really?
Yeah,
We have
paving is
curbing
even-
and gutters,
yeah, curbing and gutter.
new asphalt. If we look at our road rehab program, I think last year we did
It's all the substructure
just about
as
2
well.
miles, and
Yeah.
it was able to get, that was $4.5 million.
If you're looking at this year, what are we looking at? Around $600,000. $300,000 is going to complete to the road rehab, and $300,000 looking to go to Tahoe Keys for drainage. So it's expensive.
Okay.
All of it.
What is, and it sounds like we may not actually have this number, and I don't recall it offhand. I used to know it, but what's the dollar figure for construction, the total dollar figure for construction costs for the North Upper Truckee Bridge?
That's a good question. I don't know what that dollar amount is.
I don't
But
know that
I
dollar
believe
amount
they're
off the top of my
ready
head.
for construction.
I
So
know they're ready for
applying the
construction. I know they're,
funds.
but they can only start construction once they get enough money to pay for
Funding.
all of it. Half a bridge is not a
10
thing.
million.
That's what we've got
I
now.
wanna say
So-
maybe more. For some reason, 10 million is jumping
That
out at
seems
me.
like
Seems
what I
that's-
heard
that's-
too.
It was something in that range, and I don't know what it is, yeah. And these grants, the amount in these grants is in the $2 to $3 million range, right? So,
I think, yeah.
this is
4
the-
million is the highest.
okay, where would we get $15 million to build this 1 mile of road?
And that's what we're gonna have to look at getting into. You're gonna be looking at grant funding.
Future grant funding.
So I know on September 23rd, we're bringing back grant writing services to City Council to try to capture that going forward. So that's gonna be a big thing for us to capture. $30 million is quite a bit of money to look at, so.
Sorry, 30 or 15? I thought it was.
30 plus 30, 15 plus 15 pretty much.
Oh, for both of
Yeah,
them, for both
yeah.
of them, I'm sorry, I was just thinking one. So what grant source is it that does that funding? Because it's clearly not going to be
Well,
the
this-
TMPO funding that we're
This
talking about
grant
here.
funding actually does do construction as well. We're just not ready to apply for that portion of it.
It's going to do
So-
$15 million in a clip?
No.
Okay, so it's going to get
So that's
some
why
of it, but then we've got to get the rest of it. So where does,
Yeah.
in principle, like, where does this what sources of grants does this come from?
State.
Range, active transportation planning grants,
State and federal.
state, federal.
Definitely federal
Just
is gonna be
depends
a
on
big one
what
involved.
opportunity comes about.
Yeah, what you're doing really is you're readying this shovel-ready to get money. And many grants, whether in the past, in the present, and the future, I assume, are you shovel-ready, ready to go? What this grant will do is get us shovel-ready, and as such, we're likely to be more eligible for grants that are available.
Yes, that's correct.
That's what this is all about.
What I'm trying to evaluate is we have two projects that are very valuable for the city and for residents of the city. The North Upper Truckee Bridge and at least the state line complete streets. And the question is, we can support the bike coalition and put some money towards something that's shovel-ready now. And then the question is,
Outside the city, though.
yeah, but it's perfunctorily outside the city. It's only outside the city and said that bridge connects. It's so surreal
aware
that
of
the
it.
bridge connects one part of the city exclusively to another part of the city by going through a peninsula of not the city. So yes, it's technically a county project, but it's bizarre because the only people it actually serves is people in one part of the city traveling to another part of the city. And so in that, yes, there's a border thing here, but we came within a hair's breadth of annexing that anyway. So I'm just trying to get a sense of like, if we do this grant for the complete streets and we get this project shovel ready, how likely are we to actually get funding, which comes at the cost of doing a project now that is shovel ready now, right? Because we could wind up with two projects that are shovel ready and very little money to fund either of them, in which case we have two great pieces of paper.
I think to John's point, we are bringing back the grant writing services contract, I think in a couple weeks, and we have a lot of hope and faith in that company to find the grants that fit our projects. So.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have any other questions, Mr. Robbins?
No. that's
Mr. Jenkins?
I think the questions were answered, and I appreciate the fine presentation made.
Mr. Roberts, do you have a question? Oh, Ms. Doherty, I think I'm sorry, no? Oh, okay, we're all done, thank you. Public comment time, Mr. Mosher.
Out of here. Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. I've mentioned this for some years, actually, when it was first started, the Tourism Improvement District. If you look at North Shore, their TBID, how it's set up, and collect from businesses and lodging and everything, and they contribute to infrastructure and, a number of other things, not just marketing and advertising. And they get a lot done, a lot more done. And there's no reason, I've looked at it in between the lines, and you actually can either that or else change it to like a TBID or change the structure of it, of the TID, but get them to volunteer, especially for the state line area one project. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. I live down there in Lakeside Park, Park Avenue. People, like I sent you photos where they actually have 4 feet to walk between the lines, cars and pedestrians, people with baby carriages and carrying skis and snowboards and stuff in the winter. It's dangerous. There's no safe place to walk on either street, and the flooding and everything down the lakeshore. So just get the TID people to go in. It's, improve it. It's called the Tourism Improvement District. And not just put a bench down there or something across from the beach, but to help pay. If they're getting over $3 million a year, they're bringing in. So if they can pledge just $1 million a year, or even less than that, do the math, you can do a bond issue then and pay like a 20-year, 25, 30-year bond, whatever it takes to fund that. And you can get it done a lot quicker. And why prices are down more also. So rather, by the time you get around to it, it's going to be 20, 22, 23 million. So you can do that whole project if they just are willing to kick in, 800,000 or 900,000 of that a year. And it greatly improves the tourist experience down there, because it's miserable. People complain and curse and everything. And, right now you're avoiding e-scooters and e-bikes and everything else. And in the winter, you're dodging cars and vehicles. So, like I said, look at the TID, the money is there. That 800,000 or 900,000 a year taken from marketing, which doesn't do us a whole lot of good, what LTVA does. So anyway, that if you improve that area and put that into it and improve that, get that done in 3 years, you're going to be making more money by the improved experience down there for tourists. So talk to the TID. Get them off their butts and get them to pledge that, do a bond issue, and get it done quick. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Is there anyone else? Mr. Burke? Good to see you.
Likewise. Hello, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Jason Burke. I'm a senior transportation planner at the Tahoe Transportation District. So as Ms. Doherty mentioned, we included an ask for a letter of support for the city, that an application that we're working on for one of the pots of money, the CMAQ funds, which are the only eligible funds for transit operations. We are pursuing a grant application totaling $500,000 to support, $1 million, $500,000 for each year to support continuation of the free-to-user transit service that we provide within the city of South Lake Tahoe for both Route 50 and Route 55 fixed route services. In the past, TTD has secured similar funds to provide an offset since 2020 to provide free transit for users of transit. Previously, since TTD has been operating transit since 2011, when the South Tahoe Area Transit Association went bankrupt, and then through the transition to in-house operations in 2016, we had fares that covered those expenses or added revenue to our system. But then in 2020, we were able to obtain this grant source competitively, and we've done so, but it will expire in 2026. So we're seeking an opportunity to potentially extend free service through 2 more years. We have instituted operational changes in response to local feedback with increased service on Highway 50 for 30-minute headways. We're piloting an evening service for events in the tourist core to try and provide better workforce services and overall build ridership with better buses that we've obtained through FTA funds and a variety of other sources to have more on-time performance and provide a better customer service. So we are asking your support with this letter to help us with this competitive grant to continue free transit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
There are no hands raised at this time, Mayor.
It's on here. Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Okay, I'll bring it back to council for discussion and/or a motion. Mr. Robbins?
I'm a little torn here, and I want to make sure we consider all angles, but the bridge over the North Upper Truckee is a ready-to-go project, which means that if it gets sufficient funding, we could actually wind up with a thing instead of a plan for a thing. And, you know, that's a bird in the hand sort of situation. And having that connection between one of our largest employer, or our largest full year-round employer in our community, and our largest residential neighborhood, along with a bike trail that then connects to several other residential neighborhoods, would also connect, you know, Sierra Tract and the entire areas on the south side of Highway 50 to the Y and the business district around there, as well as as the bike trails to the high school for kids that are commuting on their bikes. That's quite a valuable thing to actually have, rather than to have a plan to have. That being said, I also want to be fair, like, the state line area is our single most pedestrian trafficked area in town. It is it's as pedestrian trafficked as some areas in Manhattan, and, you know, it's full of people walking. And those streets, you have no sidewalks, cars parked on the side of the road, pedestrians walking on the inside of the cars, you know, on the street side of the cars, in the winter, in ski boots, trying to get to the lifts. We need broad sidewalks, we need safe pedestrian crossings. We have that gas station with no sidewalks anywhere around it. You know, the area is a pedestrian mess, and the roads are not in good shape there either. Although I'm disappointed that, you know, this is only 1 mile of those roads and not the entire set of roads in that area, which all have the same sort of problems. I guess that's just a reality of cost of digging at this point in time. But, you know, I'm inclined to go with the complete streets because the pedestrian improvement there would be enormous. And in terms of benefiting, you know, total people and pedestrian safety, that's a high priority item. But we don't get a thing for that. So we get a plan for a thing. And we could help actually get a thing in terms of the bridge. So I'm very concerned. Are we looking to put in grants for both, or are we being asked to prioritize one of the three options in front of us?
If I may, I'll
Just
jump in
wasn't
there.
clear on that.
Sorry, yeah, because of our grant match set aside policy, if you wanted us to apply for both, we would be putting aside approximately $600,000 and diluting our availability and option to really be competitive with one project. So my recommendation, and I think I've talked to staff about this, is to pick one.
And I like to, just to say a little bit on both of them. STP grant is going to get us at 30% on state line. And then we only have to get from 30% to 100% on state line at that point, which would be the easier project to go forward with at this present time. If I was going to pick one of them, that's just my recommendation.
Well, I would pick state line solely on the basis that it is the more heavily pedestrian trafficked area over Johnson Boulevard. Johnson Boulevard's in poor shape for pedestrian traffic, just sees less traffic, full stop. It's not a lot of foot traffic. It's plenty of bike traffic. It definitely needs improvements on the bike lanes. There's no doubt about that. But if we have to pick and choose, which is literally the gig here, I would say that you've got literally thousands of people on foot in a given weekend in the state line zone. So I would suggest prioritizing the state line complete street over the Johnson complete street, not because Johnson is unworthy, but just because state line is more important.
Is that a motion?
Does anybody else have, I want to hear, does anybody else have thoughts on the North Upper Truckee Bridge?
I
before
think it's a
present the
great
motion?
project. I am supporting it at the Conservancy level, but my understanding is it's going to be, it may be shovel-ready, but it's $10 million, and we are far short of $10 million for a bike bridge. So, so as worthy as it is, I agree with you that the state line complete streets is the better choice in this scenario. That's my thoughts.
The
How about
Conservancy
you,
doesn't
Mr.
have 10 mil handy to fund the bike bridge?
No.
Well, I just want to say that if the staff, based on what I've heard and the fine comments that were made by council members, I agree that if we, to increase our eligibility, if we choose one, it's the state line one for the reasons that Mr. Robbins and the mayor said, and I certainly would support it. If you need a second or a third, I'll be happy to third it or second it.
Okay.
If I may,
Mr.
really
Roberts,
quick.
do you have anything?
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Reverend.
Sensing there's a motion right here, but I would ask for direction on the TTD letter of
Yes.
support as well.
Well, well, let me, with respect, I don't think that's on the agenda.
It is. It's part
It
of
is?
the agenda because it was included in the packet.
If I would just, well.
If you would just read.
Well,
I'm joking.
okay. I have no problem, though, supporting TTD in its request in general for funds that would help us serve. I mean, I've no problem if that's the protocol. But remember, I'm going to remember the next time I want something, I'm going to put it in a letter and put it in the council packet that it'll be part of it. So it's part of the agenda.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Roberts, did you have anything?
No, I would love to see the bridge and that gap filled because it's a huge gap in our trail system. But I do think that for overall safety for the community, the State Street is the most important one.
Okay.
So just remember to include one way or the other, the
Yeah, yeah.
TTD thing.
I'm on board with unless I'm missing something, and I want to make sure I'm not. The TTD is for a letter of support for their grant application process, not coming out of our.
No.
But I'm just
It's
reading
just
the letter,
separate.
and I'm like, this seems fine. I'm not missing something, right?
Right.
Okay. In that case, I move to direct staff to authorize the Public Works Director or designee to submit a grant application to the TMPO for fiscal years 2027 and 8 for the State Line Complete Streets Project Design, Engineering, and Environmental Review. $2.7 million grant requested with $309,690 local match, as well as to support the TTD's request for a letter of support, or to execute the TTD's request for a letter of support.
Second.
Okay, We have a
Is that-
motion and a second by
is that
Mr.
adequately
Jenkins.
constructed?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
there is a resolution required as part of the action for the grant application, so just want to make sure I don't think that was included in the
Yeah, I
motion.
didn't hear you say resolution,
Move to
but
pass
a
resolution.
resolution.
Yeah, a
Did you
resolution.
get
Insert the word resolution.
Yeah, a resolution is a minute order, but
Yeah.
anyway, go ahead.
Okay, everybody please
Is that
vote.
sufficient?
A written minute order, that's what it is. Oh, that was
That
hard.
motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now thank you, Ms. Doherty. We'll move on to item number 26, the Midtown Area Plan Policy Review and Design Standards Discussion, and this is being led by Ms. Kashuba.
Really quick, Mayor,
Yes.
members of the council, I'll introduce this, provide a little background to this topic as Anna makes her way up here. We're excited to bring this forward to the council. This comes after about a year and a half of public outreach and policy and development center development. And just for the benefit of the city council and the public, just briefly, I want to explain kind of why we do area plans, what the benefit of them are. In simple terms, basically, it increases local control of the development process in relation to the TRPA regulations. It also provides more flexible development standards so the city can adopt its own development standards to promote the type of development the city council wants to see. And also very important, it expedites and streamlines the overall development review process for new businesses and projects going through in conjunction with the TRPA process. So with that introduction, I'll hand it over to Ms. Kashuba to begin her presentation. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Good afternoon. I'm Anna Kashuba, Senior Planner for the City of South Lake Tahoe. This is just a quick outline of my presentation. I'll be sharing where we've landed on some of the items for the Midtown Area Plan based on the outreach we've conducted. None of that is set in stone, as this is your opportunity to provide comments on the content I will be presenting. So area plans allow us to build on the goals and policies included in our general plan, but in a more focused way as we are focusing on a specific project area. And area plans are long-range plans. They create a vision for 20, sometimes 20-plus years. This is done through land use guidance included in the plan, including allowable land uses, maximum and minimum densities, site and building design standards, and public improvements. Here on the right side of this slide, I just have an example of a project that came about because of a community plan, very similar to an area plan. This is the Harrison Avenue Streetscape Improvement Plan, and later in my presentation, I'll be sharing some similar area-wide improvements that we have arrived to through our outreach process. So here we see the plan area with some reference locations. The project area is approximately 730 acres and consists primarily of recreation, public service, and commercial uses. And the shape of that boundary is really driven by those uses. The intent was to capture public-facing uses. And here are the same map with just some locations highlighted from the kind of bottom portion of the map. So the Midtown Area Plan was identified in the 2023 to 2028 Strategic Plan as Priority 1.2. We did receive support from the TRPA Governing Board to move forward with this process. Down at the bottom of the slide, you'll see the prior City Council meetings at which this project was on the agenda. And just about almost exactly a year ago, on September 10th of last year, we met with you all and discussed priorities and identified 6 specific priorities for the plan. And the Midtown Area Plan is primarily going to replace the 3 plans you see listed in the middle of the screen here, which were adopted in the 80s or 90s, which I think really speaks to the importance of creating a new plan for this region. So around that same time that we were identifying those priorities, we began our outreach. This included the events you see here. The last bullet under the outreach venues, the adjacent efforts, those were not led by city staff, but we did participate in them, and they did help to inform this process. And then on the bottom are the methods we used to advertise these participation opportunities. All right, this is kind of part 2 of my presentation. We'll get into the content of the plan. It is outlined based on the 6 goals that were identified at that city council meeting last September, which are to support all housing types, to emphasize the area as an arts and culture center, to consider the unique needs of public service uses, to identify enhancements to our active transportation network, explore enhancements to recreation assets, and to develop implementation tools. So here again is the plan area with just showing the 6 districts. We have kind of divided it up into. This map also calls out some zoning designation overlays. Specifically, the town center is indicated by the black striping, which is important as our maximum heights and maximum densities are tied to the town center boundary. So one of the goals of our discussion last year was to support all housing types. After coverage, height is generally the most limiting factor in building capacity. So this slide shows the proposed districts identified by color with kind of a suggested maximum height. As I discussed in the last slide, our ability to increase height is tied to that town center expansion. So all the black striping you see is where we are proposing to include in the town center expansion. Within that area, we can propose a height of up to 56 feet. You'll see not all of the numbers are at that 56 maximum. Some of the community feedback indicated that it wasn't, maybe wouldn't be appropriate for those areas. That being said, this is a feedback item, and I look forward to hearing your feedback about possibly adjusting these limits.
Question, the existing town centers are staying town centers in this, right? That's the white
Correct.
stripes, so this is additive.
Yes,
not
white
replacing.
is existing, will remain. The black is what we are proposing to add. We did hear from a few individuals who are involved in commercial real estate. Kind of once we finished the bulk of our outreach, they reached out and really wanted to emphasize that when they are engaging in these transactions, that additional height is really what investors and developers are looking for. And while height is being discussed here within the context of housing, these maximums would apply to mixed use and commercial developments as well. So alongside height is a density, which we are looking to increase as well. There are several areas within the plan that require a special use permit for multifamily properties or multifamily uses. We are looking to make that an allowed use by right in those areas. Our town center expansion allows us to to increase the maximum market rate density from 15 to 25 units per acre. The city has advocated for density beyond this 25 limit. That was direction from our previous council that we implemented in our area plan amendments last year. I do want, today I would like confirmation from this council that that is still the will of this council. With our area plan amendments last year, we did end up with kind of 2 different versions of each plan. The city moved forward with adopting a maximum density of 65 units per acre for all housing types, while TRPA remained at their 25 unit maximum. So I just want to put that out there as a possible pathway for this plan as well. That amendment process did kick off conversations with TRPA about possible amendments to their code to increase their cap of 25. Those are still, those discussions are ongoing, so I can't say whether or not those will be adopted by TRPA.
Question. I'm looking at the map on the height thing here. Why is it that the perimeter for, and I guess this is the entire plan area, but the perimeter for the higher density, it excludes the beach retreat, but it includes Sierra Shores. Why does Sierra Shores and Idlehour have the height increase?
2 different area plans. Beach retreat is in the tourist court area plan.
Yeah, but we decide where those area plan boundaries are. So why is that different than the one right next door to it? Right,
I think
that area ends at the Idlehour. So
yeah, the Midtown area boundary is what was decided and discussed is what we're looking at here. The tourist core boundary was already predetermined and was not included as part of this discussion.
Correct. And the beach retreat was only recently, within the last couple of years, added to the tourist core area plan, correct? Yes. Thank you.
Question.
Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
I tried to listen carefully. What you said is that, I thought you said that the community, the vested people in that area, the city staff wanted higher densities in part of this Midtown plan. Is that what you said? And then who told you that we can't do that? Who, and based on what? Who told you that we could not, that this plan that's supposed to be our plan, I'm kind of editing here, doing an editorial, we can't do what we want to do that the staff, or was it the board that said we can't?
So what we have heard in our outreach that kind of carried over from our outreach in previous years from our area plan amendments for Tourist Core and Tahoe Valley was that the City of South Lake Tahoe community wanted a density of around 65 units per acre. This plan does need to be adopted by both the City Council as well as TRPA's governing board. And for that reason, in order for the governing board to adopt it, it needs to be consistent with TRPA's Code of Ordinances and their regional plan. Their Code of Ordinances sets a maximum market rate multifamily density of 25 units per acre within the town center.
So you're saying that the TRPA governing board tells us that we can't put market rate units at a higher density, even though economists will tell you, this isn't about you, that economists will tell you that you don't create one income areas because it creates economic ghettos. So by mixing incomes, that is a better from an economic standpoint, it's better from a planning standpoint, it creates more affordability for other associated development. And I just want to be sure that whatever we recommend is what we want, and let the board, the TRPA governing board, of which I think I'm the backup on this, that for this item when it comes up to the TRPA board, and let us discuss what we want with the board, and rather than us decide that we're not going to ask for what we want.
I agree with you, Mr. Jenkins. In fact, I'm going to ask that on another item in just a little while when we get to discussions. So.
Well, then I'll just be quiet, Madam.
You don't have to be quiet. I think it was a good point.
Yes, thank you for the comments. And to your comment about mixed income developments, kind of workaround we're looking at this point is a mixed income density approach, because TRPA does have different density standards for affordable, moderate, and achievable housing than they do for market rate housing. We are looking to propose a method that would treat market rate and deed restricted units as kind of different use categories, which would allow them to be combined on one parcel. So you could build up to the maximum of 25 units per acre market rate, and if a developer chose to create units beyond that, they would be required to be deed restricted. That's just a way that under the current framework, we could kind of bypass that 25 limit. And that has been shared with TRPA, and we have not received.
Ms. Kishiba, I'm sorry, for clarification, what you're saying is on the same on the same parcel, we could put 25 market rate and then 100 deed restricted, even on the same parcel, and that would still not surpass the current restrictions that TRPA. I just want clarification on that.
If it was a 1 acre parcel.
Yeah, of course.
That's what we're proposing. It uses the same concept that they do if you were going to do commercial floor area plus residential units of use, but we're just talking all residential units of use, but treating the different income levels as different uses.
I understand that.
What in California law, since to the extent that we're told it applies, says that we serve all income groups. That's part of the state law. And sometimes we have to comply and sometimes we don't, and I'm never quite sure when that is. So I think what I'm suggesting respectfully is that whatever we want, we should put in the plan, and then we'll have that conversation at the board level with the board, not with delegated staff, but with the board about what we want. If we want high density to have high density, if we want market rate units to be high density also, then I think that's what we suggest, and the board can then discuss, and we'll all discuss. It'll be an interesting conversation whether or not they want to do that or not. And I don't want to close off things that we want because a staff person is telling us that we can't do that. So that's only my point. And with respect to you, you're doing a very good job, by the way, in your presentation.
So what we need to do is during discussion, if that's the direction that this council would like to go, we'll give it to Ms. Kashuba then to put it in the plan so that it can go through the TRPA.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for getting that out.
Thank you, Ms.
I understand why you're doing it now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So staff also received direction to emphasize the area as an arts and culture center. To achieve this, we're looking at expanding some of our kind of light industrial or uses of an artistic nature. We have a lot of residents who operate home occupation businesses or cottage food industry businesses that are out of their home, which kind of has an inherent growth cap. So we are hoping that with more flexible zoning, these individuals could move into new spaces that allow them to expand, have a storefront, do demonstrations, classes, and grow in other ways. We're proposing to include a lighting exemption for public art. Right now, TRPA prohibits uplighting. We did hear from TRPA that at this time that wouldn't be permissible under their current code. So for the time being, that will most likely just live in our goals and policies section of the plan. And these last few items are intended to create more opportunities for community events and to activate streets, including a commercial floor area exemption for outdoors dining, and we've also emphasized third places in our development standards. And on this side, I specifically want to call out policy 2.1 about Washoe representation through arts and culture. I did reach out to a number of individuals with the Washoe tribal government. Unfortunately, no one had the capacity to fully participate in our outreach during that period, so I did want to point out that we are kind of leaving a placeholder for future collaboration opportunities. There are many public service uses within the plan area. The districts that contain these would have the most flexible design standards to accommodate the applicable master plans or growth plans for those organizations. This would include allowing housing on these parcels and expanding the town center as appropriate for height, coverage, and density. This next goal of enhancing our recreation assets led us to kind of do a deep dive on Bijou Community Park. Some community priorities included creating more event spaces, year-round uses, and enhancing connectivity, specifically at Bijou. As part of our, one of our stakeholder groups we created was the Bijou Community Advisory Group, which consisted of representatives from different Bijou user groups. They participated in a 2-day workshop and created these diagrams you see here. The one on the left is limited to the existing park boundary, while the one on the right considers a theoretical 12-acre expansion. Some of the items that community members felt would be a great addition to the area included updated golf clubhouse that could double as an event space, concessions at the park, pickleball courts, winter sports, and an amphitheater of sorts to facilitate events such as the city's Movies in the Park series. And the stakeholders also voiced that they'd like to see improved and additional pavilion structures for rent. The Midtown area plan is being used to further our transportation network. We'll be proposing a new active transportation map that includes 10 new potential improvements to the area. Back earlier in the presentation, I talked about Harrison Avenue and the streetscape improvement plan. We did look at the possibility of applying a similar treatment to Sandy Way. So the plan puts forward two different layouts that would formalize street parking, provide sidewalks, make space for landscaping, and give us the opportunity to implement stormwater treatments. These are just a couple of other area-wide improvements that came from our outreach. One was a riverwalk concept to be applied to the back of properties fronting Trout Creek within the Al Tahoe Center. This is the area with the U.S. Bank, Ross, Tahoe Bagel, and the post office. This could create a natural draw to the area, create a third place to be used for outdoor dining, event space, and would also serve as a pedestrian pathway from Lake Tahoe Boulevard to the trails that go throughout the Lake Tahoe Community College campus. And then lastly, we have the Palmyra Avenue Bike Boulevard concept. The existing conditions of this street are shown at the top. It's a two-way street with frequent use as street parking. One of the concepts shows the street being converted to a one-way street with formalized parallel parking and sidewalks. Another possibility would be to maintain the two-way traffic with the addition of a sidewalk. All of these are just conceptual at this point. Any further plans, we would collaborate more with adjacent business and property owners to kind of fine-tune those plans, see what they would really want to come out of it, and get more detailed input on signage, striping, and other traffic calming tools.
So on Palmyra Avenue, you're talking about a plan to have 2 lanes of traffic and a sidewalk, which would be new, or to have 1 lane of one-way traffic and 1 lane of parallel parking.
And a bike,
With
And a sidewalk.
as well, yes.
Why not, one of the things that's been a top item for the Bike Coalition and the BAC that's been talked about relentlessly is making that part of the bike trail, right? Because there's no good bike path on that side of the street right now, other than being on Highway 50. And so turning one of those lanes into a first-class bike trail, just by closing that lane, and then having the other lane be one way. That's not an option that's considered here. Why was that excluded?
conceptual. I think
I
there's
understand
nothing.
that, but my question is, why was that not conceptualized? Given that that's been one of the main discussion points of the bike interests.
We did meet with the Bicycle Advisory Committee. They were in support of, one or either of these. As mentioned, they are conceptual before anything would actually be implemented. May end up looking like a mix of these, one of them or neither. I think it was important to maintain, sufficient vehicle traffic, and the bike boulevard would more so be emphasized by the traffic calming and signage and kind of those through those other methods.
Well, I mean, one of the potentialities of that street is the fact that it is the back street for a lot of restaurants and a lot of dining and a lot of shops. And one of the things that gives us the opportunity to have would be to have a bike path access direct to all of those commercial locations. But we don't get any closer to that with either of these plans, right? Because they still de-emphasize bike pedestrian cycling over cars, right? There's very little, that street is not used much for street parking right now. It's because most of the people that are parking there are parking in parking lots on the commercial spaces, or they're parking on their properties. So it doesn't seem to me like if we go down to one way, it's not clear that you really need to preserve a lane of parallel parking. But that would give you enough space to have a grade separated, a separated bike lane in that area, like we have say on Sierra Boulevard, for example, where it's a segmented bike lane, and that would allow cyclists who are using that whole area, instead of them biking on 50, they're over 1 block, and they could take Palmyra all the way to the end of that neighborhood. So I would like to see that included in the vision for that planning, rather than it being cars or parked cars.
Okay, so you got that input?
Yes.
And Mr. Roberts, did you have a question? Because your hand is raised.
Well, it wasn't a question, I just wanted to
Oh, okay.
respond to
Okay.
Mr. Robbins, if I may, Ms. Kashuba. My understanding from the Bike Coalition was they were looking at that Palmyra area being from Carson to Sierra, because that would be the way to connect the bike route that comes from Eloise, heading towards behind Meeks and a way to connect it up to the Sierra bike path. What is shown in this presentation is actually going, is it?
I understand.
Is it to
Yeah.
Lodi, I think, or no?
Yeah, I understand that that's been a point because they can't manage to get the property acquisition through that Italian restaurant whose name I'm blanking on right now.
But to implement this portion of Palmyra
Thank you.
would depend upon what happens with, once they tear down Motel 6 and where the bike path goes and meanders from there, because I would imagine there's going to be some.
There's the bike trail on the
changes
north
somewhere.
side, but the part of the challenge is that there's very few places to actually cross Highway 50 on the south side, between Keys Boulevard, like the next crossing that's actually controlled. is
They're
I
building
forget
one
how
right
far,
now between
but
the
it's-
old Motel
it's
6
a
and
ways.
Grocery Outlet.
I'm not gonna hold my breath on that, but
It's being constructed.
regardless, the idea of having that be a throughway for a bike trail would provide a lot more value than some parallel parking for parked cars when the commercial businesses already have parking minimums that establish parking lots that are almost never full for all of those businesses that are there anyway. So I would say we'd get a lot more use out of that pavement by having a separated bike lane there than just having a parallel parking that nobody needs.
Yeah, it is a 40-foot right-of-way, so there definitely is a configuration with a separated bike trail, and I'll make sure that possibility is addressed in the plan. I will mention this does, the parallel parking does kind of tie into some of the other conversations we had with our outreach about creating more shared public parking in order for individual developments to move away from their parking requirements. So it is, it always comes back to kind of the chicken and the egg with the parking, but that was kind of one of the ideas with maintaining street parking in this area. And Councilmember Roberts, to address your comment, when the full plan comes forward with the map that shows this, this concept is showed for the length of the street, which would open up, I think at that point, 3 signaled crossings across 50.
Thank you, Mr. Kashuba. Mr. Jenkins, you had something you wanted to say really quickly?
Just briefly, I have to apologize. I have a long predetermined commitment I have to be at. I should have been at about a half hour ago. But I want to congratulate you and your staff for your work and your outreach. I did want to say in the ideas, I would hope that you would evaluate what is suggested, but remember that as more investment, as this becomes more attractive, there's going to be various modes of transportation, not just bicycles. There's going to be cars and vehicles, and that those it has to all be weighed to see what really works. And I hope that all the suggestions be carefully evaluated, but remember that not everyone's going to be riding a bicycle and not everyone's going to be driving a car. So I thank you for your fine presentation, and I apologize having to depart.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. You can keep going, Ms. Kashuba.
Actually, last slide.
Well, okay, then let's do the last slide, then I'll have more questions.
So last slide, we want to make sure that these, the goals that we've outlined in the plan can come to fruition within a timely manner. So we have put together a handful of implementation strategies, some of these long-term, some of these short-term, that I would like to hear which council would like to see included in the plan. I want to be clear that these would not be implemented alongside adoption as the plan, as some of these, the land bank, property tax abatement, those have some financial implications to the city, so we would want to do further research to see which of those would be feasible and which of those would be preferred. And then some of the shorter term ones would just require, not necessarily further research, but just further staff efforts. So yeah, again, these wouldn't be implemented alongside the plan. They would just kind of serve as a toolbox that we can reference, dig into when we feel that we need to, and serve as just kind of further direction to staff to continue some of the more short-term strategies, which would just require staff time. And at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Robbins?
Okay. We talk a lot about how money is a limiting factor in doing things, and that's not untrue, but it's not really the limiting factor in our community. The principal limiting factor on development is not money, it's land. Land is the most limited thing we have here in Tahoe. Money comes in, even if it comes in slowly, it comes in. Land is not, we're not making any more of it. So that brings me to one of the concerns, is that one of the single biggest use of the land that we use our land for now is surface parking. Like outside of, that is just about there's almost as much parking as there is commercial building area coverage. And it's not necessarily a good use of parking. We have a lot of parking lots, especially in the Y, that are just empty almost all the time, right? The TJ Maxx and Bevmo parking lot are empty almost all the time. The parking lot at the Raley's, even when it was half or a third cordoned off for construction, was still hardly ever full. So parking mandates, parking minimums that are based on commercial floor area, in particular, if you have a business like a Bevmo, which is sort of a warehouse type store, or a retailer like a TJ Maxx, which is a sort of a semi-big box like retailer, where they have a lot of commercial floor area, but not necessarily a lot of people at any given time, creates this dichotomy where we have just huge swaths of land allocated to parking that are commercially unnecessary, that are simply mandated. And up and down Palmyra is a good example. We have a lot of parking lots for the restaurants and for the businesses there, the commercial businesses there, that are rarely ever actually full. So what I'm asking for in this plan is, and maybe I've missed it, but I don't see anything about potentially reducing parking minimums, or better yet, allowing the amount of parking needed to be determined by the commercial interest. That is, if you're building a building that's going to be a lender, that's going to be rented out to businesses, and you're the property owner, you can decide as a commercial entity how much parking you need and how much parking you don't, rather than being mandated to use precious land for parking, whether or not it's necessary. So is there anything in this plan about reducing parking minimums?
Yes, so the plan does propose to, so it does reference our city code, which is where the parking requirements are. The plan proposes to allow a minimum parking requirement of 70% of what is noted in that city code section.
Of what number?
It varies, so that's the number. It's based either on usually gross square feet. And it changes if it's, for example, if it's an eating and drinking use, I believe it's one space per 150 square feet.
So if I can repeat that, I think what you're saying is the city code has a table that says X number of square feet, or X number of parking spots are required for X square feet based on the type of use.
And this plan.
And this plan says, whatever that code says, 70% of that rate is allowed.
Correct.
Okay.
So reducing
With
it by a
additional.
third.
So this code only has a policy statement.
Is that in, I didn't see that, and it's possibly I missed it, which would be great. Is that in the slides, or have I missed that and it's in the?
It's in the staff report. It got cut from the slides. There's a lot to cover, but it's in the staff report. We're looking at about a range of 70% to 125% of that table that's in city code, with the option to go below or above either of those when some kind of mitigation measures are
Councilmember
met.
Robbins, it's on page 3 of the agenda staff report. Thank you, Anna. Sorry.
That says, 70 to 100. So what does that mean they're allowed to, because right now we have parking minimums, but not parking maximums.
We
So what
do
does
have
it
a
mean?
maximum.
Oh, there's a maximum, it's exactly a certain percentage that you have to build, not more, not less?
So we have.
Sorry, go for it, Anna. Go.
So we have a set number that is required by our city code. The city code also allows you to build an additional 25% of whatever that number is. So the maximum stays the same with this at that 125%. What is different is that you can build at 70% of that number instead of just the flat requirement.
What was the thinking to not letting that go down to 0 or 50% or some other number? How did you arrive at 70%?
70%, I guess I'll answer the first part of that, why we didn't go down to 0. A lot of community members are concerned about having no parking, especially in the winter when some of the parking that we do have is not used for parking and is rather used for snow storage. I'm not sure exactly what California Building Code requires in terms of accessible spaces, if you don't require any parking at all, but currently it's based on the number of parking spaces for the total use. 10%, I believe, have to be accessible. And also from kind of our elderly population, they specifically had concerns about, needing parking. They can't always walk, bike, and arrive at their destination that way and would need dedicated parking.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts, do you have anything?
Not at this time.
Thank you. And I have nothing, but I do have discussion. So we'll go to public comment now. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on this item, the Midtown Area Plan? Seeing none. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Mr. Jenkins, and he had to leave, so I will talk about that. To me, housing is housing. I don't care whether it's market rate or those that are required for to get the bonus units at TRPA, which is, what is it, moderate, low, and achievable. So I think that we should push our agenda, the city's agenda, for housing, because when we have a lot of different levels of housing, it frees up housing at rates that other people can afford. So I think that we need to really fight on the density issue for market rate housing. The other thing, this is discussion. This is discussion, and I just did.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Somebody did just raise their hand.
We did do public comment. Yeah.
Do you want to take public
Yes,
comment?
I will take it.
Okay. All right.
We did.
Ms. Cade Bauer, go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you. I'm sorry. I raised it right as you said. There was no one with their hands raised, but thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Heather Cade Bauer, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the many disc golfers who call South Lake Tahoe home, as well as our countless visitors who travel here specifically to play the Bijou Disc Golf Course. The Bijou course is well known in the disc golf community. It drives people from across California, Nevada, and beyond, which not only supports local recreation, but also contributes to our tourism economy. Many of these players come here for tournaments, leagues, or simply to experience one of the most unique and scenic courses in the region. With that said, I want to express concern about the concepts in the Midtown Area Plan, which will remove several disc golf holes from the park. The course is already extremely popular and heavily used. On any given day, you'll find groups of players, residents, and visitors alike waiting to play. If baskets continue to be removed and the number of holes is reduced, it will make an already crowded course even more congested, leading to slower pay, safety concerns, and a diminished experience for everyone. We all understand the Bijou is a multi-use park, and we support the goal of making it welcoming for many types of recreation, but disc golf is a major part of what makes Bijou special. The course has been a longstanding community asset, offering free, healthy outdoor recreation for people of all ages. Any decision that reduces its size or accessibility will have lasting negative impacts on both our community and our visitors. I urge the council and city staff to consider alternatives to remain whole while balancing the needs of the other park users. Thank you for your time and commitment to supporting South Lake Tahoe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Anyone else?
No.
Okay. Yes, we had done public comment. Nobody wanted to comment.
Sorry.
We just flipped through it. So the other thing that I am interested in besides the density on the housing is, I've talked about this a couple of times, the sign ordinance. Sign ordinance is determined in the city by area plan. For instance, currently the tourist court area plan has one set of rules and most of the rest of the community has another. The ones in the tourist court are a lot more free to do things, for instance, A-frame signs, banners, so on and so forth. I'm not suggesting that we take the tourist court area plan sign rules and do that all the way through town. I am suggesting that whatever we do, we make it even across town so that the business at State Line gets the same rules as the business at the Y. So if we want to reduce some of the things that are allowed at State Line and then carry it through to the Y, but this is the time for us to start talking about it, because my understanding is that if we change the sign ordinance, we'll have to change all of the area plans across the community. So I would like to see us talk about the sign ordinance while we're doing this plan, so that we don't have to come back and change it then. That's what I would like, so.
Madam Mayor, on
yes.
that point, our sign code is in the city code, and it does apply citywide, except for the one carve-out that references the tourist core area plan, which has different rules. So we are bringing back the sign code to talk about soon, and so I don't think we need to address it in here necessarily.
Okay.
It will have rules that will apply citywide.
Even in the tourist core to the Y, everybody.
Well, I think the request on that was to look at making the rules the same as the tourist score.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. As long as we're covering it, I'm good. So, Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Roberts or Mr. Robbins, do you have anything? Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I can't get behind the notion that housing is housing and it's all the same, particularly when we literally just earlier today, had a whole conversation centered around the observation that the housing that was developed at the Keys is useless for workforce housing. Clearly, not all housing is the same or is the same utility to our community.
It's the same.
So it's some housing is much more useful to our community than other kinds of housing. That being said, it does sound, and I want to make sure I'm reading it right, that we are allowing for mixed use development. It said commercial with residential on top, so that would be like, is the wording was a little weird a little odd to me in the presentation slides where you talked about it. You said it as an auxiliary use, but it's pretty common to have, buildings with retail on the first floor and then housing on the second and third floors above that.
Correct.
That is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, correct. That's allowed. We don't have a specific mixed use district, but just wherever housing and commercial are both allowed uses, you can stack those. What the portion that would be new would be the kind of mixed income, again, as kind of a workaround to that maximum density.
Okay. All right. All right, good. Thank you.
Mr. Roberts?
No, I don't have anything to add. I'm just excited about all of it and hope to see it get moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I will clarify, I never said all housing was the same. I said all housing is important, and there are different levels.
I don't think building another Tahoe Keys is particularly important to the community.
I don't
And
think
you might,
another Tahoe
but,
Keys would be built, not with the environmental
sure,
issues that are in it.
We could build 50 luxury, developments, and I don't think that's important at all. And building 50 affordable units, on the other hand, would be hugely important. So not all
1,000%.
equal, not all housing is of equal importance and of equal utility, because it doesn't
However,
serve the same communities.
We as a council would support the affordable part and then allow the market to decide on the rest. So I'm okay with increasing the density on all of it, not just on certain aspects of it. And that was the point that I made.
Well, we're talking in the plan right now about increasing the density when it can be of either mixed use or of mixed income, of mixed affordability type, I guess. What were we calling it? So mixed between market rate and then additional sub-market rate. And so that's a way of, you're using the market rate to essentially subsidize part of the cost of construction, because, it may not be as profitable to build subsidized housing, but the market rate can help make it pan out. That's not uncommon in other large cities that have actually have more functional. What do we call it when we do the in lieu fee. It's in lieu of the process. Inclusionary zoning, thank you. I'm blanking on half the things today. But we don't build 500-unit developments. We don't build 50-story tall apartment buildings here. That's not a thing in our community. But the inclusionary housing is how you do that. This effectuates an inclusionary housing approach by allowing the higher density. So I think that's a reasonable compromise. Okay, and frankly, I think we should put our ideas up, and if the TRPA wants to say no,
then we deal with it.
Then we deal with it. But I don't think we should constrain ourselves. We're not asking for the unreasonable here.
Agreed.
We're not asking to do something ridiculous like build a 300,000 square foot convention center in the middle of town. So I think we should bring it up to the TRPA more or less as we've got it then.
So in that light, I would suggest that we ask for the maximum amount of density on all types of housing. So.
But if we do that, then all you're going to get is luxury housing.
True.
You know that. Like it's going to be, and particularly this is in a commercial zone, which means that it's going to be an Airbnb tower is what we're going to get, because it's going to be unlimited Airbnbs in the commercial zones, which this will be. So if you don't have some requirement, if the high density has to include, to get the high density, you have to include some amount of actual housing that people can live in. What you will get is like the Latitude 39 or 69, what was it again? 37, the Latitude project in Nevada. I can't remember the name.
I don't
of
pay
it.
attention to Nevada because that's
39.
not my jurisdiction.
Sorry, the Latitude 39 project, right, where it's all ultra luxury housing at super high density, at high rise, high density, all luxury, all Airbnbs. And that's not helpful to anybody. It's not even helpful to the residents that the local homeowners who have Airbnbs that are applying for permits. It's bad for them, right? So, and it's bad for the hotels while we're at it.
Is there anything else you'd like to see in this plan or added, Mr. Robbins or Mr. Roberts?
I'm prepared with a motion.
I would like just a bit of clarification on the implementation measures. I know I really kind of glanced through that slide. If there's anything that you would like to take out that you would not like to consider at a future date, I would like to know that now. Otherwise, again, because none of these will be implemented immediately with the plan's adoption, we can always leave that to decide if we want to do further research and just include them all for now.
I was good with all of that. The only thing that I would like to see is the density issue. Mr. Roberts, where are you at on the density issue?
I'm fine with requesting for the maximum density.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
just the council will get another bite at the apple on the density issue. So clearly there's direction to put maximum density in this plan. But at the next council meeting, we will be hearing from TRPA on the Tahoe Living Working Group, so we can reiterate the council's collective policy direction on that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Are you still?
That's a deal breaker for me. I'm down with the high density for mixed income developments for sure. I am not supportive of the ultra high density for when it's only going to be luxury Airbnbs that get built as a result of that, and luxury housing. If there's no component of set aside for that you get in exchange for the higher density, because here it's not high density for all affordable housing. It's high density for some. You get the maximum current density for market rate Airbnb construction if that's what you want to do, and then you can go over that only if what you're going over it for is housing that's at least somewhat achievable.
I disagree with the premise that it would only be market rate Airbnb housing. However, I will also include in that statement that we do have an inclusionary zoning policy, so any units that are built at market rate will pay an inclusionary housing fee in lieu of or build housing to go with. So either way, we're covered.
Sadly, no, they won't, because we have the development that was in State Line, that was in the State Line area, in the recreation land. That's going to build. That's going to pay zero. the one on, was it Market Street or?
This is on Montreal.
Montreal, so not Montreal.
When was it?
That was approved a few months ago, or maybe it was a year ago at this point.
Oh, you're talking about the.
And the reason is that's going to pay zero in inclusionary housing, even though it's going to be only Airbnbs, because the units are relatively small, which is what you do when you want to maximize the number of Airbnbs. And so they will pay zero inclusionary housing fee. And just like the Montreal development is paying zero in inclusionary housing fee, and that's going to be all Airbnbs. And so what we're saying is we're going to have high density all along most of Highway 50 now, and also additional height, and also additional density, and also it can be all Airbnbs. So that's what it's going to be.
Okay.
I'm fine with the proposal that they've constructed as they've presented it. That's a fair compromise.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Stroud, I have a question. Because 2 of the council members present have indicated that they are okay with putting in the plan the increased density, is that sufficient enough to move forward with that, or do you need a majority of the city council?
No, this is just a motion, so it can be a majority of those here. Good question.
Thank you. So with that, unless you're prepared to make a motion, Mr. Roberts.
No, continue.
So with that, I will make a motion that we have provided direction to staff, that we are good with almost every aspect of what's been presented to us. However, we would like to go to TRPA with increased density for all levels of housing, all income levels of housing, including market rate. That we are increasing the maximum density of residential development, increasing the height limit to 56 feet, modifying parking requirements, and establishing exceptions to a minimum parking requirement. And
what if?
And we are fine with the design standards and priorities that have been presented to us. And we confirm the proposed implementation strategies.
What if we said?
There's a motion on the table, we need to see
What
if
if
there's
we
a
said,
second.
before we go, what if we said, instead of it, if it wanted to be the ultra-high density, and it be all market rate, it could be ultra-high density and market rate, but not Airbnb. It has to actually be some kind of housing.
We have other limitations on Airbnbs.
So this is really then about allowing it to be ultra-density, high-rise Airbnbs.
I disagree with your
Well,
premise that it will be Airbnbs.
Then say that we allow the higher density
I made the motion.
without it being
I'm waiting
Airbnbs.
for a second. If it fails, then we move forward.
I second it.
Okay, we have
That's
a
what it's
motion
really
and a
about.
second.
We're just going to lie. Got it.
So we have a motion and a second. Everybody can vote.
That motion carries.
It just said it failed. Does that
Oh,
matter?
Well, that's because 2 of you are absent.
Oh,
so
okay, got
carries.
it.
I don't understand why it doesn't have to be a sitting majority for this.
Because it's not tax related.
I asked staff.
A resolution requires a majority of the council, a motion does not. That's the short answer.
Mr. Bass is coming back in for the rest of the meeting. We're moving on to item number 7, grow and diversify the economy strategic plan priority update. This is Ms. Roverud.
It's cool outside. It's like 70-something degrees in here.
The mayor?
I'm taking over as mayor for a minute.
Oh, okay. Can we please take a 3-minute break so I can get the PowerPoint?
Absolutely.
All right,
Take
thank
a
you.
3-minute break.
We are ready to get going whenever you are, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order, and with council agreement, we've had a discussion while we were working on some other stuff about continuing items number 27 and 28, grow and diversify the economy strategic plan priority update, and the policy regarding the disposition of Tahoe Regional Planning Agency development commodities that we own, to our next meeting. And that way, Mr. Jenkins can participate because he was he's interested in those two items. So we are going to move to item number 9. With council approval.
Support.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? Okay. So we're continuing 27 and 28 to our next meeting. And so we will move on to item number 29, the emergency shelter and warm room discussion, and Ms. Wackenhut Lomelli.
Good afternoon or evening. My name is Jessica Wackenhut Lomelli, Housing Manager with the city. Today I'm going to provide a presentation on the warm room or emergency shelters. I'll first dive into some data on homelessness and then talk about some of the current resources that are available within the county. For the sakes of today's presentation, I'll probably use warm room and emergency shelter interchangeably. They're both the same thing. So warm room is really what TCH operated prior to purchasing the 3 Project Homekey properties. And the emergency shelter is like a more common term on a more federal level. Okay. So the thing that I discussed on the annual homeless report that was done about a year ago now in September is talking about the HUD mandated point-in-time count. So this is mandated in every jurisdiction across the country. The unsheltered count is done every 2 years on the same day across the country in late January. So it's actually done every year, but 2 years it's unsheltered, and then every other year is done for just the sheltered population. Federal funds are distributed as a result of the numbers to continuums of care, or COCs. As you can see in 2024, the number of unsheltered reduced significantly, and the number of sheltered increased. This is a decrease in over 60% of unsheltered individuals or families, which is the largest decrease in the state. There's a report that comes out every year as a result of the point-in-time count, and this is a cut from that report that breaks down where unsheltered homelessness individuals or families were found. So as you can see on the right side, it talks about if they were in shelters, transitional housing, outdoors, in a vehicle, boat, somewhere else. For this presentation, we spoke to community partners to better understand previous shelters in the region, challenges, and opportunities. Some of the board members from Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless, or TCH, including Dr. Muscat and Nicole Zaborski, provided invaluable experience from operating the TCH warm room. In addition to the groups here, we also learned from the El Dorado County Navigation Center, South Lake Tahoe PD, including Stacks Officer Hazlett, among many others. And I'll just say I have Live Violence Free, but they have a new name now because I didn't redo this presentation from a while ago.
We know what it is.
Yeah. Housing First is the model. So I'm going to jump into one of the broad models that's required under federal funds for shelters. So Housing First is a model that's required by federal funding sources and seen as an industry best practice. Housing First programs are more effective at reducing homelessness than Treatment First and abstinence-based programs. Evidence from a systematic review of 26 studies indicates that Housing First programs decrease homelessness by 88% and improve housing stability by 41%. That's compared to Treatment First programs. As you can see in this image, typical housing readiness programs contain at least 2 fail points for individuals in the programs. When you create conditions for entry into housing, people often face different barriers and constraints to accessing those services because they take a lot more time to achieve those outcomes. So in addition, they often require transportation, a history of records, and access to records while they're still facing housing instability. So if someone's living outside, their stuff can be stolen. They no longer have a driver's license to enter or to even apply to jobs. However, in the Housing First model, people are housed and receive supportive services as tenants, which supports the individual to have stability and able to make meetings, maintain their documents in one location, and can maintain a schedule or be working towards further stability. So these are the current shelters that are located in El Dorado County. There are 60 beds in the El Dorado County Navigation Center, which is in Placerville. There are 3 units that are master leased by Live Islands Free as interim housing. There are 150 nights for winter shelter for this last winter for Tahoe Youth and Family Services, which is for ages between 16 and 24 years old. And then there are 14 beds available at the Red Lodge that's operated by TCH that were formerly used as a shelter, but are currently being converted to a medical respite center. So with the targeted population and targeted and projected need, we know that unsheltered homelessness has declined by over 60% since 2023, which, as I mentioned, is the largest decrease across California. Many of the other rural areas across the state have actually increased, so this is a good sign. Housing Hotline and others have noticed that we've been receiving an increase in calls for families experiencing homelessness. As we know, TCH does not provide housing at their properties for families with children or anyone under 18 due to the clients that live on site. The Barton Health Emergency Room and PD have shared that there is a need for individuals that they have in the ER that are housing insecure after being released from the ER in the middle of the night. And PD has expressed a need for some individuals that they might find during the day or at night or early in the morning. PD expressed that between Barton and PD referrals, that would require about probably a total of 5 to 10 beds max. So now I'm going to get into some of the challenges. So one of the big challenges that I learned about was finding a location for a shelter. So permitted uses. So shelters are only allowed in certain zoning areas. They have to obtain permitting. They also have to pass fire, building, life, and safety codes. Some of the available locations that are open to leasing for this use may also not have proper accessibility, parking, or building codes updated to allow this type of use. Many property owners may not want to lease a property for a limited number of months versus having a year lease. So if you just do a winter shelter, they're usually leasing for like 5 months, and people would prefer the whole year for obvious reasons. There are also some property owners that don't want to lease their property for this use at all. Some property owners may want to lease but not be open to paying for the upgrades for their building to meet fire, building, life, and safety codes for this particular use. There has also in the past been resistance by surrounding neighbors that don't want this type of use near them. All of the above issues, but especially dealing with properties willing to lease for a shortened time frame, the use and resistance were a lot of the significant challenges faced by TCH when they operated the warm room every year. So they would usually start working on these issues about a year in advance. Next is the staffing. The staffing chart reflects how the majority of emergency shelters are operated. The most difficult issue related to staffing is finding staff who will stay in the shelter overnight. TCH also faced significant barriers to finding volunteers to stay overnight and consistently had enough staffing to support clients during the day. Oftentimes, board members would stay through the night in the shelter to maintain the staff livings necessary to keep the shelter running. And then the time frame is a good thing to start thinking about too in terms of shelters. as I mentioned previously, it could be year-round. So the Navigation Center for the county operates throughout the year with 60 beds, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Most other shelters run during the winter between November and March or April due to extreme weather conditions, but sometimes they only open if the temperature hits below a certain level. In other parts of the state and the country, shelters can open if there's other weather events such as rainstorms, smoke or pollution get too high, or other reasons. And for the final slide, we'll talk about the costs. Costs can differ drastically. So a lot of the times when I provided the information about what TCH did with the warm rooms, a lot of it was operating on a shoestring budget based on a lot of volunteers. So the TCH warm room operated with private donations primarily, and that was between $150,000 and $200,000 annually. And the majority of staffing was done by volunteers, and they paid for a security service. The Navigation Center in Placerville is contracted and operated by Volunteers of America with all paid staff and heavy involvement from the county. There are 60 beds, and costs are close to $2 million annually, or about $3,500 per person per month. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Backenhut-O'Malley. Questions, Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, and this may be a question for Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless, but can I get walked through the process of what happens when someone is found, or someone who is homeless in the middle of the night seeks aid for, they got kicked out of their home, their car that they were sleeping in was stolen? What is the process that they would go through step by step? And as a follow-on to that as well, what happens when that's a family, single mother or father, or a family of a few people?
Okay, I'll pass it over to Kimberly Peterson, who's Executive Director of Tahoe
Sounds
Coalition.
good. Just in time.
Good afternoon. I know, y'all tricked me.
You have
Been watching all afternoon. And
you have arrived at the optimal time.
Yes. So, pretty much nationwide, there is no resources in the middle of the night. So if in that particular situation, currently I answer all phone calls. Sometimes the police will call me in the middle of the night if they come across someone. If during the winter, snowing, we have room, I will take that person in, but that's very rare and is not a practice. And like I said, it's not really practice anywhere due to shortage of funds, programs. There just isn't normally overnight intake staff. Even at the Navigation Center in Placerville, they stopped doing intakes at 2 p.m. every day. So whenever we send someone from Tahoe, we have to make sure that we get them there before 2 p.m.
That's not close, especially in the winter.
It's
right?
not.
It's further away in the winter than it is in the summer.
Yes.
What about family? What about if it's? I mean, I have to imagine as much as I find this line of work difficult, I cannot fathom being in your line of work and the things you're dealing with. But what happens when you are encountered with a single parent and a small child, or a couple of small children, and they are facing immediate homelessness?
So Tahoe Coalition does not serve families or minor children, and the only resource other than the school district, which they have limited resources with both on the Western Slope and in South Lake of what they can offer. It's mostly education-based. The only provider is New Morning Youth and Family.
Tahoe Youth and Family.
No, not Tahoe Youth and Family. Tahoe Youth and Family only serves 16 to 25. The only parents they serve are parenting youth. It's deceiving.
Tahoe older youth and family.
So
Tahoe almost not a youth anymore, and family services.
You can be 16 to 24 and have a child. And so you'll be served. But if you are 35 and have a child, you are not served by Tahoe Youth and Family.
Fascinating.
New Morning has a shelter, and they serve children ages 6 to 17,
Where are they?
18 if they are in still in high school, or 19 if they're still in high school. They're on the western slope. But they,
Placerville or something, or? Okay.
and they don't serve families together. They only serve, like, the parents can stay there, put the kids to bed, but the children are the only ones that sleep in the shelter. So unfortunately, there just are not any resources in this county in that situation.
I spent a couple winters doing laundry at the warm room. It was very exciting, you know. But there were no children there either, as I recall, nor did they serve families at that time either. But it did serve as an emergency, you know, it's freezing out, you show up, and you can have some place to not freeze. And so right now, I just want to confirm my understanding is there really isn't a service for that comes with that kind of immediacy, and there's no service at all right now for families. How many cases a year, if that is even statistically available, of family units that lack the ability to be served by existing services? Because you've got some of these, you've got these weird gaps where if you're a 21-year-old with a young child, then you're served by Tahoe Youth and Family. But if both people are outside the age range, it's a very odd gap. So how many family type units are not served by the current capacities in our town? A year.
So I
How
don't
many
have
we counted?
exact data. I would say that at any given time, there's probably 12 families on the by name list. And what they have.
Explain what the by name list is.
Yes, sorry. The by name list is the list of individuals who have done an intake into our system. And it is not called a wait list because it's based on vulnerability. And so the higher vulnerability is referred to higher vulnerability programs such as permanent housing. Those that score in the middle range are referred to rapid rehousing, and then those that score in the lower range generally just need like move-in assistance or can self-resolve. So at any given time, there's about 12 families on the by name list. And the majority of what services they can receive is through CalWorks. And so that is rental assistance, move-in assistance through CalWorks. But there are a lot of families that don't qualify for CalWorks for one reason or another. So TCH does currently serve some families in our domestic violence rapid rehousing program because that is scattered site and they are living out in the community, not at our properties. So we do have a handful of households that have minor children, but in general, it's CalWorks, New Morning.
And how many individuals that have you encountered that have had like immediate needs for rehousing? Is that uncommon, I guess? Because one of the things I noticed at the Warm Room was it was the same group of people kind of night after night after night. Not always exactly the same, but quite regular to have I got to know people that were there most nights.
So I can tell you a majority of those people have been housed now for about 4 years. I did not live in Tahoe at the time, but we have many of the same board members, and they see all of those same clients that have been living at our 3 properties. We, over the last 4 winters, we have held an emergency shelter with various different types of funding. Some winters it was self-funded, and generally that's full, 14 to 16 beds. But again, we're constantly working with those individuals to move toward permanent housing. And, we know that there's a very small percentage of people still outside. During the 2024 PIT count, the count in South Lake Tahoe of unsheltered people was 36. And so the PIT count will happen again in January, the 3rd week in January of 2026. And so we'll have a better idea of what those numbers look like. But for the most part, we see those folks every week. They come into our drop-in hours at the Red Lodge, working on obtaining documents, looking at housing options, and connecting them with mainstream resources so that when we have a vacancy available, or whether it's Sugar Pine, we've had quite a few people that have applied and gotten into Sugar Pine, or any of the other affordable housing in the area. The other thing we look at is reconnecting people with friends or family. Every once in a while, maybe once a month, between ourselves and PD, we will put someone on a plane or a train, bus, to get them back to family.
Thank you.
Mr. Best?
No, I don't have many questions. I think really a lot of them have been answered. Yeah, I'll wait for discussion.
Okay,
on-
Mr.
yes.
Roberts, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, I do. I have a few questions, but I'm not sure if it's for you, Ms. Peterson, or for Chief Robertson. Ms. Peterson indicated that there wasn't really any services, for instance, for families in the middle of the night with children under the age of 6. What would happen if one of your officers encountered that situation? What would you do? Do we have a motel voucher program? Is it through, who is it through? That kind of thing.
I guess it's assuming that the family you came across was in a vacuum. So usually the people that we come across, somehow it's from a call for service. So let's talk about a family that was the result of like a domestic violence situation. So we end up reaching out to Live Violence Free, now Rise Vista, work with one of their coordinators, and we can usually get them housed at their secret location. Sometimes we have in the past, the Police Officers Association has posseed up for hotel stay. So we kind of have to work outside the box because there is not a voucher program right now. We also have some community benefactors that I don't want to throw under the bus right now that we can reach out to, and we can make some stuff happen.
Thank you, Chief. I have a question, and I think you answered it, Ms. Wackenhut-Lamelli, but I just want to clarify. Was the unhoused decrease from 22 to 24 realized statewide or only in El Dorado County?
Only in El Dorado County.
And do we have an idea of what that is? Is it because we've increased our services? Is that what the
Yeah.
premise is?
So there are a few things, and Kimberly might be able to jump into, but a big difference that was made was in the past few years, El Dorado County has significantly increased the number of beds available within the county, as well as with the 3 properties that TCH acquired. So there's just a lot less people that are unsheltered.
So the navigation was center down on the West Slope was opened in that time frame,
Yes,
correct?
that's
And then obviously your 3 facilities. So that's what you're attributing that decrease to?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, I think that's my only questions, and if no other questions, we'll move to public comment. Thank you. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on this item? There's only a few of you, so. Okay, we'll move to our Zoom platform.
Yeah, we're opening up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 29. No public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I'll bring it back to council for further discussion. I will just, as this item, because this is an item that, as did Mr. Robbins' work with the Tahoe Coalition, I am very familiar with them, and I'm familiar with this because of my other job working at the church, and we're on Highway 50. We get a lot of people who come to the door. We have food programs and things like that. So this is something that's very important to me. As I've been listening to this, I will just share with council that I think maybe a motel voucher program run through our police department might be a better use of any dollars that we would spend. It's just, the idea is just forming, so I don't have a fully vetted idea of that. So I just will throw that out there.
I think generally that's a good idea. I would recommend we run that through the experts. Like in the same way that Stacks is supposed to be joint between the city, the police department, it might be better that be run through someone like the Coalition for the Homeless with collaboration from the police, and so that they can track them as they go into shelters, that they know where they are, they can reach out to them for service rather than it being directly through the police department.
Well,
but the police department could be one of several initial points of entry.
Right. I don't disagree with the comment that you just made. I will just say that because they're first responders, I would imagine that they are the ones dealing with the things in the middle of the night anyway. And they would, I would say maybe change, again, it's not a fully vetted idea, it's just something that popped into my head.
You make a good point there too.
That it may be run through the Stacks program at the police department.
Yeah.
And so that would cover the people at the coalition, the people at Barton.
Or live violence-free, depending on the
El Dorado
circumstances.
County Mental Health, and so on and so forth. So like I said, it's not a fully vetted idea. It's just something that popped into my head. Mr. Bass?
Yeah, I think it's actually a really good idea. I think that, the fact that community benefactors are there, that's great, but we should have a fund set aside so that the service is known and available. Because again, I mean, hearing that, yeah, we do have times in the winter where you can't just put somebody back out onto the streets, especially not the youth. So I think that that's a great idea. Exactly how it's managed, I think there's complications to look at when you have public funds and maybe there's some private funds. Can they intermix? There's a lot of probably things that need to be looked at, but I wholly support that. I know it's been complicated to create the warm room as the work that's being done by the coalition has really revolved more around these 3 properties in the last few years, which is great. I think this is a great way to find the middle road to still have the service, and not have to fall on them, and that as well. So, yeah, I support that, and let's let staff figure out how to bring it back best.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Roberts?
I agree with what both of you have just said. I agree in that direction. I'm just a little confused on what the suggested motions really mean. One, pass directing staff to pursue establishing emergency shelter in partnership. We've already seen, and I've heard it repeatedly, that there's not the funds there to do an actual warming house, which I think is very important. I think we need to attack this, even with these amazing results they've gotten since 2023. I think we need to attack it from all directions as much as possible. But so is this asking them to continue finding ways to make that happen? Granted, with the funding restrictions, or do we report and no further action and we just kind of put it on hold for now? I'm not really clear how that plays out.
Based on what I heard, Madam Mayor, was kind of a hybrid to number 1, and would be, if I'm hearing council, it'd be giving us direction to go back, work with the police department through our STACS program and our partners to see if there can be some kind of local voucher program to help those in true emergencies in a time of need. What that looks like, how it operates, how it's funded, those are the questions we would have to dive into and come back to council.
One of the challenges with doing a voucher program, I think it's generally a good idea, albeit, is, it kind of is pretty straightforward in sort of the ideal case where you have someone who is homeless, or a small family that is homeless with no other significant concurrent issues, without a mental health issue on the same time, without a medical issue of some kind, without a disability of some kind, or without a substance issue of some kind concurrently. And one of the things that the warm room was able to do, at least to a degree, was deal with people, for lack of better terminology, who weren't quite all there, and to keep some level of supervision over them during the night. And while work was ongoing to deal with permanent housing, and that wouldn't be an easy option with a voucher program. That said, there's probably a fair number of people for whom, and I guess this is a question for our rep from the coalition, like, of the people that need emergency shelter, how many need those kinds of complicating wraparound services as well? And apologies, I'm
98%.
well, I don't know, apologies, I'm using terminology to the best of my ability here, and I'm not up to speed on the latest correct terminologies
Yeah,
for.
so I would say probably
for
close
this
to
field.
100%.
What's that?
Close to 100%. It depends on what your goals are, because if your goal is to keep someone from dying, motel voucher program is going to do that. It's going to get them inside, warm, take a shower, bathroom, all of that. At our winter shelter that, again, we've done for the last 4 years, no one is there at night. Police have my phone number. I live on site, but at a different property. And we just set expectations with those clients of, these are the rules, and if you break the rules, you go back outside. So, we don't need someone, when we first bought the properties, we had people that were there till 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was a waste of money because they were just sitting there while everyone was sleeping. And so I can't say that we have 0 issues, but we have very, very few.
So what are your thoughts on a voucher program? Are there similar I've encountered or heard of similar type programs in other communities. How have they been structured, and how have you found their utility to be?
So we've done voucher programs as well in the past, and with that comes supportive services, or at least a daily check-in to make sure, are they still staying? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't turn that off. Are they still staying there? Because someone could just disappear, and then you're all of a sudden wasting money paying for a motel when no one's there. And just checking in with them in general for making sure they don't have any weather-related injuries or any food needs, things like that. So, during the winter, we typically have staff 7 days a week. And when we did do motel vouchers, we checked in with folks daily.
Okay. And you found that to be a useful program?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, again, it keeps people from dying outside.
Well, okay, yeah. Maybe that's, I don't know.
I mean, like I've said to council before, sheltering like we've done is the best case scenario, but it's not possible. And so, in our climate, looking for something to keep people out of the snow, motel vouchers is going to be the best way to go.
Yeah, or just the cold nights for that matter. Yeah.
And in my opinion, that's exactly what we're trying to avoid, is because over the past 4 years, we've lost 3 people.
I only know of 2.
I know of 2 for sure. I was trying to think if there was a third. There was the guy in the van at the Y.
There is a third person then, but
yeah.
But it's not always weather related either. There's
right, it's true.
Other factors.
There are other factors, but at least in my opinion, that's the thing. This is, to me, an emergency situation for people who are in our climate and outside. And so I'm good with us talking about, here's what I'm good with. I'm good with us talking about an immediate motel voucher system that gets us through this winter, and then continuing to work with our STACS partners for something else in the future if and when funding becomes available.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that, and I think that we don't need a motion, right? We can just direct staff to come back with the.
It says pass a motion directing staff to pursue establishment of an emergency shelter, but I think we can just give direction to.
Just amend that to
It would
say.
be helpful to have a motion that includes the direction council wants to give.
Okay.
And I would suggest
Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
I would suggest that we definitely have that run through the STACS program and have. I think you're right. I think if the. Well, I guess, I don't know, like, who is normally the first point of contact for unhoused situations? Obviously, if it's violence call for service, it'll be the PD, but if it's economic or some other reason, maybe it's not. And so that program should probably be accessible both to the coalition. If someone presents at the coalition, at the Bears Den, with that kind of need and the right solution as a voucher, that should be something they should be able to initiate.
100%.
And the same with the police department.
Well,
so.
it would be, there's a multitude of first contacts. There would be the
Live Violence
PD,
Free.
it would be Live Violence Free,
Yeah.
it would be the McKinney
Yeah.
Vento partner at the school district,
Could be a
it would be
church.
Ms. Peterson, and it will be churches and other restaurants or so on and so forth. You never know who could be the first point of contact, at least in my opinion, but it looks like Chief Robertson has something he'd like to add.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we got to establish is who's going to be the gatekeeper for this. And I think that, depending on the person or persons that we end up housing, our availability of motel rooms might diminish through time.
It's true, and it would diminish during high season weekends and things like that as well. So we just need to see what we can do, but we can only do what we can do. Ms. Wackenhat.
Yeah, I was just going to add into what the police chief just added is, I know we had a lot of meetings between Barton, TCH, behavioral health, talking about motel vouchers and some of the challenges associated, and who would be the gatekeeper is a big point of contention.
When you say gatekeeper, what exactly do you mean? Can you clarify that for me?
Yeah, definitely. So who's holding the vouchers and
Got it.
who's going after to provide those supportive services that Kimberly was mentioning to follow up, whose clients they are, all of that type of thing.
Thank you. I have a question for either Chief Robertson or you. I know we currently have a homeless outreach officer. His name just blew out of my head.
Officer Hazlett.
It is still Officer Hazlett? Okay. And, but is the STACS program currently active and meeting?
It is currently active. It is not 24/7 though.
No, of course not.
Right.
But your police officers are 24/7.
Correct.
Okay, so would it be feasible for council to give direction to the STACS program to come up with a method of establishing a gatekeeper, establishing a follow-up for, as Ms. Peterson said, daily check-ins for the reasons that she stated? Would that be something that the STACS program could feasibly do?
I think, yes. However, I think one of the needs that's there is this, like Kimberly alluded to, is that people coming out of the hospital need to be housed someplace. And I'm meeting with Dr. McNamara tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll talk about this a little bit, but I'm not sure that putting somebody in a hotel after they've been released from the hospital with no supervision, whether that's a good idea or not. So I'll have to vet that a little bit more with the doctor.
Thank you for that input. My understanding is that those 14 beds at Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless are gonna be used for medical transition.
Correct.
So does that cover us in that scenario that the chief just presented?
Yes, so we'll have the 16 beds available at the Red Lodge for medical respite. And we're working currently with Barton and Marshall and all of the other providers because it's a big list of where folks can come from. And just making sure that people aren't discharged in the middle of the night and them knowing that it's going to have to be during work hours. Even though we will have staff 7 days a week, it's going to need to be a 8 to 5, 8 to 6 situation and not at 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's very good input. Is Barton is part of our STACS program, along with El Dorado County Mental Health, and I'm trying to remember, there were like 7 or 8 partners, if I remember correctly. Right. Okay. So that's something that the STACS program could do.
I think those are, from my viewpoint, those are really good discussions and points. Chief, thank you for bringing that up.
Yes.
That's the value of the STACS partnership, is where one entity can deliver a certain aspect of a program, others might not be able to, but we support each other in the effort of getting people in a safe environment out of the climate. So.
Right. Okay. Council, do you want to make a motion?
Sure, yeah, I'll try to shoot for a motion. So I'll put forward a motion directing staff to pursue an establishment of a motel voucher program with our partnerships of local and regional stakeholders.
Yeah, second.
Perfect.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, everybody can vote.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 30, Pay for Success contract with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless.
Good evening, council members. Jessica Wackenhut Lomelli for the record, housing manager. Today I'm presenting the Pay for Success contract with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless, or TCH. On September 10th, 2024, City Council was presented with the first annual report on homelessness. At this meeting, staff highlighted the financial concerns at Vista Rise Collective, formerly Live Violence Free, and TCH due to the precarity of grants and the lack of use for administration and staffing costs. This creates a gap in funding for the actual program implementation to get the grants and the real cost of operations. In addition, the majority of grants are provided on a reimbursement basis, which takes time and adds further financial deficits, especially for smaller nonprofits. On November 19, 2024, City Council was presented with a staff report on the Pay for Success model to help bridge the gap in funding for operational costs for these two local organizations. At this meeting during the discussion, Councilmember Wallace brought up the need for a warm room. And this need was supported and echoed by all council members. We just presented on it to fulfill that request. In addition, On February 25th, 2025, City Council approved the Pay for Success agreement with Vista Rise Collective and moved the Pay for Success item with Tahoe Coalition until a further council meeting in conjunction with the discussion on the warm room and emergency shelter. As a reminder, the Pay for Success is a model that advances solutions to nuanced issues, such as homelessness, while generating successful outcomes for families, individuals, and communities. The contracts are only paid if the interventions actually achieve the outcomes that are agreed upon in the contracts. The scope of services included in the agreements in the packet provide the full list of outcomes for each nonprofit. Today, staff is recommending that City Council approve the resolution authorizing a budget appropriation of $40,000 in general fund undesignated reserve for the Pay for Success agreement, and that the City Council authorize the mayor to sign the Pay for Success agreement with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless in an amount not to exceed $40,000. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Backenham-Melly. Is there any questions on this item from council? Okay, thank you. Move to public comment on this item. Is there anyone in the room? Please come forward.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I am Nicole Zaborski. I am a board member of the Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. I've been at the Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless in the capacity as a board member for 10 years now. And just wanted to present that I feel like that we've been a very valuable asset to the community. We are a group of concerned citizens that formed a nonprofit to fulfill an unmet need in the community. We have people from outside of this community that are diehard to serve the city of South Lake Tahoe. They live outside of the city. I want to tell you their commitment to making this community better and how they've stuck through a lot of different challenges, as has been presented earlier by Ms. Lomelli, with finding locations, with finding volunteers, with funding the organization. And so just feel like we've been a very valuable asset to not only the city, but El Dorado County in general, to bring the homelessness numbers from the worst in the state to the best in the state, as we've just heard today. So I feel like we can successfully celebrate that together, you know? And so it was, you know, formed just out of a group of concerned people in the community, and thanks for partnering with us on that. I feel like to get us to the next level, you know, some of the important work that we do with the Stacks team is very valuable, and without, you know, that relationship, I feel like we're not a better community. You know, I think we're better that we field the calls that come from the police department as needed to meet either on site or after and address individual concerns for people or patterns that need to get resolved. So I feel like that we've helped and assist with other partners in lowering calls for service for fire and police department, and our partnership's been valuable in the community. So I just wanted to ask for your support in favor of this $40,000 Pay for Success contract as outlined in the contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Zaborski. Anyone else? Ms. Peterson?
I think she covered most of what I was planning to say. But good afternoon, Mayor Wallace, council members, and staff. Again, I'm Kimberly Peterson. I'm the Executive Director at Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. And I'm here today to express strong support for the approval of the Pay for Success agreement with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless, or TCH, in the amount of $40,000. TCH will soon have their 10-year anniversary of serving our community's most vulnerable neighbors. However, it's been over the last 5 years that TCH has substantially increased our services, including outreach, coordinated entry, permanent housing, rapid rehousing, and supportive services. I'm using a different data point than Jessica, so it's a little bit off. In 2019, the point-in-time count, or PIC count, identified 613 persons in El Dorado County who are experiencing homelessness. Fast forward to the 2024 PIC count, and the number of people experiencing homelessness had decreased to 284. and that's countywide. That's a decrease of 54% countywide. This progress is directly tied to the work of TCH in operating safe housing and shelter programs, connecting people to critical health and social services, and supporting vulnerable residents in stabilizing their lives. The Pay for Success model is particularly well suited for this contract because it ensures that funding is tied to measurable outcomes, such as improved housing stability, reduced emergency service utilization, and long-term cost savings for the city. These funds will cover staff costs to participate in the STACS team, collaborating with SLTPD and El Dorado County Behavioral Health, which ultimately reduce the demand on police, fire, and emergency medical responses, while also contributing to the environmental and community quality of life improvements. I urge the council to approve this agreement and resolution. It represents an investment in solutions that work for our unhoused neighbors, for public safety, and for the physical health of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I don't see anyone else in the room, so do we have anybody on Zoom? Thank you, Ms. Blankenship.
Okay, sorry. Next up, we have Mr. Asbury. Mr. Asbury, you're on with City Council. Go ahead.
Hello, sorry, I've been having problems getting it unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Susan. Eric Asbury for the record. This situation is very intimate with me. I've been volunteering with Habitat for Humanity, volunteering my electrical services free of charge for over 35 years. And I've worked with the homeless population for about that same amount of time. I moved up to Tahoe about 10 years ago, living full time. And I got to say that the climate in the summer, it can work for a homeless population, but the winters are just brutal up here. There's a saying that most of you might have heard, if you build it, they will come. And I think this is the wrong situation to invest money. I know $40,000 in the whole scheme of things for the city budget isn't that much money, but I'd like to discourage the city council putting more and more money into attracting homeless population. It's just not a safe area. And then the vouchers seem like a good idea in an emergency situation, but to build more housing, we have the Sugar Pine, we have this and that. Sugar Pine was supposed to be built on the premise of providing workforce housing, but it's not doing that. It's inviting people from out of the area that are on welfare housing, and they live in paradise on the taxpayer's dime. So I'm very against this. It might sound kind of, inhumane. I'm not saying that people that end up in a low spot in their life shouldn't receive help, but this is not the place. They can be, in Fresno, the Central Valley. There's a lot of different areas that would be better suited for said homeless population. So just like people not doing the responsible part and putting their trash away, and it attracts the bears. By putting more money, this is kind of enticing and inviting more homeless population, and therefore having more of a need to take care of humanity when shit hits the fan, so to speak. So I would discourage this, and you guys are the ultimate deciders, but I thought I'd give my 2 cents on the issue. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I'll bring it back to council for discussion. Oh, Mr. Robbins, sorry.
I do appreciate Mr. Asbury's comparison of the homeless population to trash that we should ship down to Fresno. That's the kind of attitude that that's just so relentlessly common in so much of the community that I could deal without. These are families that live here, the Sugar Pines Village, and we've been over this in city council meeting after city council meeting. but there's some elements of the public that just don't want to believe it, that the overwhelming majority of people who have gotten housing at Sugar Pines are people who live and work here. And then on top of that, for the last phase of Sugar Pines, we've added that as a requirement on top of the fact that it's already what it's doing. So it's just, these are families that have encountered violence, that have encountered landlords that have kicked them out, that have encountered disasters in fires, and that have are living in vehicles that have had them stolen, that have encountered injuries, that are all manner of problems. And this is in our community, and this idea that keeps coming around, that the right thing to do is to do nothing so that they go away. It eludes me. I mean, it is inhumane, and there's a reason that it sounds inhumane, and that's because it is. So I would very much like to see, I would like to see us be able to spend a lot more on this problem. I would like to see us to be able to spend enough money to run a big warm room shelter. I would like to see us be able to spend enough money to build 5 more Sugar Pines. We just don't have that. And the only reason that we aren't able to do those things is we don't have the money to do those things, not because they're the wrong things to do. There's a couple of organizations in our community that are at the forefront of dealing with the people in our community that are in the most vulnerable points that anyone can be in. And it's the 2 organizations at hand here. And the idea that we should not support those organizations because we want those problems to move down to Fresno eludes me. The lack of humanity in that eludes me. So I'm prepared to support this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I would, the last time this was in front of the council, we pushed it forward because we wanted to work on looking deeper into getting a warm house. Since we've gone and got some good solutions, or at least we've got a good directions towards that, or I think it's time we can proceed with this 40,000.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Bass.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think, when this came back last time, it was about, let's look at the warm room. We did that on the item before. I think what is also people need to realize is, the state gave a great deal of money for the Tahoe Homeless Coalition to get these 3 properties that have now been purchased. But what they didn't do was ever put any money for the Tahoe Homeless Coalition, or who manages these properties, to actually operate and have the ability to continue forward. And that's what this 40,000 allows for. It's not all the money that they need to operate, but it's a piece of it. And I think it's incredibly important that we, along with other partners, contribute to that so that we can see the success of these 3 properties play out for the long-term future. So I as well will support moving forward with the 40,000.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. I will also support it. I would just like to say it's yet another example of how Mr. Robbins and I are so different, because what I heard Mr. Asbury say was that Tahoe was very difficult to be homeless. It was probably easier to be homeless in Fresno for a multitude of reasons. And that the problem that we're having in town with bears is exacerbated by trash in the homeless encampments. That's what I heard. I did not hear him say that these people were trash and that we should throw them in Fresno. But that's okay. We all have our own perceptions in life. So I will support it. So if anybody has a motion, I would. Please do.
I move we pass a motion to authorize and direct the mayor to execute pay for success agreement with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless in an amount not to exceed $40,000, and pass a resolution authorizing $40,000 budget appropriations from general fund undesignated excess reserves for the agreement.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everybody please vote.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Moving on to our last item, item number 32, League of California Cities Annual Conference, but voting delegate and alternative. I will just say that Mr. Jenkins, who had to leave, is our council rep for the League of Cities, and he did indicate before he left that he would be happy to take this position, but I will just go from there.
I thought it was Keith.
No, it's Dave.
Is he the voting delegate or just the rep?
He's the rep, but this item is to establish a voting delegate and an alternate. And I believe all four of you are going to the league. So do you have anything to add to that, Ms. Blankenship?
No, it does need to be taken care of
Yeah.
today, because I need to let the league know, I think by next week,
Okay.
who is the voting delegate and the alternate.
Okay, so let's see if there's any, does anybody have questions?
Do we
Okay.
know what's on the agenda for the votes?
I don't know that they've established
I'm
that yet.
saying, I don't know if it's knowable yet, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's decided after.
Last year, it was like one item, and then they didn't get a quorum.
Right.
So they just sat around there for an hour.
Okay, so is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, anybody on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
We're taking public comment on agenda item 32, the League of California Cities. Mr. Asbury, go ahead. Mr. Asbury, did you have comments on this item? Your hand is still raised, or your hand is raised again. Maybe it's just up there still. Okay, I'm lowering your hand. Okay, there's no.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm having this problem with the mute thing. It's going on. But anyway, I would just say that anybody but Scott Robbins, anyone, please, just anyone but Scott.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Asbury.
Okay. Anybody else, Ms. Blankenship?
Sorry, I took the liberty.
That's okay.
There's no one else.
Okay.
There's no additional
I'll bring
public
it back
comments,
to
and I'm
council.
sorry, I have nothing else to say.
Thank you.
So we need an alternate too,
And
right?
voting delegate and an alternate, just in case.
'Cause I don't think we have
My
one.
understanding is that, and you guys may already know this, but they have moved the voting for this away from the very last thing on the conference agenda to sort of in the middle, because there wasn't a quorum last time. And so, yeah, and as I stated before, Mr. Jenkins did say he'd be happy to be the voting delegate, but we also will need an alternate.
I'm happy to be an alternate. I was the voting delegate last time.
Okay. So we have Mr. Jenkins as the delegate and Mr. Robbins as the alternate. Is that okay with everybody?
Sure, I'll put forward a motion selecting
you.
a voting delegate as Mr. David Jenkins and the alternate as Mr. Scott Robbins for the League of California Cities Annual Conference General Assembly.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everybody please vote.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Irving, you're up with the agenda planning calendar.
Yeah, Ms. Blankenship, can you pull up my 20-slide PowerPoint? Just kidding. So, I don't have anything.
I will revoke that vote from earlier.
For cause.
Madam Mayor and council members, still only two things. The two items we pushed off will be added to the next meeting. So with that, I'll look at how do we achieve what's on there for a night meeting, but that's okay. Good job getting through today. Thank you. Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Is there any questions on the agenda planning calendar for Mr. Irvin? Seeing none, we will move on to updates and announcements. Ms. Stroud.
None at this time.
Ms. Blankenship.
Yeah, I just received one proclamation request from Ms. Sally Rouse of the Fire Department, proclaiming for the 23rd meeting as National Fire Prevention Week. Thumbs up for everyone. Thank you. I'll bring it back then.
Okay. Mr. Irvin.
No report.
Okay, council member reports. Mr. Roberts.
No reports, but is this when I make suggestions to add to the APC?
Yes.
Yep.
I would like to bring forward just a review of the citations for the VHRs, just to get more clarity on how they're handled and what the process is. If there are any if the information alone will improve it, that'd be great, but maybe there are some areas we could do a better job, because there seemed to be a lot of confusion with the, the public out there.
So the citations themselves or the process?
Well, specifically, like going back to that planning commission one, there was some things happened on a Friday and then they doubled on a Sunday. He claimed he didn't get noticed in between the two, didn't
Okay.
have time.
So the process.
Yeah, just the process of
Okay.
how they're established.
Is there a second for
Can,
Mr.
can I,
Roberts?
can I confirm that you're talking about historical citations, not current citations? We're talking about this, because I think if it's the planning commission, that was the historical citations that resulted in a permit not being issued.
Well, I wasn't really wanting to address that issue, but I just wanted more clarity on how it takes place, how do you get one citation, how do you get two, how do you all of a sudden get five? Because a couple people today even commented they didn't even know how they got that many.
Copy that.
I'll support that.
And would it be all right to have that in our, because VHRs are coming back anyways, so instead of having to have a third time, can we put it in the same, you get what I'm saying? So yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Great.
That would be wonderful. So
So
we
we
will
just
make
kill
sure
two
that
birds.
item is in the staff report as information. Thank you.
Did you have anything else, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I did. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I know we don't usually get involved or never get involved in state or federal business, but I think I would like to see what the climate is for if the council would consider opposing Prop 50. The reason I think it's valuable to our community is the new lines that they're draw. The current lines, although it's widespread and it does involve a lot of different communities, the majority of them are mountain communities or vacation communities. What the new boundaries are is involves a lot of downtown Sacramento, which is this is a demographic that's probably not going to care a whole lot about the problems and the opportunities up in South Lake.
Your microphone went off. Oh, there it goes.
I don't think this is a political decision. I think it's whoever gets elected into that district, I think we're going to have less clout with that representation. I understand it may open a Pandora's box, but I just wanted to see what the climate was.
For me, I don't know, well, I know what Prop 50 is, but I haven't done the amount of research.
Redistricting.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about, I know that, but I just don't know enough. So in a sense, having information, more information, for me, that's, I'll defer to somebody else just because I don't know enough about
Well,
it.
I am familiar with it, and I agree, I will agree with the first part that you said, right off the bat, that we try really hard. I won't speak for the council, I especially try really hard to stay in my lane and only go local. I do see your point, though, that this is about local, because us being in the same district as all of the mountain towns in the Sierras adds value to us, whereas being in the same district as downtown Sacramento takes away value. So based on that, I think that we need to have a discussion, and that I would like to not necessarily say that we're going to oppose it, but maybe get some information on it.
A discussion about.
So this item isn't on today's agenda.
I know,
Now
that's
we
why
have
I'm saying we need
have
to
a
bring it back. That's
second
what I'm
to Bring it back.
I'm
and-
seconding to bring it back.
And so now we can stop talking
But I'm
about
not
it.
clear what
Information on
we're
Prop
asking to bring
50.
back. Just information on Prop 50?
Yeah, so we can decide whether we want to vote or not, or whatever the council decides. Yes, support or oppose. Okay, so anything else, Mr. Roberts?
No, thank you.
Mr. Robbins, do you have anything under updates and announcements and reports?
I do not.
Mr. Bass?
I do not.
I don't either, so the meeting is adjourned.